Chapter 266. Long Chen defeated a Yuan-Ji beast with a profound 9th grade origin beast soul and even broke one of its arms. Although they had guessed it at the beginning, they still felt like they were dreaming when they really confirmed it. Long Chen's progress was too fast. Defeating Yan Danqing meant that he had become the most monstrous genius in the entire Yuanling County. His reputation had already surpassed Mo Xiaolong's. No one could have imagined that the rebellious boy would grow to such an extent. Long Chen smiled faintly at those amazed gazes. He was still thinking about what to do next. How to break through the obstruction of the Lingwu family and obtain the 9th prince's recognition to become an immortal state divine guard. Long Chen was a smart person. From the 9th prince's attitude and gaze, he could actually guess some things. The shout to stop just now was just right. Did it mean that Lin Songtian was protecting him? Long Chen knew himself well. Of course, he would not think that the other party had already appreciated him. At most he was just curious. Just curious. After knowing that Yan Danqing had obtained the inheritance, Lin Songtian nodded and said, "Since you have already obtained the inheritance, there is no need to say anything else. Go back to Yuanling City now. As for the matter regarding the immortal state divine guard and the city lord's mansion, I will hold a city-wide meeting tomorrow. I will announce it in front of everyone." After saying that, he called his wind-splitting dragon falcon and rode on its back with the steward in black. Then he called out to Yan Danqing and said, "Come over, let's go back together." In the eyes of others, being able to share the wind-splitting dragon falcon with the 9th prince was an honor. But Long Chen felt that there might be something fishy about it. He knew that the 9th prince would probably take advantage of this time to search for the things that Yan Danqing had obtained. However, ordinary people did not know that Yan Danqing's grandfather, Emperor Yuan, was already smiling. He hurriedly sent Yan Danqing to the 9th prince's wind-splitting dragon falcon, and then called the people of Beast Soul Palace to get on the Gale Rock. The Morning Light Business League did not gain anything, nor did they suffer any losses. They were also preparing to return to Yuanling City. The Lingwu clan didn't leave. Everyone knew why they stayed. However, it was none of their business. In fact, they were hoping that Long Chen would die soon. As the wind-splitting dragon falcon took off, Lin Songtian suddenly turned his head and smiled evilly at Long Chen. "An Earth-rank beast recognized you as its master. Long Chen, I will wait for your return in Yuanling City." Only Long Chen heard his words. Sure enough, he saw it. Of course, he doesn't know that this is a sun-devouring demonic wolf. But no matter how hidden the aura of an Earth-rank beast is, he can still see it. At this time, Lin Songtian led everyone back to Yuanling City. Leaving Long Chen here, Long Chen would definitely die. But Long Chen knew that Lin Songtian would not let him die. It was precisely because he saw that Xiao Lang was an Earth-rank beast that he left with peace of mind and told Long Chen to wait for him in Yuanling City. Wait for me in Yuanling City? What is his purpose? Tomorrow, the results will be announced. I have to hurry. Long Chen thought. When the wind-splitting dragon falcon and the Gale Rock disappeared in the sky, the old ancestor of the blue dragon looked at Long Chen gloomily and said, "Strange, you actually don't know that you have been left behind. You still think that because of your master, we dare not do anything to you. I am also very strange. Where did you get your courage from?" They were previously afraid of Li Xuanji, but today they seemed to have no scruples. "You are so pitiful. You are really pitiful. Before you die, you actually think that we will believe your lies again? Long Chen, let me tell you, during the few days that you entered the Burning Sky Mystery Realm, I have already investigated clearly. That mysterious woman is not your master. Moreover, she has already left Baiyang Town with your sister, Yang Lingqing, for a very long time. There are many people in Baiyang Town who saw your clan send them off." "I see. I thought that you have eaten leopard's guts." Even though they had seen through him, Long Chen wasn't worried in the slightest. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. "You are not afraid of death." The old ancestor of the blue dragon was a little surprised. "You 4 old farts want me to die? You are too naive." Long Chen retorted. "What?" Long Chen's unbridled manner made the 4 old ancestors confused. At first, they thought that Long Chen had someone to rely on. But after thinking about it carefully, they realized that Long Chen had no one to rely on anymore. "Bluffing, trying to scare us. Long Chen, not only did you not do anything to the Lingwu family, you even killed Tian Chen and Bei Tang Mo. Even if we let you die, we will not be able to erase the hatred in our hearts. From now on, you will be tortured by the Lingwu family slowly. Fourth brother, who will do it? The old ancestor of the Xuanwu and the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon had both lost their grandsons. Therefore, they hated Long Chen the most. Big brother, let me do it. I promise I won't kill him first. The old ancestor of the Xuanwu took a few steps forward. His body was much bigger than the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon, so his pressure was much greater. At that moment, the Xuanwu divine axe that flew out from the blazing sky secret realm was already in his hand. Looking at the ferocious Lingwu family, Long Chen smiled. It seems that this hatred cannot be resolved. I have a suggestion. 10 days later, at the gate of Yuanling City, my brother and I will fight against the Blue Dragon and the Xuanwu. What do you think? Long Chen thought for a while and said, What? Are you kidding me? Not to mention 10 days later, you have to surrender now. After saying that, the old ancestor of the Xuanwu moved. Although he was big, his speed was not bad. He was at least 10 times faster than Long Chen. Xiaolang. Seeing that the old ancestor of the Xuanwu was about to kill him, the strong wind made Long Chen's skin prickle. Hearing Long Chen's order, a cold light flashed in Xiaolang's eyes. He jumped out of Long Chen's arms and spat out a flame that swept towards the old ancestor of the Xuanwu. The appearance of the flame made the surrounding temperature drop to the extreme. Sensing the lethal threat from the flames, the black tortoise old ancestor turned pale with fright. He quickly stopped in his tracks and retreated in a fluster. He stumbled and looked extremely pathetic, but he still managed to dodge the little wolf's flames. When he raised his head, he was shocked to see that the wolf cub in Long Chen's arms had become incomparably huge. The appearance of the sun-devouring demonic wolf was filled with awe-inspiring power. This made the black tortoise old ancestor and the others dumbfounded. Earth-rank demonic beast. The members of the Lingwu family were shocked. Dongfang Tianxian and the rest had forgotten about the sun-devouring demonic wolf when they saw the conflict between the elder and Long Chen. Now that the sun-devouring demonic wolf was showing its might, they were frightened and turned pale. It's good that you know. At this moment, Long Chen was sitting on the back of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. He looked down at the members of the Lingwu family and said indifferently, Since our grievances have reached a point where we can no longer mediate, then do as I say. 10 days later, we will meet at the gate of Yuanling City. At that time, we will see if the old ancestor of the Lingwu family has the guts. After saying that, the sun-devouring demonic wolf turned into a black shadow and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing the black shadow disappear into the horizon, the members of the Lingwu family looked at each other. Big brother, has this Long Chen grown to the point where he can fight against our entire family? The old ancestor of the Xuanwu asked with a trembling voice. The flame just now was too terrifying. If he had been hit, he didn't know how tragic it would have been for him. Wrong. 10 days later, he will definitely die, the Blue Dragon old ancestor said ferociously. Long Chen rode on the back of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and headed in the direction of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's grade was much higher than the wind-splitting dragon falcon's, so even though the wind-splitting dragon falcon was flying in the sky, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was still much faster than the wind-splitting dragon falcon on the ground. The delay caused by the Lingwu family was quickly made up for by the speed. When Long Chen could see the wind-splitting dragon falcon in the sky, he asked Xiaolang to slow down and follow behind the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Xiaolang, I reckon that Yan Danqing should have handed over the divine fire clone. Haha, as for the 200 sky river pills, the 9th prince probably won't be interested in it, Long Chen said with a smile. Mo Xiaolang couldn't speak, so he could only nod bitterly. 10 days later, it's time to settle the grudge with the Lingwu family. Long Chen thought about this matter. This wasn't an impulsive decision, but a decision made after careful consideration. But before that, he still needed to do one more thing, and that was to snatch the position of Immortal Realm Divine Guard from Yan Danqing. From the 9th prince's attitude towards him, Long Chen keenly sensed the possibility. The dignified 9th prince and Yuanling City's Emperor Yuan were ants in his eyes. Whoever he wanted to be an Immortal Realm Divine Guard would be an Immortal Realm Divine Guard. With the speed of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, they arrived at Yuanling City in half a day's time. In fact, the people in the sky had already noticed Long Chen's existence. So before they reached Yuanling City, the 9th prince controlled the wind-splitting dragon falcon to land on the flat ground in front of Yuanling City. Long Chen also leaped down from the sun-devouring demonic wolf and looked firmly at the ninth prince who was talking cheerfully and wittily, as well as the slightly embarrassed Yan Danqing. Long Chen, why did you chase after me? The ninth prince said faintly. At this time, the forces of the Morning Light Business League and Yuan Emperor City were also looking at Long Chen. Most of them were looking at the black demonic wolf next to Long Chen. They now knew that it was an Earth-ranked demonic beast. The ninth prince came to Yuanling City to select Immortal Realm Divine Guards to choose the strongest young man. I have proven my strength by defeating Yan Danqing fair and square. The reason why I chased after you was because I wanted to ask the ninth prince to let me, Long Chen, be an Immortal Realm Divine Guard and work for the ninth prince. Only by becoming an Immortal Realm Divine Guard could one enter the Ni Yang Immortal Realm and obtain the Nine Heavens Immortal Fruit for Lingxi. So, Long Chen had to achieve his goal. If it was not possible, he could only use the Divine Fire Doppelganger and other combat techniques. Chapter 267. As soon as Long Chen said this, the martial artists of the forces of Origin Spirit City were instantly in an uproar. Especially the people of Origin Emperor City. Long Chen cut off Yan Danqing's arm, and they hadn't found trouble with Long Chen yet. They didn't expect that Long Chen would come to find trouble himself. Even if Long Chen had an Earth-grade Divine Guard that would recognize him as his master, he shouldn't be so arrogant, right? The people of Origin Emperor City had always been extremely arrogant. There was only one reason, and that was that this generation's Emperor Yuan was a martial artist at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. In terms of individual combat power, no one in Origin Spirit City could match him. Pure daydreaming. The ninth prince has already stated that the celestial-level divine guards belong to the person who has inherited the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. Although you, Long Chen, defeated Danqing, let me ask you, did you get the inheritance? Moreover, who doesn't know if you used any unspeakable means when you defeated Danqing? Yes, how audacious. Ninth prince, this kid is cruel and merciless, has no respect for the law, and is arrogant and unruly. If you bring him to the Imperial City, he will only bring shame to you. I think it's better to just kill him here and now. The people of Origin Emperor City began to clamor. Stop it. Emperor Yuan saw the ninth prince frown and hurriedly stopped him. The others hurriedly didn't dare to speak. At this time, the ninth prince looked at Long Chen with great interest. Seeing that Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing, he said, "Do you think you are very strong? But I don't think so. You don't have the strength to amaze me, so I can only do things according to the rules." I don't know if defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch is considered amazing, Long Chen said directly. When he said this, the others wanted to sneer again, but because of the existence of the ninth prince, they didn't dare to show their mockery too obviously. Long Chen really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Defeating Yan Danqing only meant that he could dominate the younger generation. If he defeated the Blue Dragon Patriarch, then it meant that he could dominate the entire Origin Spirit City. If you don't count this Earth-grade demonic beast, I'm quite surprised that you can have such strength in a small place like Origin Spirit City. But from the current you, I obviously can't see such a realm. The ninth prince seemed to be very interested in Long Chen. 10 days later, right here. I have already made an appointment with the Lingwu family. At that time, the Brotherhood will fight with the Blue Dragon Patriarch and the Xuanwu Patriarch. Then we will know the winner. Long Chen released the news. Everyone was speechless at Long Chen's audacity. At this time, they looked at each other. From Long Chen's words, they couldn't tell that he was joking. 10 days later, the news that Long Chen and the Lingwu family patriarch would fight at the gate of Origin Spirit City would spread through their mouths. Looking at the young man in front of them, they really didn't know how to mock him. In that case, the announcement of the mansion and the Immortal Realm Divine Guards will be postponed for another 10 days. Long Chen, it depends on your performance then. Ha! To everyone's surprise, the ninth prince actually agreed. After saying that, he directly led the butler in black and rode the wind-splitting dragon falcon towards the direction of the Jade Emperor Palace. Now standing in front of Long Chen was the legendary #1 expert of Origin Spirit City, Emperor Yuan, and his proudest grandson, Yan Danqing. At this time, Yan Danqing looked at Long Chen with vicious eyes, while Emperor Yuan's eyes were very cold. Sorry, it seems that the position of the Immortal Realm Divine Guard is not yours anymore. Long Chen was in a very good mood after getting another chance to fight for the position of the Immortal Realm Divine Guard so easily. Long Chen, don't think too much. 10 days later, I will see how you die in the hands of the Blue Dragon Patriarch, Yan Danqing said, gritting his teeth. Is that so? Haha, I won't talk nonsense with you. It seems like it's getting late. Let's go back quickly, lest we delay the reattaching of your right arm, Longchen said. You. The matter of his right arm was Yan Danqing's greatest shame. Long Chen. At this time, Emperor Yuan, who was next to him, looked at Long Chen and said, I still have a grandson, Yan Qixue. You killed him, right? Yan Qixue was the Scarlet Blood sect leader. Long Chen didn't expect this old guy to still remember him. You killed one of my grandchildren and broke the arm of my other grandson. All these years, no one in Origin Spirit City has ever dared to provoke me like this. Emperor Yuan's eyes were calm as he said faintly, Remember, restrain yourself a little, don't make me angry. Compared to the people of the Imperial City, I am indeed weak, but even if the 9th Prince chooses you in the end, I will still make you wish you were dead. Don't underestimate the means of an old man. After saying that, Emperor Yuan beckoned the others and slowly left. Emperor Yuan's words made Long Chen fall into deep thought. It seems that this Emperor Yuan is more difficult to deal with than the Blue Dragon Great Ancestor and the others. I better be careful. After everyone left, Long Chen walked into Origin Spirit City with the shrunken Xiao Lang. He didn't want to stay here. Instead, he wrote a letter, masked his face, and sneaked into the Lingwu family. When he came to the Yin clan, he sent the letter to Yin Mingyao's room. The content of the letter was nothing more than telling her that Mo Xiaolang didn't die, but that he had to go to a faraway place. If she heard the news of Mo Xiaolang's death, she didn't need to be sad, and she also didn't need to spread the news that he wasn't dead. Yin Mengyao was the only thing that Mo Xiaolang cared about in Origin Spirit City. After finishing this matter, Long Chen and Xiao Lang left Origin Spirit City. This time, they went in the direction of Baiyang Town again. Xiao Lang, are you really sure that there is an Earth Stage monster in the depths of the Desolate Beast Realm? Long Chen asked. Xiao Lang nodded. When entering the Burning Sky Mystic Realm, Mo Xiaolang once mentioned that there was the most powerful monster in the depths of the Desolate Beast Realm. It was an Earth Stage monster. Because it wasn't suitable, Mo Xiaolang didn't think about obtaining the Source Beast soul from it. There was a reason why Long Chen was interested in this Earth Stage monster. In 10 days, the only way to greatly increase Long Chen's strength was to refine his blood into qi. In this region of Origin Spirit County, there was very little essence blood that could help Long Chen advance, so Long Chen could only look for Earth Stage monsters. 10 days later, he would completely settle the grudge between him and the Lingwu family. Moreover, Long Chen still hadn't taken revenge for Dongfang Xianxiao and Lingxi's coma to the Blue Dragon Patriarch. It was because of the Blue Dragon Patriarch that Lingxi's fate was unknown. The sun-devouring demonic wolf ran very fast on the ground. In half a day, Long Chen had already bypassed the peaceful Baiyang town and rushed into the Desolate Beast Realm. This time, he didn't stop and directly went towards the depths of the Desolate Beast Realm. This place that made his hair stand on end in the past was like walking on flat ground now. Mo Xiaolang had once gone deep into the Desolate Beast Realm and saw the location of the Earth Stage monster. Therefore it was very easy for him to find it. The gray miasma in the surroundings became denser and a suffocating aura filled the air. The surroundings were barren. At this moment, Long Chen felt a powerful aura in front of him. Xiao Lang directly rushed towards the monster. This time, Long Chen wasn't able to hunt the monster. After all, it was an Earth Stage monster. He wasn't its opponent. Therefore, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was the main force. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was very powerful. It would be a waste if Long Chen didn't use it. Therefore, he let Xiao Lang do it. What appeared in front of them was a similarly huge monster. It was about the same size as the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Of course, this was only its hunched body. If it stood up, it would definitely be much taller than the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Primary G Beast. Long Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that the Earth Stage monster that Mo Xiaolang mentioned was actually a Primary G Beast. Primary G Beasts belong to the category of monsters with a relatively large range of evolution. Adult Primary G Beasts were generally at the 9th level of the Mystic rank, but there were also some Primary G Beasts that were gifted since young and directly reached the Earth Stage when they grew up. Long Chen knew that the Celestial River Tier Source Beast Soul of Emperor Yuan was a first-level Earth Stage Primary G Beast. Emperor Yuan could find a 9th-level Earth Stage Primary G Beast for his grandson, but he couldn't find a 9th-level Earth Stage monster beast for himself. For the people of Yuanling City, a 9th-level Earth Stage monster beast was an unimaginable existence. Of course, although Emperor Yuan's Celestial River Tier Source Beast Soul was a 1st-level Earth Stage primary G beast, because his Mystic Stage Source Beast Soul was also a primary G beast, the compatibility was very high. This also led to Emperor Yuan's combat power surpassing that of the Blue Dragon Great Ancestor and the others who possessed mid-grade Earth Stage divine weapons. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a tall white ape. When it saw the sun-devouring demonic wolf, it suddenly stood up, roared wildly, and rushed towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Suddenly, the earth shook and the mountains shook. "Xiao Lang, it's up to you now." Long Chen laughed and turned over from the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. At this time, Xiao Lang grinned as if he felt very disdainful towards this primary G beast. Earth Stage Grade 1 against Earth Stage Grade 2. Moreover, Xiao Lang had the terrifying 9-nether demonic ancestral flame. Previously, he didn't test the power of the ancestral flame. Now that he encountered the primary G beast, he rushed forward frantically. When the primary G beast roared and swiped its claws towards his chest, the sun-devouring demonic wolf madly spat out a burning black flame. This black flame was like a tentacle, instantly climbing onto the primary G beast's snow-white head and then enveloping it. Long Chen heard the crackling sound of ice forming, and then the primary G beast fell to the ground. Xiao Lang landed steadily on the ground and gestured to Long Chen. So fast. Long Chen was a bit speechless. It could only be said that the sun-devouring demonic wolf was too terrifying. Of course, Long Chen knew that the most terrifying thing was the 9-nether demonic ancestral flame. Without the 9-nether demonic ancestral flame, it wouldn't be so easy for Xiao Lang to defeat the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Long Chen walked forward and saw that the primary G beast's head was frozen in black ice. Long Chen touched the ice slightly, and immediately, the primary G beast's head turned into ice fragments and fell down, leaving a headless corpse on the ground. "My beast core!" Long Chen groaned. The primary G beast's head was completely burnt to pieces. In other words, the Earth Realm Beast Core was gone. Chapter 268. Long Chen had 2,000 Sky River Pills now, and this Beast Core couldn't be sold for much. The reason why he was shouting was because he was a greedy man. After killing the Prime Extreme Beast, Xiao Lang stepped aside and waited quietly. Perhaps he was studying the clone of the Godly Flame. I wonder if Xiao Lang can create a clone of the Godly Flame with his demon beast body. Long Chen was thinking about this. During this process, he transformed into the Dragon Soul. For Long Chen, who possessed the incredible skill of transforming blood into energy, the dead body of an Earth-ranked demon beast was something that could only be found by luck. Now that the Prime Extreme Beast's blood had started to flow out, Long Chen hurriedly started transforming blood into energy. The blood essence of an Earth-ranked demon beast contained a massive amount of energy. Long Chen dared not rush it. The Prime Extreme Beast's body was huge, and there was a few tons of blood in it. Since no one would disturb him here, Long Chen slowed down his speed and started absorbing the blood essence while absorbing it. The Dantian was the foundation of a human's cultivation, and it also had its limit. The blood essence of an Earth-ranked demon beast was huge, and if Long Chen absorbed it all at once, his Dantian might be damaged. During the slow process, his true energy was also increasing. As time passed, the blood essence of the Prime Extreme Beast was getting lesser and lesser. More and more blood essence was being transformed into true energy by Long Chen. Then it flowed into his Dantian and merged with the heavenly core. This process lasted for half a day. Finally, when the Prime Extreme Beast's body was almost dried up, Long Chen stopped transforming blood into energy, because he could feel that the true energy in his Dantian had completely exploded. What he needed to do next was to use this huge amount of true energy to break through to the peak heavenly core realm. With the support of this huge amount of innate qi, everything went very smoothly. When all of the innate qi was channeled into the Dantian, under Long Chen's control, the peaceful innate qi started to fuse once again. In the end, it fused into a green bean-sized blood-red heavenly pill that floated in the center of Long Chen's Dantian. Of course, this bean-sized thing was the source of all of Long Chen's energy. Of course, this did not include the power of the Thunder Flame battle physique. After standing up, Long Chen sensed his own power. He had taken another step toward the realm of unparalleled powerhouses. When I first broke through to the mortal core realm, my mortal core was the size of an egg. But now, my heavenly core is only the size of a green bean, but it's many times stronger than before. This is amazing, Long Chen said with mixed emotions. The cultivation of the divine core realm has been completed. In the following days, I'll be breaking through to the heavenly river realm. With 2,000 heavenly river pills, it should be much easier for me to break through to the heavenly river realm compared to others. Foster father was once the strongest warrior below the heavenly river realm, but he didn't break through to the heavenly river realm. The reason was because he already had the ability to break through to the heavenly river realm, but he didn't have any heavenly river pills. With the Sky River pill, Long Chen finally understood the importance of the Sky River pill. There were still 9 days left until the final battle. Little Wolf was still pondering about the divine flame clone. Long Chen had broken through to the late heavenly core realm, and although he had some confidence in winning the final battle, he still dared not be careless. In the remaining 9 days, he was stabilizing his cultivation of the heavenly core realm while studying the 9 spinning flame shield and the divine flame clone. With his extraordinary comprehension ability, the 9 spinning flame shield wasn't difficult to cultivate, but the divine flame clone was more difficult to cultivate. After a period of discussion with Xiao Lang, Long Chen had some obvious results. A total of 4 divine flame clones. When will I be able to complete the 4th level? Long Chen thought to himself. The 4th level of the divine flame clone would allow him to have a total of 125 divine flame clones, and that would be an insane amount of true energy. However, with so many divine flame clones, it would require a huge amount of true energy. With Long Chen's current true energy, with the help of a high earth rank ability, he could only create 1 divine flame clone. When there was only 1 day left until the final battle, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang started their journey back to Yuanling City. This would be the most important battle for Long Chen. On one hand, it was to settle the scores between them, and on the other hand, it was to become an immortal realm divine guard. He didn't want the 9th prince to know about the fact that he had a divine flame clone, especially a complete one. Therefore, he could only rely on his own efforts. During the battle, Long Chen had purposely added the ancestor of Xuanwu into the battle. He wanted to completely cut off all the grudges between him and the Lingwu family. Of course, the ancestor of Xuanwu was left for Xiao Lang to deal with. Long Chen was a bit worried at first, but when he saw Xiao Lang killing the Yuanji beast in such a clean manner, he felt relieved. When he first came to Yuanling City, he was just a nobody at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. In less than a year, he had become one of the strongest men in Yuanling City. Because of the deliberate propaganda of the Morning Light Business League and the Beast Soul Palace, the matter of Long Chen and the Lingwu family had spread throughout the entire Yuanling City. Early in the morning, countless people rushed to the city wall because it was the best place to watch the battle. Above the long city wall, there were people crowding around everywhere. Everyone rubbed shoulders with each other and cursed incessantly. For these ordinary people at the bottom, the Lingwu family was a super giant. As for Long Chen, they seemed to have heard of him. He seemed to have occupied an inconspicuous position on the hidden dragon list. It was such a person who had the strength to fight against the Lingwu family. Who is this Long Chen? It is unbelievable that he is so bold. The Lingwu family has dominated Yuanling City for countless years. The only one who can fight against the Lingwu family is the Beast Soul Palace. Could it be that Long Chen is more powerful than the Beast Soul Palace? Impossible. Emperor Yuan is the strongest man in Yuanling City. I heard that Long Chen challenged the Blue Dragon ancestor of the Lingwu family. The Blue Dragon ancestor is also the top man in Yuanling City. I heard that Long Chen is not even 20 years old. I have never heard of his name before. Is there really such a monster? He fought against the Blue Dragon ancestor at the age of 20. Even if Long Chen lost, it is enough for him to go down in history. Wrong. In fact, you guys don't know. I heard that Long Chen has a very powerful demon beast. The one that the Lingwu family is really afraid of is this demon beast. That's why they agreed to Long Chen's challenge. Without this demon beast, I guess that Long Chen is nothing. It is not that exaggerated. I heard that he even broke one of Yan Donqing's arms. With such a result, he must be invincible among the young generation. We can only look up to him. Such conversations filled the entire city wall. Yuanling City had not been so lively for a long time. The noise almost poked a hole in the sky. On the city wall tower were the 9th prince and the big forces in Yuanling City. The people involved in the Lingwu family were also among them. Everyone looked in the direction of the highest point and continued to discuss. Everyone, I guess you guys don't know about a tragedy, right? A middle-aged god with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks said mysteriously. What is it? Say it. Quick. Don't rush. This is the latest news, right? The Lingwu family has sealed the news. If I was not well informed, you guys wouldn't know about it. Are you going to talk about Dongfang Xuanyu's suicide? The man frowned and said loudly. How do you know? The middle-aged man was shocked. Go to hell. I knew about this a few days ago. Everyone in Yuanling City knows about it. Only an idiot like you thinks it is a secret. I heard that at the exit of Burning Sky Mystery Territory, Dongfang Xuanyu's clothes were torn by Long Chen. After she went back, she was too ashamed to face anyone, so she committed suicide. That Long Chen is really daring. This time, he and the Lingwu family's grudge is really big. And it seems like someone from the Lingwu family died in his hands. Wasn't Long Chen from the Lingwu family before? Why would he have such a conflict with them? I heard that they are here to fight and settle their grudge. Let's just watch. Whether Long Chen is a mule or a horse, we will know when he shows up. Everyone's eyes were on the horizon outside Yuanling City. They knew that Long Chen would appear there. Or, he would stand everyone up. At this moment, in the spacious city tower of Yuanling City, the 9th prince was sitting on a white jade chair. This chair was very high. Even though he was lying down, the 9th prince could still see the situation below the city walls. The 3 major powers in Yuanling City were scattered around the 9th prince. The Beast Soul Hall and the Morning Light Business League were not the main characters, so they were quieter and more low profile. As for the Lingwu family, almost everyone who should be here was here. Other than the 4 patriarchs, there were more than 10 elder Xian, for heads of the Lingwu family, and so on. Everyone's faces were ashen. This was the most difficult time for the Lingwu family. Especially Dongfang Xuanyu's death, it made the Lingwu family situation even worse. This grudge had reached the point where it had to be settled. At this moment, Dongfang Xianfeng looked at the empty horizon. Then, he moved closer to the patriarch of the Blue Dragon and asked, Father, does this guy have the guts to come? I heard that he is equivalent to an immortal realm divine guard. He should come. The patriarch of the Blue Dragon looked into the distance. His eyes were calm. Only by looking closely could one see the craziest killing intent hidden in the deepest part of his eyes. If he doesn't die this time, the reputation of the Lingwu family will fall into an endless abyss. In addition, we will lose the position of the city lord. When can we have a chance to make a comeback? Dongfang Xianfeng sighed. The death of the son he was most proud of caused a ball of anger to accumulate in his heart. Don't worry. He will come and he will die. And the Lingwu family will never be defeated. The patriarch of the Blue Dragon said decisively after a moment of silence. There is no right or wrong in this conflict. We can only blame ourselves for not roping in this monstrous genius and underestimating him. I didn't expect that I would realize this at this age. The only thing we can do now is to get rid of him completely. Only then can we restore our reputation and status, Dongfang Xianfeng said. He is here. The patriarch of the Blue Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, what made everyone excited was the sight of a man and a wolf sprinting over from the horizon. Chapter 269. He actually came. When the man and the wolf slowly appeared on the horizon, everyone could not help but admire Long Chen's courage. What he was going to do was to have a life-and-death battle with the most powerful expert in Yuanling City in front of everyone. Was this something that a young man less than 20 years old could do? The tens of thousands of people on the city wall stared fixedly at the legendary Long Chen. Long Chen doesn't look special, but I didn't expect that such a young man could reach such a level. Even if he dies in the hands of the Blue Dragon Patriarch, he will leave a deep mark in the history of Yuanling City. At this moment, when they saw Long Chen appear, the eyes of the Lingwu family flashed with hatred. He really dares to come. This guy is really brave. Patriarch Xuanwu was also about to participate in the battle. He stood next to the Blue Dragon Patriarch and looked at Long Chen and Xiao Lang with a gloomy look. Fourth brother, that demonic beast is not simple. There must be something strange about the demonic beasts in the sky-burning mystery land. When you fight, just try your best to restrain it. After I take care of Long Chen, I will join you to deal with the demonic beast, said the Blue Dragon Patriarch. I understand. Patriarch Xuanwu nodded. Smoke and dust rose along the way. Long Chen looked at the crowded city wall of Yuanling City not far away. So many people were watching. He knew that it was all caused by himself. From a nobody to such a powerful person, he had gone through many obstacles and experienced many life-and-death situations. Thinking of his own experience, he sighed. Now the last challenge was to defeat the Blue Dragon Patriarch, win the 9th Prince's favor, and become an immortal realm divine guard. Xiao Lang, go all out and start a new journey for us brothers. Long Chen was full of fighting spirit. In response to him, Xiao Lang also gave a high-spirited howl. The desolate and powerful voice instantly penetrated the entire Yuanling City. The aura of the earth-ranked demonic beast made all the beasts in Yuanling City tremble. In an extremely flashy manner, Long Chen and Xiao Lang stopped outside the gate of Yuanling City. Your Highness 9th Prince, I am here to fight. Long Chen raised his head and shouted to the people in the city tower. Very good. The 9th Prince smiled faintly. He looked at Long Chen with an appreciative expression, as if he was surprised that a place like Yuanling City could produce someone like Long Chen. After getting the 9th Prince's response, Long Chen jumped down from Xiao Lang's back. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit and intense killing intent. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the city tower and shouted, Patriarch Blue Dragon, Patriarch Xuanwu, get your ass down here. Get your ass down here. The shout contained Long Chen's late heavenly core true energy. In an instant, the entire city wall started shaking, and the rumbling sound made all the onlookers feel dizzy. They had thought Long Chen was too young to have much combat strength, but from the shout, they could tell that Long Chen was not an ordinary young man. However, Long Chen was being too rude. In front of so many people, he actually told the 2 patriarchs to get the hell out of here. What a courageous man. At least, there weren't many people here who could tell Patriarch Blue Dragon to get the hell out of here and still survive. Bastard, you're courting death. When their father was humiliated by Long Chen, Dongfang Xianfeng and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Just as they were about to rush down the city tower, Patriarch Blue Dragon gently stopped them and said, This is a battle of life and death. There's no need to care about these irrelevant words. The more he humiliated me, the more pain I'll give him. Yes, father. Dongfang Xianfeng admired his father from the bottom of his heart. Patriarch Blue Dragon and Patriarch Xuanwu looked at each other. Then they told the 9th Prince what to do. After that, they jumped down from the city tower and stood 30 meters away from Long Chen, facing Long Chen. Kid, if you don't have anything else to say, then die. Patriarch Blue Dragon said with a gloomy expression. Of course. Long Chen smiled faintly and said loudly, First of all, I need to make it clear that today's battle is mainly to end all the grudges between us. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, it has nothing to do with each other. My family, relatives, and friends will not seek revenge from the Lingwu family, and the Lingwu family will not attack my family either. Even if they try to suppress us secretly, it won't work. I don't know if you dare to agree to this. For Patriarch Blue Dragon, this was not important. Moreover, he didn't think that he would lose to Long Chen, nor did he think that Long Chen's family would bring trouble to the Lingwu family. Patriarch Blue Dragon knew that Long Chen was worried that the Lingwu family would not let his family go after him after he killed him. To be honest, the only person Patriarch Blue Dragon wanted to kill was Long Chen. It had nothing to do with his useless family members. I agree to this. After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, there will be no grudges between our 2 families. However, this battle is not about life and death. If I die, I will not blame anyone. The family members of the deceased will not be allowed to avenge me, Patriarch Blue Dragon said. Since you have agreed to this, Your Highness, please be a witness for us. Halfway through his sentence, Long Chen raised his head and looked in the direction of the tower. At this moment, the 9th Prince's indifferent voice resounded. I've already noted this matter down. If anyone secretly breaks the promise, I'll personally kill them. You can rest assured. With the 9th Prince's words and countless witnesses, Long Chen was relieved. Xiao Lang, be careful. Don't underestimate that big guy. Of course, the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral flame is your trump card. Don't show it easily and make others jealous. Xiao Lang understood what Long Chen said, so he nodded. Long Chen raised his head and said to the Patriarch Blue Dragon, Since we have agreed, let's start the battle. Blue Dragon, you old dog, follow me. Then, he left Xiao Lang and walked to the left, leaving enough space for the battle between the 2 sides. The words, Blue Dragon, "You old dog," enraged the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Without hesitation, he chased after Long Chen. The people on the city tower gasped in admiration at the speed of the heavenly river Tier. Meanwhile, the Xuanwu Patriarch had his eyes on Mo Xiaolang. "Your demonic beast is similar to the moon-devouring demonic wolf, but it is much stronger. I have seen a lot of things, but I have never seen a demonic beast like you." Of course, the Xuanwu Patriarch didn't know that the moon-devouring demonic wolf had gone extinct a long time ago. Back then, Mo Xiaolang had been particularly interested in wolf-type demonic beasts, so he had found information about the moon-devouring demonic wolf from an ancient book. Even the 9th prince didn't know about the moon-devouring demonic wolf. He now believed that it was just a mutated moon-devouring demonic wolf. Xiaolang couldn't speak. He could only stare at his opponent with a gloomy expression. He lowered his head and roared. Then, his whole body turned into a black whirlwind and rushed towards the Xuanwu Patriarch. "You are indeed a legendary Earth-ranked demonic beast. However, without human intelligence, how can you fight with others?" The Xuanwu Patriarch laughed heartily. He held the Xuanwu Divine Axe and slashed at Xiaolang. In fact, the Xuanwu Patriarch was more powerful than the Blue Dragon Patriarch. However, even if the two of them were more powerful, they were not the main characters today. The main characters today were Long Chen and the Blue Dragon Patriarch. When the Xuanwu Patriarch and Xiaolang started fighting, Long Chen had already used the Dragon Soul transformation in the process of rushing forward. The nature of his true energy soared. In terms of true energy alone, Long Chen had reached the heavenly river Tier. However, without the power of stars, his true energy was still inferior to that of the Blue Dragon Patriarch. The Blue Dragon Halberd was the weapon that the Blue Dragon Patriarch had used for more than 10 years, but now it was in the hands of Long Chen. It was a bit ironic. Therefore, when he saw Long Chen using the Blue Dragon Halberd to fight against him, the eyes of the Blue Dragon Patriarch were completely covered with a layer of blood. The halberd in his hand was only an advanced profound-level combat skill. As the most powerful person in the Lingwu family, it was really a bit shameful for him to use an advanced profound-level halberd. "I heard that Long Chen has also mastered the Earth-level combat skill, Dragon Battle Starfield. However, compared to my ultimate combat skill, Dragon Battle Starfield is nothing," the Blue Dragon Patriarch thought to himself. In fact, judging from the true energy that erupted during Long Chen's attack, the Blue Dragon Patriarch could feel that he seemed to have true energy that was close to the Heavenly River state. Moreover, the blood-red scales on his body also looked a bit hideous and terrifying. No wonder this guy can surpass Yan Danqing and become the strongest of the younger generation. Under the sunlight, the blood-red Long Chen, holding the Blue Dragon Halberd covered with cyan dragon scales, suddenly charged at the Blue Dragon Patriarch. At that moment, the Blue Dragon Patriarch was in a trance. He seemed to see a blood-red divine dragon that could destroy heaven and earth. Impossible. I'm hallucinating. Dragons only existed in myths. The Blue Dragon Patriarch shook his head to get rid of this inexplicable thought and then dealt with Long Chen's attack. The sunlight today was so strong that it even blurred people's vision. Long Chen's back was facing the sun, and the Blue Dragon Patriarch was facing the light of the sun. He couldn't open his eyes. Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. As he rushed forward, 2 dazzling sword chi slashed at the Blue Dragon Patriarch. When he used the sword chi, Long Chen suddenly swung the Blue Dragon Halberd in a big circle, turned around and slashed. Suddenly, a whistling blue dragon shadow rushed at the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Blue Dragon Combat Technique. Break the underworld, shatter the green netherworld. Under the cover of the demonic spirit sword finger, the Blue Dragon Halberd was the main attack. In an instant, the Blue Dragon Patriarch was faced with such a powerful attack. Seeing such a scene, the people on the city wall went into an uproar. Previously, they had only thought of Long Chen as an audacious junior. However, from this battle, they could tell that Long Chen seemed to be surging forward. "Are you the only one who knows the Blue Dragon combat technique?" The Blue Dragon Patriarch sneered. Chapter 270. When Long Chen used the Blue Dragon combat technique to attack the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon, the Great Ancestor of the Blue Dragon also waved his combat technique crazily. The genuine chi that belonged to the Heavenly River State suddenly burst out. Suddenly, a huge wave that belonged to the Star River swept towards Long Chen, almost throwing Long Chen off. "Oh no! I still underestimated the power of the Heavenly River State." This majestic power seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth, sharp and vast. Just the impact made Long Chen a little unstable, and the attack in his hand was also affected. As expected, the gap between the great realms was much greater than that between the small realms. It could be said that Long Chen had caught up with the great ancestor of the Blue Dragon in terms of genuine qi, but there was still a big gap in the realm. Blue Dragon Combat Technique. Break the underworld, break the green hell, break. At this time, the great ancestor of the Blue Dragon also waved the Blue Dragon halberd crazily. The power of the stars was constantly instilled into the halberd in his hand. Then, he let out a roar and attacked towards Long Chen's attack. Go to hell. Rumble. The weapons of the two collided, making a series of explosions. Suddenly, the yellow sand outside Yuanling City was flying. The people on the city wall stretched their necks to see, and there were curses everywhere. The city wall was so small that only a few people could see clearly. How is it? Did anyone die? Did Long Chen get killed? You are the one who got killed. Fuck, who stole my Qiankuan bag? What? Long Chen has been killed? So fast. The noise and excitement on the city wall were much more intense than those below the city wall. At this time, Long Chen was dealing with the storm-like attacks of the great ancestor of the Blue Dragon. He had to admit that the great ancestor of the Blue Dragon was indeed a very difficult opponent. Long Chen used the Blue Dragon combat technique, but not only did he not defeat the great ancestor, but he was also suppressed and forced to retreat. How can this guy understand the power of the Heavenly River State? In the city tower, many people sneered, and Dongfang Xianfeng was also full of joy. Of course, this was also within his expectation. However, even though Long Chen was being suppressed, he was not afraid. This was only the beginning. The true Dragon 9 flashes beneath Long Chen's feet frantically moved. In reality, Long Chen had used the true Dragon 9 flashes twice in a row. He had already changed 18 positions. To be able to use the true Dragon 9 flashes to such an extent was a testament to his exceptional talent. With a final flash, Long Chen deflected the Blue Dragon Patriarch's attack and rushed to the Blue Dragon Patriarch's side. The Blue Dragon battle halberd suddenly spun and attacked the enemy again. Insignificant skill. The Patriarch of the Blue Dragon sneered. Although the combat technique in his hand was ordinary, it was infused with the power of the Heavenly River Tier, and it was even more powerful than the Blue Dragon's halberd. Every time their weapons collided, the Blue Dragon's halberd was almost knocked away. The outcome is still uncertain. Stop boasting in front of me, you old bastard. Long Chen bellowed and waved his battle skill crazily. At the same time, he kept using the true Dragon's 9 flash to change his figure. Even the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon had to take such unpredictable attacks seriously. Time passed gradually. The battle that everyone thought could be decided in an instant actually lasted for a long time, which shocked everyone more and more. After all, Long Chen was less than 20 years old. He was only 17 years old today, but he could survive for so long in front of the Patriarch of the Blue Dragon realm, and even fight back. From this, it could be seen how monstrous Long Chen was. Although Yan Danqing was known as a genius, he was probably not even qualified to carry shoes for Long Chen. This Long Chen is really nature-defying. It's been a long time since there was such a peerless genius in Yuanling City. From today on, Long Chen's name would spread throughout the entire Yuanling County. He would replace Yan Danqing as the #1 genius and be remembered by everyone. However, everyone wondered if Long Chen would truly defeat the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm, just like the Black Wolf under him. At this moment, even though the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm wielded the divine axe of Xuanwu, he was still in danger under the attack of the Black Wolf. And this was because Mo Xiaolang was deliberately controlling it. He did not even use the mysterious 9 darkness demonic ancestral fire. He only used his demon qi and the battle skills of the sun-devouring demonic wolf to wear down the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm. In terms of demon qi, he was a level higher than the old ancestor of the Xuanwu realm, so he could obviously suppress him. On the other hand, Long Chen's battle was much more intense. Dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. Earth-class battle skills danced wildly in Long Chen's hands as he attacked the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm. In an instant, the tip of the halberd turned into thousands of dragon shadows that enveloped the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm. Dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. I've used it for more than 10 years. How dare you show it off in front of me? The old ancestor of the Blue Dragon realm laughed aloud. His actions were exactly the same as Long Chen's. He also used the dragon battle in the Star Wilderness. Everyone could tell that the dragon battle in the Star Wilderness of the Blue Dragon Realm seemed to be more offensive and destructive. Clang, clang, clang. A series of weapons collided, creating an ear-piercing sound. The sharp sound made everyone cover their ears unconsciously as they watched the battle between Long Chen and the old ancestor with furrowed brows. Long Chen is going to lose. When they saw that Long Chen was sent flying, someone screamed. Suddenly, there was an uproar on the city wall. Hearing the tide-like praise, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon Realm smiled. He raised his battle skills and charged towards Long Chen. He said gloomily, "Brat, it's time to decide the winner." Dang. At this time, the old ancestor of the Blue Dragon Realm unleashed all his true energy. Suddenly, he looked like a huge glowing body. He turned into a phantom and rushed towards Long Chen. The halberd in his hand was dragged on the ground, creating clusters of sparks. The true energy of the Heavenly River Realm was surging in the battle skills. I'll let you see the strongest move I've comprehended from the Blue Dragon halberd. This is the strongest move of the previous family heads. After saying that, his true energy frantically surged towards the halberd in his hand. A dragon's roar exploded out of nowhere. At this time, the battle skills in his hand suddenly rose, and a huge green dragon soul suddenly rose, sweeping towards Long Chen. Blue Dragon battle skills. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven. Long Chen was very familiar with this move. He had used it before. However, the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven used by the Blue Dragon Realm ancestor was at least several times stronger than his. Just like his Dragon Battle Starfield was not as good as the opponent's Dragon Battle Starfield. This was purely a difference in cultivation level. When the vast attack, Dragon Soaring to the 9th heaven, was performed, everyone made a noise and let out bursts of pity. They knew that under the ultimate move of the Blue Dragon Realm ancestor, Long Chen basically had no chance of surviving. The horror of the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven made everyone's scalp go numb, even if they were not there. Dragon soaring to the 9th heaven can also be regarded as an ultimate move. Long Chen smiled coldly. He knew that the Blue Dragon battle skills still had one last move. Although he did not know how to use it, he knew that it was the strongest attack of the Blue Dragon battle skills. However, was the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven really going to destroy Long Chen? When the Blue Dragon ancestor used this move, those who had been to the Burning Sky secret realm knew that Long Chen also knew this move. They thought that Long Chen would clash head-on with the Blue Dragon ancestor, but this time, Long Chen chose to retreat. He knew that even if he used the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven, he would more or less be sent flying with blood spurting out. Therefore, Long Chen did not hesitate. At this time, when the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven shrouded him, he actually put down the Blue Dragon halberd. Long Chen is committing suicide. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Although there was no way to resist, he should at least fight for the last time. An even louder uproar swept across the city wall. Even the 9th prince sat up on his recliner, looking at the scene with some doubt. When he saw the passionate eyes of Long Chen, the 9th prince knew that he definitely had a move. Just when everyone thought that Long Chen was courting death, Long Chen actually moved. He stretched out his hands and slowly drew a circle in front of his chest. At first, his movement was very slow, but then it kept accelerating until his hands turned into a phantom. Vigorous true qi kept gushing out of his hands. Under the control of his hands, it kept rotating and gradually turned into a vortex of true qi. 9 spirals fire shield. First rotation. The corner of Long Chen's mouth gently spat out these words. Then his eyes lit up, because at this time, the entire vortex of true qi had already been completely formed. Then, his true qi erupted and transformed into a raging flame shield with a diameter of more than 2 meters. It blocked in front of Long Chen. Second rotation. The 9 spirals fire shield crazily rotated. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Every time it completed a rotation, the color of the flame deepened a lot. Before the dragon soaring to the 9th heaven arrived, Long Chen clenched his teeth and finally reached his limit. 9 spirals fire shield. Sixth rotation. In these 10 days of cultivation, Long Chen had cultivated the 9 spiral flame shield to the 6th spiral realm. However, the 9 spiral flame shield was a mid-earth class battle skill, and it was extremely superior. Long Chen was confident that he could deal with the mid-earth class dragon soars to the 9th heaven. However, his 9 spirals fire shield had startled the 9th prince to the point that he stood up. After seeing that it really was the 9 spirals fire shield, his eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, Yan Danqing, who was watching the battle, was also startled. He looked in the direction of the 9th prince, but he saw that the 9th prince was completely ignoring him, so he could only give up. At this time, he had already reattached his broken arm, but the scar in his heart could never be healed. How can Long Chen have the 9 spirals fire shield? This was the biggest question in the hearts of the 9th prince and Yan Danqing. Among them, Yan Danqing thought about it more deeply. When he thought about this point, his eyes became bloodshot. The 9th prince said that if Long Chen can defeat the ancestor of the blue dragon, he will give the immortal realm divine guard to him. It seems that the 9th prince is really protecting him. He even took my 9 spirals fire shield and gave it to Long Chen. Isn't this clearly showing that he doesn't want me to be an immortal realm divine guard? The inheritance is obviously mine. Why did that dog Long Chen benefit from it? At this moment, Yan Danqing's heart was filled with hatred and anger. The grievance in his heart had already made him on the verge of collapse. When he thought about how the fruit of his hard work was actually given to someone else, he wanted to kill everyone. However, there was no other way. The 9th prince was the 9th prince. His status and strength were there for all to see. What could Yan Danqing do? He could only blame all his hatred on Long Chen. And at this moment, an even louder noise was heard. Chapter 271. The clamor was because the dragon soars to the 9th heaven, and the 9 revolutions fire shield finally had a head-on collision. Everyone originally thought that Long Chen would definitely die. But when Long Chen used the 9 revolutions fire shield, they all knew that Long Chen still had hope. The vast dragon soars to the 9th heaven, that almost real dragon shadow, with a loud bang collided with Long Chen's 9 revolutions fire shield. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the yellow ground was shaken into a huge pit. Sand and dust filled the sky, flying everywhere, blocking everyone's line of sight. The yellow sand danced wildly. One could vaguely see that the 9 revolving fire shield was rotating crazily. It was like a grinder, completely dispersing the power of the 9 heavens. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The berserk power directly smashed into the surrounding ground, forming huge pits, causing even more dust to explode. At this time, Long Chen was facing a huge pressure. He held the 9 revolutions fire shield, as if he was using his hands to support a mountain. Although it was heavy, but Long Chen was happy, because he discovered that the pure defense of the 9 revolutions fire shield was completely able to block the power of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven. The essence of the 9 revolutions fire shield was the word revolve. It was not a direct confrontation, but through the rotation, it poured out the power of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven. How is this possible? Feeling that his attack had completely hit the air, there was no need to mention how shocked the blue dragon ancestor was. His eyes became blood red, and he madly roared. Long Chen, do you think you can block me like this? Go to hell. After saying that, he added the output of true qi, almost using all the true qi in his body to drive the attack. The violent energy directly shook Long Chen a few steps back. Die! Long Chen clenched his teeth, firmly blocking. From the beginning to the end, he did not let the opponent take a step forward. When he felt that it was about time, at that time, he actually let go of one of his hands, sucking up the blue dragon halberd from the ground, controlling it in his own hands. Old ghost, at this point, you still don't understand who the person who died is? Long Chen roared. When the 9 revolving fire shield blocked the opponent's attack, Long Chen knew that hope was right in front of him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a sneer. That strange blood-red whirlpool appeared on his fine scales. A swallowing ability was formed out of thin air. Devouring blood world. At this moment, Long Chen used the mystique bestowed upon him by the divine dragon's inheritance blood essence. The blood-red mist permeated the small area and instantly enveloped the blue dragon patriarch. This time, Long Chen controlled the area of the devouring blood world to deal with only the blue dragon patriarch. Therefore, the pressure of the blue dragon patriarch's blood was greater than anyone else's. What is this thing? When the blue dragon patriarch, who was using his ultimate technique with all his might, saw the surrounding blood-red mist, he immediately turned pale with fright. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the blood in his entire body was boiling. The blood that originally belonged to him did not seem to belong to him at this moment as it stirred crazily in his body. The internal body was the weakest part of a person. How could the Blue Dragon Patriarch execute his attack in such a situation? Moreover, the turbulence of the blood had already caused the Blue Dragon Patriarch to suffer a backlash, injuring his internal organs. How could this happen? Long Chen, what kind of monster are you? The Blue Dragon Patriarch, who was originally calm, suddenly let out a horrified cry. This made the onlookers' scalps go numb. Surrounded by the blood-red mist, they could only vaguely see the position of the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Old ghost, I won't say any more. From the moment you put my precious Lingxi into a deep sleep, I've already decided to kill you. And the time is now. Long Chen snorted coldly. At this moment, he withdrew the 9 Revolutions fire shield and directly used his body to resist the remaining attack of the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Then, he suddenly burst out with the Blue Dragon halberd in his hand. Another dragon's soul suddenly burst out and rushed towards the Blue Dragon Patriarch. I'll let you die by the move you're most proud of. Blue Dragon Combat Technique. Dragon soars to the 9th heaven. Dang. At this moment, the Blue Dragon Patriarch had exhausted his true chi and his entire body was almost confined by the devouring blood world. When he saw the Cyan Dragon shadow below him, he completely collapsed. Impossible. How could I die by your hands? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Ah! The crazed cry of despair of the Blue Dragon Patriarch before his death sent chills down everyone's spines. They could only watch as the Cyan Dragon shadow directly swallowed the Blue Dragon Patriarch and sent him flying up into the sky. Then, he fell down and smashed into the ground. Under the impact of the dragon soars to the 9th heaven, all the bones in the Blue Dragon Patriarch's body were shattered. His meridians were broken, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were smashed. When he fell to the ground, smoke and dust filled the sky. He couldn't be more dead. As for Long Chen, he put away the Blue Dragon halberd and the dragon soul transformation. He stood in front of the Blue Dragon Patriarch and looked at him indifferently. This scene caused the scene to remain silent for a few breaths of time. Then, all kinds of noise and discussions broke out. The minds of the people on the city wall went blank. Seeing the birth of this miracle with their own eyes, they couldn't come back to their senses. They looked at each other, and even their voices were trembling. Everyone, did I see it wrong? Dragon. Long Chen killed the Blue Dragon Patriarch, a peerless expert. It should be right. I didn't see it wrong. I saw it too. Don't be silly. It's the truth. Long Chen is really the peerless genius of our Yuanling city. He is less than 20 years old, but he killed a warrior in the Heavenly River realm. What does this mean? Genius, that's the only word that can describe him. On this day, Long Chen was officially promoted to the super overlord level of Yuanling City. On the city wall, some were happy, and some were sad. The Morning Light Business League was the only force that was happy about Long Chen's victory. Their opponents were all weakened, and they were the only ones that didn't matter, which was also something to be happy about. The Beast Soul Palace, on the other hand, was likely to lose the position of the Celestial Realm Divine Guards and the City Lord's Mansion. As for the Lingwu family, they were angry and resentful. At this time, all the members of the Lingwu family saw the Blue Dragon Patriarch die in the hands of Long Chen. They felt like they were struck by lightning and couldn't believe it, but the truth was right there. Although the Azure Dragon Old Ancestor and Long Chen had agreed that this duel was to resolve their grudges, regardless of whether they would live or die, most of them threw the matter to the back of their minds when the Azure Dragon Old Ancestor died and rushed down the city tower. Lingwu family, do you want to be annihilated? The butler in black blocked their way and said coldly. The word annihilation made the members of the Lingwu family shiver from their toes to their heads. This cold word stopped them in their tracks and forced them to suppress the anger in their hearts. Don't forget the agreement between you and Long Chen. As the #1 family of Yuanling City, you can't even keep this basic promise. The voice of the 9th prince sounded in their ears. All the members of the Lingwu family felt chills down their spines. At this time, although there was anger and resentment in their hearts, they had no choice but to suppress it. The death of the Blue Dragon Patriarch was definitely a huge blow to the Lingwu family. They still couldn't believe this fact. Even those who weren't related to it found it hard to accept this, let alone them. Just when the members of the Lingwu family were blocked by the 9th prince, there was another commotion below. The people on the city wall looked over and saw the black wolf howling at the sky. Beneath him was the mutilated corpse of the Xuanwu Patriarch. A black ray of light flew towards the Beitang family's ancestral tomb. It was the Xuanwu divine axe. Fourth brother is dead too. This was a bolt out of the blue. The members of the Lingwu family lost their souls. Most of them were pale and had to be supported by the people next to them. The Lingwu family had lost 2 patriarchs. The glory of the #1 family of Yuanling City was completely gone. Everyone knew that it was Long Chen, a nobody, who caused the decline of this powerful family. Shock could no longer describe everyone's feelings. They felt that everything that happened today was a dream. In their dream, they witnessed the birth of a miracle. This young man named Long Chen. His name would shake the entire Yuanling County from today onwards. No one had ever been able to shake the superpower of Yuanling City with their own strength, but Long Chen did it. Your Highness, us siblings will bring our eldest brother and fourth brother home. The White Tiger Patriarch's hoarse voice sounded a little old. Go. The 9th prince said indifferently. The Lingwu family had been completely defeated today. It was time for them to leave. If they stayed here, they would only lose more face. Everyone was looking at the members of the Lingwu family quietly cleaning up the bodies of the Blue Dragon Patriarch and the Xuanwu Patriarch. The dead should be respected. Long Chen and Xiao Lang retreated to the side. Conflict had nothing to do with right or wrong. Long Chen and the Lingwu family had reached a point where it was either you die or I live. Today's ending was within his expectations. If it wasn't for Long Chen's efforts, he would be the one being cleaned up. Therefore, he didn't feel pity. In this world, the winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. This was a very normal thing. From the beginning to the end, the members of the Lingwu family didn't look at Long Chen. They were already afraid of this young man's brilliance. Yin Mengyao was hiding among the endless crowd. She had been watching this battle from the beginning to the end. She was still tightly holding a letter in her hand. That was the letter that Long Chen had left for her, telling her that Mo Xiaolang was still alive. Yin Mengyao read the letter first and then heard that Mo Xiaolang was dead. Therefore, she didn't experience the sorrow. Today, she mainly came to see Long Chen and even wanted to find a chance to ask about Mo Xiaolang's whereabouts. However, she realized that she couldn't get close to this young man because his brilliance was too dazzling. Is this Long Chen the Long Chen who participated in the selection battle with me a few months ago? Yin Mengyao felt like she was dreaming. At this moment, Yin Mengyao saw the sun devouring demonic wolf beside Long Chen. How can the eyes of this demonic beast be so pure? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Yin Mengyao was shocked. Chapter 272. Yin Mengyao could see Long Chen, but Long Chen couldn't see Yin Mengyao. After defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch and killing him, the most important thing now was the matter of the Immortal Realm Divine Guards. The departure of the Lingwu family represented the decline of a super force that had dominated Yuanling City for many years, and Long Chen was the rising star of Yuanling City. Of course, Long Chen would not stay in Yuanling City. This place was no longer enough for him to grow. As long as he went to a wider sky, he could soar to his heart's content. Baiyang Imperial City should be such a place. The surrounding countries were about the same size as the Songyang Kingdom, far from the scale of the 10 Great Holy Dynasties, and the 10 Great Holy Dynasties were an unreachable existence for the current Long Chen. There was no relatively powerful demonic beast mountain range near the Songyang Kingdom. Only Baiyang Imperial City and Niyang's Immortal Realm were the most suitable places for Long Chen. Even if he didn't become an Immortal Realm Divine Guard, Long Chen would still return to Baiyang Imperial City. The Immortal Realm Divine Guard only gave Long Chen a legal identity. At this time, the shock brought to everyone by Long Chen's defeat of the Blue Dragon Patriarch was still not over. Everyone was looking at this calm-looking young man and exclaiming in admiration. In the history of Yuanling City, no one had ever reached the level of Long Chen. As soon as the Lingwu family left, the most flustered one was the Beast Soul Hall. At this time, Emperor Yuan led the people of the Beast Soul Hall to the side of the 9th prince and looked at the 9th prince with sparkling eyes. They knew that it was time for the 9th prince to make a decision. Among them, the most nervous person was Yan Danqing. In his opinion, the Immortal Realm Divine Guard was something he had painstakingly obtained by himself. Now, he might even have to give it to Long Chen. How could he be willing? How could the meat in their hands be snatched away and given to Long Chen? At the crucial moment, Long Chen raised his head and looked at the 9th prince, who was standing on the city gate tower. He opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, I've already defeated Patriarch Azure Dragon." According to the agreement, I should be the immortal realm divine guard, right? Before the ninth prince could speak, Yan Danqing was the first to panic. His face was gloomy as he said, "Bullshit. The one who obtained the inheritance of the burning sky secret realm is me. Who do you think you are? Of course I'm nothing, but you were defeated by me. Who do you think you are? Defeated by me? What qualifications do you have to be an immortal realm divine guard? Aren't you afraid of going to Baiyang Imperial City and humiliating the people of Yuanling City? Everyone, am I right?" Long Chen faintly smiled and then raised his voice to ask everyone. After defeating the Blue Dragon Patriarch, Long Chen gained unprecedented popularity. At this time when he said this, in Yuanling City, as long as there were spectators, most of them jeered yes. Let Long Chen be an immortal realm divine guard. Long Chen's current strength far exceeded Yan Danqing's. If he went to Baiyang Imperial City, he would also be able to shine even more brilliantly. As for Yan Danqing, he might lose the face of the people of Yuanling City. This earth-shattering jeering made Yan Danqing's face pale to the extreme. His whole body trembled. Even Emperor Yuan, who was next to him, had an ugly expression. "Your Highness, since the rules have been set, I hope Your Highness will not break them. According to the rules, the person who obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor is Yan Danqing." Emperor Yuan said to the ninth prince sternly. "Who said that only Yan Danqing obtained the inheritance?" The ninth prince interrupted Emperor Yuan and suddenly laughed. Then he turned his head, looked at Long Chen appreciatively, and said in a clear voice, "Just now, Long Chen used the 9-spinning fire shield, which is the famous combat skill of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. In other words, Long Chen also obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor, and Long Chen is stronger than Yan Danqing. Therefore, I have decided that the immortal realm divine guard will be Long Chen." As soon as the ninth prince said this, the people of Yuanling City suddenly cheered loudly. The Beast Soul Palace and the Lingwu family were the super forces of Yuanling City, and they usually oppressed these commoners. But Long Chen's status was much closer to theirs, so they naturally supported Long Chen. Finally becoming an immortal realm divine guard, Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, the fact that the ninth prince said that he obtained the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor made him a little worried. He didn't know what the ninth prince meant by this. "Nonsense, Long Chen didn't obtain the 9-spinning fire shield at all," Yan Danqing said anxiously. "Then tell me, where did he get the 9-spinning fire shield?" The ninth prince asked in reply. Yan Danqing originally wanted to say that you gave it to him, but he had already made an agreement with the ninth prince that the 9-spinning fire shield and other things were in the hands of the ninth prince. Emperor Yuan obviously knew that his grandson was indignant. He quickly pulled him back, frowned, and said to the ninth prince, "Your Highness, isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? Yan Jibai, it seems that you don't want the position of the city lord's mansion anymore, right?" The ninth prince said faintly and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he looked at Long Chen with a smile and said, "Come up. What are you doing standing here?" The ninth prince's words made Emperor Yuan completely shut his mouth. He knew that since the ninth prince even said those words, the matter of the immortal realm divine guards was already beyond discussion. However, fortunately, there was still the position of the city lord's mansion. Only then did he feel some comfort in his heart. Emperor Yuan had lived for so many years. He naturally knew when to lower his head. However, Yan Danqing didn't understand. When he heard with his own ears that the matter of the immortal realm divine guards was completely blown up, his breathing gradually became heavy and his eyes turned red. If it weren't for Emperor Yuan stopping him, he would have lost his mind. "Danqing, let's go back." After saying this, Emperor Yuan cupped his hands towards the ninth prince and said, "Your Highness, since the matter is over, we will take our leave first." "Ahem." The ninth prince didn't even look at him and just nodded. In the eyes of the ninth prince, Emperor Yuan's value wasn't even 1/10 of Long Chen's. Emperor Yuan's expression was calm as he left with the people of Beast Soul Palace. When he turned around, a trace of hostility and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Today was the most aggrieved he had ever been in his life, and the person who caused this was Long Chen. After walking down from the city tower, Yan Danqing and Emperor Yuan finally recovered a little from their anger. Emperor Yuan said with some emotion, "Danqing, this time, Grandpa is useless. I didn't manage to protect your honor." "Grandpa, I'm fine," Yan Danqing said faintly. No one knew how much anger was hidden under his calm expression. "It's good that you're fine. I hope you can withstand this blow. At least, we have the right to manage Yuanling City. From now on, our Beast Soul Palace will flourish. At that time, you will be able to get more resources. Surpassing that Long Chen won't be a dream anymore, Emperor Yuan said affirmatively. I know, Grandpa. I want to go out alone to relax and calm down. You guys can go back first, Yan Danqing said. Looking at his proudest grandson being so disappointed at this time, Emperor Yuan also felt very uncomfortable. He nodded and said, Go, remember to come back early. From today onwards, I will personally guide you on the path forward. I have already prepared enough Tianhe pills to help you break through to the Heavenly River realm. Just like that, Yan Danqing left alone. He really wanted to find a place to be quiet so that he could have the mood to welcome the upcoming cultivation. In fact, in Yuanling City, there weren't many people who had seen Yan Danqing's true appearance, so for a while, no one recognized him. If they did, they would definitely point at him and talk about him. Suddenly, Yan Danqing saw a dainty figure in the crowd. Before entering the Burning Sky Mystic Realm, I have carefully checked the information of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Isn't this woman their adopted sister, Yin Mengyao from the outer clan of the Lingwu family, the Yin clan? Seeing that this woman was actually alone, the hatred in Yan Danqing's heart began to boil bit by bit again. The jade fire crystal that Grandpa gave me, I didn't use it last time in the Burning Sky Mystic Realm. This time, it's time to use it. Long Chen, you are ruthless to me, so don't blame me for being ruthless to you. After the Beast Soul Palace left, the people of the Morning Light Business League all knew that it was inappropriate for them to stay here, so they took their leave first. The onlookers on the city wall saw that the matter had ended, so they also left one after another. However, they couldn't calm down for a long time. On the way home, tens of thousands of people were discussing Long Chen's great achievements today. The battle that happened outside Yuanling City today was sweeping the entire Yuanling City at lightning speed, and then spread to other places through the mouths of the merchants who came and went. At this moment, Long Chen was standing in front of the 9th Prince with Xiao Lang. It could be seen that the 9th Prince, not only was his identity, strength, and even his intelligence were extremely high. Long Chen admitted that he was not his opponent. He was in awe of the 9th Prince, but it didn't mean that he was afraid or submissive. This 9th Prince obviously values my potential to make me an immortal realm divine guard. However, a place like the palace is the gathering place of the world's conspiracies. People who grow up in such an environment are more or less difficult to understand. Fortunately, this 9th Prince doesn't have any hostility towards me. Long Chen thought in his heart. Long Chen, let me ask you a question first. Where did you get the 9 spinning fire shield? The 9th Prince went straight to the point. Seeing that there was no one around, he asked this question as soon as they met. I found this battle technique on the wall of the Burning Heaven Demon Emperor's tomb. It's in the sea of fire outside the tomb. Long Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying it. Regarding this point, Long Chen had already thought it through before he used the 9 spinning fire shield. He insisted that it was like this. It was impossible for the 9th Prince to search his cosmos sac. So that's how it is. The 9th Prince smiled, as if he believed him. He looked Long Chen up and down, and said, Not bad in all aspects, your talent in cultivating battle techniques is also not bad, and your weapon is also not bad. You also have an Earth-tier demonic beast as a pet. It's just that your true energy tier is still a little low. If you can reach the Heavenly River tier, it would be not bad. Long Chen secretly remembered this. This was the 9th Prince's evaluation of him. To tell you the truth, I didn't make you an immortal realm divine guard without a purpose. I valued your potential. The immortal realm divine guards belong to the entire imperial family, and belong to my father. However, don't you think that it's wonderful to have a few confidants among the immortal realm divine guards who can report some small news to me? The 9th Prince said with a faint smile. Chapter 273. When the 9th Prince spoke, he stated his objective very vaguely. However, Long Chen wasn't an idiot, and he understood immediately. In reality, the 9th Prince merely wanted to recruit Long Chen and make him his loyal subordinate. Long Chen was naturally arrogant and unruly, so how could he possibly submit to others? Even if this 9th Prince was extremely powerful, Long Chen wouldn't submit to him. However, why wouldn't he accept the benefits that the 9th Prince had given him? Fine, I'll bluff him today. When I'm stronger in the future, I'll still ignore you, Long Chen thought. Long Chen thought in his heart. When the ninth prince finished speaking, he hurriedly said respectfully, Long Chen is willing to serve your highness. In order to repay your highness's kindness, I am willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Very good, very good. The ninth prince was delighted to see that Long Chen was tactful. Without another word, he took out a universe sack and handed it to Long Chen. He said, since you're willing to work for me, I naturally have to give you a greeting gift. There are 100 heaven river pills in this universe sack, enough for you to break through to the heavenly river tier. Additionally, there's also a high-level earth tier battle technique, divine fire clone, that you can cultivate. This time, Long Chen couldn't help but feel flattered. It looked like this ninth prince was very skilled at subduing subordinates. He was extremely generous. If Long Chen hadn't been smart, he would probably have shed tears of gratitude. It had to be known that even an ordinary cultivator at the second level of the heavenly river tier wouldn't have such wealth. As for the divine fire clone, it was even more valuable. However, to Long Chen, who had 2,000 heaven river pills and a complete divine fire clone, these things were useless. If you want to move me, you'll have to take out at least half of your wealth. Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart, but he pretended to be grateful on the outside. Looking at the situation, he almost said something like he would go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. This divine fire clone is an extremely wondrous battle skill. There are a total of 2 layers. Train well and try to condense 5 clones as soon as possible. At that time, your battle prowess will greatly increase. The ninth prince was very satisfied with Long Chen's performance and smiled faintly. Thank you, your highness, Long Chen said gratefully. Long Chen reckoned that the ninth prince must have obtained 3 Godfire clones, but only gave him 2. Looks like this guy looks generous, but it's actually just a trick. He won't give me the truly important things. However, if he knew that I have 4 Godfire clones, what expression would he have? Long Chen secretly cursed in his heart. Originally, Long Chen was worried that he wouldn't know how to explain when he used the Godfire clone in the future. Now, not only could he explain the Heaven River pill, but he could also explain the Godfire clone. He could cultivate to his heart's content in the future without any fear. There's no need to thank me. Since you've agreed to serve me, it's only right that I give you some benefits. If you satisfy me in the future, then the benefits will naturally be inexhaustible. But all of this is in the future. Long Chen, I'll be leaving Origin Spirit City 3 days from now and returning to Baiyang Imperial City. Prepare well in these 3 days and bid farewell to your family and friends. 3 days later? So soon? All right. Long Chen nodded and said, Does your highness have any other instructions? If not, I will leave first. I will definitely go to Jade Emperor Palace in 3 days. If so, you can go first. The ninth prince nodded in satisfaction. Only then did Long Chen leave. After Long Chen left, the butler in black who had been silent said, Your Highness, I feel that Long Chen is a bit strange. Strange in what way? The ninth prince was startled. He got the 9-spiral fire shield but didn't say anything. He only showed it today. I feel that if he wanted to compete for the Celestial State Divine Guards, he should have shown it earlier. Old Yen, you mean that Long Chen might have had other adventures in Fention's secret land but didn't say anything? The ninth prince smiled. Just a guess. The butler in black said. That's enough. Don't let your thoughts run wild. On the map that I obtained, that old ghost Fention doesn't have anything else. Furthermore, Long Chen is bound to me from now on. If he had anything else, he would be able to escape my eyes. Your Highness is right. The butler in black smiled. Coming out from the city wall, Long Chen had to walk in some alleys. Otherwise, if he was recognized, he would definitely be surrounded. I will leave in 3 days. Who should I say goodbye to? Long Chen was reluctant to leave this place where he had lived for so long. I need to go back to Baiyang Town. I also need to go back to Qingyang Hall. I also need to see Sister Meng Yao. That's about it. Thinking about it carefully, there were only a few people who were close to him. As for Xiao Lang, there was only Yin Meng Yao. Long Chen was thinking about how to not attract attention. He suddenly remembered that a long time ago, when he attended an auction with Lu Lan, there was a cloak. Long Chen took it out and put it on his head. Then, he stuffed Mo Xiaolang into it. Only then did he dare to walk on the street with peace of mind. Let's go see Sister Mengyao first, Long Chen said to Xiao Lang. Wearing a cloak, as expected, not many people could recognize Long Chen. Long Chen said proudly, "This time, no one can recognize me." Just as he was feeling proud, a child suddenly ran in front of him. He blinked his eyes and asked, "Are you big brother Long Chen?" Long Chen was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He quickly shook his head and said, "I am not." The child didn't care. Instead, he stuffed a piece of paper into Long Chen's hand and said, "Big brother, someone asked me to give this to you." After saying that, the child immediately ran away. Long Chen furrowed his brows. His intuition told him that something must have happened. He hurriedly opened the slip of paper and was surprised to see such a line of words, as well as a simple map. "Long Chen, if you want Yin Mingyao's life, then come to this place." The simple map clearly marked the location. Long Chen guessed that this should be a relatively remote abandoned street in the northern spiritual region. As long as he followed the map, he could easily find the location. But Long Chen clenched his fist tightly. His eyes instantly filled with a ruthless killing intent. In fact, what Long Chen hated the most were those who were weaker than him, and then threatened the people he valued to take his life. Since Long Chen's rise to power until now, he had encountered this kind of situation many times. Quite a few people around him had been threatened like this before. This was what Long Chen hated the most. He didn't expect that someone would find trouble with him just as he was about to leave Yuanling City. This time, the person who was kidnapped was Yin Mengyao. No matter what, Yin Mengyao was still Long Chen and Xiao Lang's adopted sister. Not only did Long Chen value her, but Mo Xiaolang also treated her as his own sister. But now, the other party had directly angered both of them. Looking at the paper, Xiao Lang's pure black eyes started to become bloodshot. Long Chen could feel that Xiao Lang's body was gradually becoming cold. This should be the effect of the 9 serene demon ancestral fire. "Xiao Lang, kill your way over," Long Chen said faintly. In Yuanling City, there were only 2 forces that dared to provoke Long Chen. Long Chen wanted to see whether it was the Linggu family or the Beast Soul Palace. Xiao Lang's speed was relatively fast, especially for such a long-distance raid. Therefore, when Xiao Lang transformed into his battle form on the street, Long Chen sat on his back. Then, a black shadow that was hard to be seen by the naked eye ran between the roofs. From the city gate, it madly headed towards the northern spiritual region. With this kind of speed, one could only feel a whirlwind rushing past, but nothing could be seen. Moreover, the wolf cub was directly running on the roof, not bumping into anyone. In this way its speed was much faster. The location on the map was already remembered by Mo Xiaolang. No matter if it is the Linggu family or the Beast Soul Palace, as long as they have a bit of rationality, they will not touch me. Therefore, this matter must be done by someone who has lost their rationality. There are many people in the Linggu family who have lost their rationality towards me, but there is only Yan Danqing in the Beast Soul Palace. Thinking about Yan Danqing, Long Chen felt that he was 80% sure that it was him. When he saw Yan Danqing's eyes revealing hatred and gloom as he left, Long Chen knew it was him. At this moment, Long Chen and Xiao Lang's hearts were filled with hatred. No matter who it was, it would be a dead end for them. With Xiao Lang's abnormal speed, Long Chen arrived at the northern spiritual region in half an hour. Then, he found the location on the map from the northern spiritual region. After another half an hour, he arrived at the quiet abandoned street. Long Chen was shocked to see Yin Mengyao tied to a stone chair. Fortunately, she was not injured. Perhaps, not much time had passed since Long Chen and the 9th prince conversed in the city tower. Therefore, the thief should not have made it in time. At this moment, seeing Long Chen's arrival, Yin Mengyao did not rejoice. Instead, she was extremely flustered. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth and she could not make a sound. She could only signal Long Chen with her eyes. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was so anxious that her tears came out. Long Chen knew that Yin Mengyao wanted him to leave quickly. However, was this possible? Long Chen quickly saw the reason why Yin Mengyao was so anxious. At this moment, there was a fist-sized green crystal on Yin Mengyao's thigh. This crystal was translucent, and he could see that there was a raging flame inside the crystal. "You must not know what this is, right?" Yan Danqing grinned and walked out from 20 meters behind Yin Mengyao. His expression was ferocious, and he looked like he had gone mad. He said hysterically, "Let me tell you, You are a jade fire crystal. In his hand, there was another thumb-sized green crystal. It was practically a miniature version of the crystal on Yin Mengyao's thigh. Jade fire crystal. As long as the child crystal explodes, the mother crystal will also explode. If this mother crystal explodes, no one below the heavenly river tier can withstand it. The only ending is death. Long Chen, tell me, how much pain will you feel if I crush this child crystal right now? Chapter 274. To be able to use the jade fire crystal, it meant that Yan Danqing had lost most of his rationality. At this moment, he was a madman. He would rather disregard his own life and death to make Long Chen pay the price. Holding the jade fire crystal, Yan Danqing smiled sinisterly. He used his thumb and index finger to pinch the jade fire crystal and placed it in front of him. As long as he exerted a bit of force, he could completely crush the jade fire crystal. At the same time, the mother crystal on Yin Mengyao's knee would also explode. It was fine for the jade fire crystal to explode, but if the mother crystal exploded, Yin Mengyao would definitely die. At this critical moment, Long Chen and Xiao Lang didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards Yin Mengyao. This was exactly what Yan Danqing wanted. Yan Danqing wanted Long Chen to die and Yin Mengyao to fall. How could Long Chen not die if he wanted to save Yin Mengyao? Looking at Yin Mengyao's panicked expression, Long Chen's heart was already stretched to the extreme. At this moment, his heart was filled with monstrous anger. According to the current situation, he simply couldn't save Yin Mengyao. However, at this moment, Xiao Lang, who was faster than him, let out a wolf howl. Long Chen could feel a strange aura coming from Xiao Lang's body. This feeling was clearly the same as when Xiao Lang was devouring the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame while Long Chen was beside him. Xiao Lang is using the sun-devouring demonic wolf's devouring skill. Long Chen was startled at first, but he immediately reacted and revealed a joyful expression. This jade fire crystal was clearly a fire attribute item, and this type of item could only be the sun-devouring demonic wolf's food. Thinking of this, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, the anger in his eyes didn't lessen. If it wasn't for Xiao Lang's divine ability, Yin Mengyao would have died today, causing eternal regret for both Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Yan Danqing. Long Chen took out his blue dragon halberd. While Xiao Lang was rescuing Yin Mengyao, he slashed at Yan Danqing and pointed the blue dragon halberd at Yan Danqing's head. You want to kill me? Go to hell. At this moment, Yan Danqing laughed maniacally. Then he crushed the crystal in his hand. Instantly, a wave of energy was transferred to the mother crystal. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. When Yan Danqing crushed the crystal, the mother crystal had already left Yin Mengyao's thigh and was heading towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf. What made Long Chen truly relieved was that the mother crystal didn't explode. Instead, it was directly swallowed by Xiao Lang. This showed how powerful the sun-devouring demonic wolf's flame-devouring ability was. Yan Danqing, you've crossed my bottom line this time. Long Chen, who was infuriated, simply couldn't stop himself. He waved the Azure Dragon battle halberd and flicked it upwards. Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang out as an Azure Dragon shadow pounced towards Yan Danqing. Blue Dragon halberd. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. Using this move to deal with Yan Danqing showed how furious Long Chen was. Yan Danqing was looking forward to seeing Yin Mengyao and Long Chen being smashed into pieces. But what he saw was the mother crystal being swallowed by Xiao Lang. For him, this was simply impossible. Hence, when Long Chen used such a move on him, he was still in a daze. When the sharp halberd energy was already in front of him, he finally reacted. But it was already too late. His strength was originally inferior to Long Chen. Under Long Chen's dragon soars to the 9 heavens, he could only let out a desperate roar before he was lifted into the sky by Long Chen. When he fell to the ground, his eyes were wide open. He had completely lost his breath. He died cleanly. After killing Yan Danqing in one move, Long Chen finally vented his hatred. But when he remembered that Emperor Yuan was behind Yan Danqing and the warning that Emperor Yuan had given him, he was a little worried. Despite his worry, he didn't regret killing Yan Danqing. He actually kidnapped Yin Mengyao and offended both Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Even if Long Chen didn't kill him, Xiao Lang would. Long Chen was about to reunite with Yin Mengyao when a white light suddenly appeared from Yan Donqing's corpse and flew in the direction of Emperor Yuan's city. Not good. Xiao Lang had just untied Yin Mengyao with his claws and freed her. Yin Mengyao had just escaped when she saw the white light and hurriedly said anxiously, "That's the soul jade token. After Yan Danqing died, it will fly back to its owner and record the location, people, and other information here. I think Emperor Yuan will know soon. You guys run." He didn't even have time to say a few words to Yin Mengyao before an even greater crisis loomed in front of him. Long Chen estimated that Emperor Yuan wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him because he was an immortal realm divine guard. But Long Chen wasn't sure if Emperor Yuan would be able to hold back his anger when his two grandsons were killed. "Sister Mengyao, hurry back to the Lingwu family by yourself. I am now an immortal realm divine guard. I will head in the direction of the Jade Emperor Palace. There's no time to lose. Once I'm free, I will go to the Lingwu family to look for you." Long Chen put away the blue dragon halberd and hurriedly instructed. "Okay, you guys be careful." Yin Mengyao knew the seriousness of the matter, so she didn't delay. They split into two groups and began to act. On Xiao Lang's broad back, Long Chen thought carefully. Emperor Yuan's strength is at the second level of the Heavenly River tier, and he also has the beast soul transformation of the primordial extreme beast. I'm definitely not his match. Xiao Lang is currently controlling the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf and isn't particularly familiar with it. His only trump card is the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. If we really fight, the two of us might not be Emperor Yuan's match. Emperor Yuan seems to be more difficult to deal with than the Blue Dragon Patriarch, both in terms of willpower and strength. This time, will he take the risk to kill me? At this time, Long Chen and Xiao Lang still hadn't left the northern spiritual region. The location of the Jade Emperor Palace was in the center of the 4 major regions, relatively close to the eastern spiritual region. So, there was a long distance from here. As long as they returned to the Jade Emperor Palace, everything would be fine. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the west. "Long Chen, don't even think about leaving." This hoarse and old voice was clearly Emperor Yuan's. He didn't expect the other party to really catch up. Long Chen's heart instantly tightened to the extreme. He turned his head and saw a great aura erupting from Emperor Yuan's body. It was clear that he was going to attack Long Chen. "Xiao Lang, be careful." In the process of speaking, Long Chen had no choice but to complete the dragon soul transformation and display his most powerful side. Now that they were about to leave Yuanling City, if he still died in the hands of Emperor Yuan, then everything would be too wasteful. "Why is Emperor Yuan looking for me?" Long Chen asked coldly. In terms of a long journey, Emperor Yuan's speed was definitely not faster than a smile. But now that they were in a short period of pursuit, even if it was Xiao Lang, it would be difficult to get rid of him. "Why? Long Chen, you killed 2 of my grandsons, Yan Qixue and Yan Danqing. Today, regardless of whether you are an immortal realm divine guard or not, I will seek justice from you." Emperor Yuan's figure instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. With his personal strength, he was about to catch up to the state of the 4 old ancestors of the Lingwu family wielding earth-rank divine weapons. From this it could be seen how strong Emperor Yuan was. Even Xiao Lang, who had just occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, couldn't do this. "Aren't you afraid that the 9th prince will take your life?" Long Chen asked curiously. "Life? So what?" "Long Chen, I have already warned you not to underestimate the means of an old man, but you still killed my grandson. With such a deep hatred, if I live with my tail between my legs, how am I going to face all the disciples of the Beast Soul Palace in the future? What the 9th prince values is your potential, not your strength. There are many talented people like you in Baiyang Imperial City. You actually naively think that if I kill you, the 9th prince will destroy the Beast Soul Palace as a warning to others? Let me tell you, dream on." Long Chen frowned deeply. He could see that Emperor Yuan had really gone berserk this time. Just by looking at his heavy breathing and his bulging veins, he could tell that something was wrong. Long Chen, a commoner without any foundation, had actually snatched his grandson's position as an immortal realm divine guard, and in the end, he even killed Yan Danqing. How could Emperor Yuan not go crazy? At such a young age, he had reached the advanced heavenly core realm, and it was very likely that he would reach the heavenly river realm in a few years. In the future, he might even surpass Emperor Yuan himself. Such a son Xian Danqing could be said to be a good seedling that Emperor Yuan had cultivated for many years, but today, he was completely destroyed by Long Chen. This time, even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill Long Chen. As long as Long Chen was dead, he could deal with the pressure from the Ninth Prince. Emperor Yuan still didn't know how much the Ninth Prince valued Long Chen. He also didn't know that the Ninth Prince had directly given Long Chen a lot of Heavenly River pills and the first 2 levels of the Divine Fire clone. At this time, there was only anger and killing intent in Emperor Yuan's heart. Long Chen knew that this battle was inevitable. He originally thought that the battle with the Blue Dragon Patriarch would be his last battle in Yuanling City. He didn't expect that it would be Emperor Yuan, the strongest person in Yuanling City. And the one Long Chen was facing was the existence that he once looked up to. However, he was still no match for Emperor Yuan. It seemed that this time, he could only rely on Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, be careful, I will support you from the side. There was already a true brotherhood between Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Long Chen killing Yan Danqing. And now that he was about to fight the legendary strongest person in Yuanling City, his heart was also filled with excitement. A second-grade Earth-rank monster beast. Humph. Emperor Yuan snorted coldly. Beast Soul Transformation. Yuji Beast. At this time, Emperor Yuan was rapidly completing the Beast Soul Transformation, turning into a half-human, half-white ape appearance similar to Yan Danqing's. However, this white ape was 4 meters tall, and its arms alone were thicker and longer than Long Chen's entire body. Sharp teeth, sharp claws, and bulging muscles with white hair all over his body made Emperor Yuan look visually stunning. His robust appearance was completely different from the old and frail appearance he had before. At the same time, a monstrous aura erupted from his body. Chapter 275. This was the first time that Long Chen and Xiao Lang fought side by side. Emperor Yuan was also the first opponent that was strong enough to require them to fight side by side. At this time, Emperor Yuan's eyes were cold. He no longer said anything. His toes moved on the ground, and his 4-meter-tall body turned into a mountain. The mountain moved at high speed, charging towards Long Chen and Xiao Lang. The huge pressure made Long Chen's expression change right from the start. Long Chen knew his own limits. He knew that he was no match for the other party. Hence, the one fighting Emperor Yuan was mainly Xiao Lang, while Long Chen only played the role of support and harassment. So he dodged to the side. At this time, Xiao Lang, whose body was even bigger than Emperor Yuan's, had completely collided with the other party. The body of a monster beast had a very strong advantage. Compared to martial artists who cultivated body-tempering combat techniques, their bodies were much stronger, especially a monster beast like the sun-devouring demonic wolf that had perfect growth. And as a beast warrior, Emperor Yuan was at best only half a monster beast. In terms of size and strength, he was inferior to Xiao Lang. Hence, in the first clash, he lost to Xiao Lang and was forced to retreat. Devouring Blood World. At this time, Long Chen immediately used his most powerful support skill. The Devouring Blood World was not an indiscriminate attack, but a targeted attack. Although Xiao Lang was within the range of the Devouring Blood World, the Devouring Blood World wouldn't affect his combat power in the slightest. But it was different for Emperor Yuan. The huge suction force acted on his blood, making it boil. Is this the strange magical power that sent the soul of the Blue Dragon Patriarch to the afterlife? Emperor Yuan was secretly surprised. The true qi that Long Chen used to cast the Devouring Blood World wasn't strong, so the effect of the Devouring Blood World on Emperor Yuan could only be said to be average. However, this feeling of having a knife sticking to his chest at any time during the battle made Emperor Yuan very unhappy. At this time, Xiao Lang had already taken advantage of the opportunity. Without saying a word, he roared and pounced towards Emperor Yuan. At this time, a cold air current swept around. Xiao Lang opened his mouth and suddenly, a black flame rushed towards Emperor Yuan. This black flame condensed into the shape of a wolf. It was like a wildly running fire wolf that instantly appeared in front of Emperor Yuan. What is it? Emperor Yuan was taken aback. From the flames, he felt a creepy aura. Under the restriction of Long Chen's Devouring Blood World, it was very difficult for him to even use his movement technique to dodge. So at this time, he could only use his combat skills. Clear Water Shield. Under Emperor Yuan's control, a shield that seemed to be made of real water blocked in front of him. The water on it flowed according to its inherent rules, and faint symbols appeared on the clear water shield. When he cast the clear water shield, Emperor Yuan directly threw it out and then retreated. In the process of his retreat, the clear water shield suddenly exploded, and the remaining flames directly pounced on the ground. Crackle! A series of sounds rang out, and a lot of ice formed on the ground. At this time, Emperor Yuan landed on the black ice and found that the ice easily turned into powder. The soil and debris on the ground had completely disappeared. What kind of flame is this? Emperor Yuan was taken aback. He was very glad that he made such a correct choice just now. He believed that if he clashed head-on with Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire, the current him would probably be a pile of powder. Long Chen's devouring blood world and Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire were both showing how extraordinary they were. If they were allowed to grow, Emperor Yuan believed that they would definitely grow into peerless existences. And now that Emperor Yuan had become enemies with them, he naturally couldn't let them live. Xiao Lang's netherworld demon ancestral fire with the help of Long Chen's devouring blood world actually failed to kill Emperor Yuan. This made their hearts even tighter. Even the first time they used the netherworld demon ancestral fire, Emperor Yuan managed to dodge it. It seemed that it would be difficult to use this killer move against him in the future. Long Chen knew that although the netherworld demon ancestral fire was devoured by Xiao Lang, it wasn't directly digested into demonic power like the jade fire crystal. Instead, it was hidden in Xiao Lang's body. Xiao Lang could only control a very small part of it now, but as his demonic power increased, it wouldn't be difficult for him to completely control the true body of the netherworld demon ancestral fire. After the netherworld demon ancestral fire was displayed, Emperor Yuan became even more determined to take the risk to kill Long Chen. Long Chen was a very monstrous talent. If he had a monstrous pet beast, one day, he would be able to easily kill Emperor Yuan. 9-element space shattering. At this moment, Emperor Yuan let out an explosive roar. A simple and direct punch blasted towards Xiao Lang. His body directly inserted between Long Chen and Xiao Lang, and then he focused on attacking Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang had no choice but to focus on dealing with an expert at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. The netherworld demon ancestral fire just now didn't have any effect. The netherworld demon ancestral fire wasn't endless, so Xiao Lang could only use it sparingly. Of course, the combat skills of the sun-devouring demonic wolf alone weren't bad. At least, it was completely possible for Xiao Lang to block Emperor Yuan and ensure that he wouldn't be injured. The 9-element space-shattering punch collided with Xiao Lang's claws. Both of them were sent flying backwards. Suddenly, Xiao Lang's eyes widened because he discovered Emperor Yuan's true intention. Just now, Emperor Yuan inserted himself between the two of them and successfully separated them. But now, in the process of being sent flying backwards, Emperor Yuan suddenly turned around and charged towards Long Chen at lightning speed. His real target was Long Chen. Long Chen didn't discover his purpose at first. He ignored Emperor Yuan's hatred for him. Although Long Chen wasn't as strong as Xiao Lang, he was the one in charge. As long as Long Chen died, Emperor Yuan felt that he didn't need to care about Xiao Lang at all. Brat, you didn't expect my real target to be you, did you? Let's see how you can escape from my claws. Emperor Yuan grinned smugly. This time, his attack was even more powerful than the last time. It was the strongest move that Yan Danqing had once displayed. Die! Extreme Strangulation Fist. This Earth-grade combat skill had a super strong killing ability. It was like an electric drill as it pressed towards Long Chen. Emperor Yuan separated him from Xiao Lang previously, and Long Chen couldn't resist. In fact, he had already expected that Emperor Yuan would specifically deal with him. So when the Extreme Strangulation Fist attacked him, he had already used the 9 Spins Fire Shield. Before the Extreme Strangulation Fist arrived, the 9 Spins Fire Shield had already completed its 6th spin. It should be able to barely block Emperor Yuan's attack. But at this moment, Long Chen discovered a serious problem. He had just defeated the Blue Dragon Patriarch and then killed Yan Danqing. The true chi he consumed for the day was already extraordinary. When he used this mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill again, he found that he didn't have much true chi left. He definitely couldn't stop the crazy Emperor Yuan. Xiao Lang, save me. At this moment, the 9 Spins Fire Shield was completely smashed under the attack of a second-tier Heavenly River tier powerhouse. To deal with this 9 Spins Fire Shield, Emperor Yuan used 2 moves of the Extreme Strangulation Fist. After breaking the 9 Spins Fire Shield, Long Chen appeared in front of him. This time you are still not dead yet. Emperor Yuan let out a cold and wild laugh. His huge claws stabbed towards Long Chen crazily. His tall body and strong muscles could almost completely cut open Long Chen's stomach. Heaven-shaking divine power palm. At this moment, the claws turned into a palm and slapped towards Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt as if the sky was covered, and a huge pressure directly squeezed him until he almost knelt down. The move that Emperor Yuan used with all his strength at this time should undoubtedly be a mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill. Even the Blue Dragon Patriarch had a mid-grade Earth-grade combat skill, so Emperor Yuan must also have one. This should be Emperor Yuan's most powerful move. Not good. At this time, Long Chen also realized the danger, but experience told him that the more dangerous it was, the calmer he should be. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already killed his way behind Emperor Yuan. Because Long Chen was in front of Emperor Yuan, Xiaolang didn't dare to use the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. Blue Dragon Combat Technique. Dragon soars to the 9 heavens. At this moment, Long Chen once again erupted with his most powerful move. This was a move that was enough to kill the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Although it was still a little weaker than Emperor Yuan's strongest move in terms of true qi, it was not weak at all. Rumble. One above and one below, the two forces collided with a loud bang, erupting waves of powerful fluctuations. Emperor Yuan laughed wildly, but Long Chen felt as if a huge mountain was pressing straight on top of his head. The webbing between his thumb and index finger directly bled from the impact. The blue dragon halberd flew out and no one knew where it went. As for Long Chen himself, he was shaken by the huge force until his legs were directly inserted into the ground. For Long Chen, it should have been a long time since he suffered such a serious injury. However, to his horror, he discovered that Emperor Yuan's attack did not stop. When Xiaolang's attack had completely hit Emperor Yuan's back, Emperor Yuan still gritted his teeth and sent Long Chen flying with one last palm strike. At the same time, Emperor Yuan was also sent flying by Xiaolang. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. On his back, there were several claw marks that were so deep that bones could be seen. Blood was dripping from them. At this time, if Long Chen had true qi to maintain the devouring blood world, he would definitely be able to suck out all of Emperor Yuan's blood. But unfortunately, Long Chen was also in a seriously injured state. Seeing Long Chen injured and sent flying, Xiaolang let out an angry howl. When he injured Emperor Yuan, he did not directly attack again. Instead, he was worried about Long Chen's safety. When Long Chen fell to the ground, he caught him firmly and carried him to the ground. At this time, Long Chen's situation was much worse than he imagined. At this time, he finally understood what Emperor Yuan meant when he said not to underestimate the old man's means. He endured the attack from Xiaolang in exchange for Long Chen's serious injury, all for the sake of crippling Long Chen, not to kill Long Chen. Chapter 276. The attack that Wolf Cub used in a moment of desperation could only be regarded as a serious flesh wound to Emperor Yuan. This kind of injury might seem terrifying, but as long as there were enough elixirs to nourish him, he could easily recover from it. But Long Chen was different. Emperor Yuan's last palm directly hit his abdomen, or rather, his dantian. This palm did not cause the slightest damage to Long Chen's body, but the sharp Milky Way true qi contained in the palm was like a sword, directly piercing into Long Chen's dim heavenly core. Emperor Yuan wanted to directly pierce through Long Chen's heavenly core, making Long Chen lose all his true qi, thus becoming a cripple. From this, one could see how ruthless he was. He had never thought of killing Long Chen at all. Wouldn't the 9th prince value Long Chen's talent? When Long Chen became a cripple, he would still want him. Seeing Long Chen's miserable state and Xiaolang's helplessness, Emperor Yuan, who already had time to heal himself, laughed crazily. As the strongest person in Yuan Emperor City, he had a lot of spirit herbs and treasures in his hands. The spirit fruit he was eating at this time was probably an earth-grade medicine. Only earth-grade medicine could rapidly recover the injuries of a heavenly river tier powerhouse. To be honest, Long Chen was really panicking. He could only watch helplessly as the heavenly river qi pierced into his heavenly elixir. He could only watch helplessly as the formed heavenly elixir began to crumble. The qi that he had painstakingly cultivated began to dissipate towards his limbs and bones. If this continued, he would definitely become a cripple in less than a quarter of an hour. Emperor Yuan's savage laughter aroused endless anger in him. Old ghost, you're actually so ruthless. I underestimated you and others. Now that my heavenly core is broken, my cultivation will be crippled sooner or later. What should I do? Xiao Lang was next to him. Sensing his condition, he was also extremely anxious. If it weren't for Long Chen, he would have already killed the already injured Emperor Yuan. Otherwise, when Emperor Yuan recovered, it would be very difficult to deal with him. At this critical moment, Long Chen's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration. From the divine core realm to the heavenly river realm, I have to go through a process. Shattering my core into a river, opening up a galaxy in my body, and widening my star veins. Although my late heavenly core realm isn't strong enough to break through to the heavenly river realm, my advantage is that I have enough heavenly river pills. Furthermore, right now, this is the only way for me to preserve my strength. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen's eyes lit up. He struggled to his feet, gritted his teeth, and said softly, I want to take this chance to break through to the heavenly river tier. You go and restrain him. Xiao Lang's eyes lit up as well. He immediately realized that this was the only way to solve the problem. After hearing Long Chen's order without saying a word, he charged towards Emperor Yuan, who was healing his injuries. After some delay, Emperor Yuan's injuries had recovered a little. At this moment, when he saw the sun-devouring demonic wolf crazily attacking him, he secretly laughed. Seeing that there's no hope for Long Chen, you've gone crazy and want to deal with me? But, a beast will always be a beast. This is Yuanling City, my territory. What makes you think you can fight me? Although he thought so in his heart, Emperor Yuan absolutely didn't dare to be careless when facing the wolf cub. Emperor Yuan absolutely believed that as long as he was hit by the flame that the wolf cub spat out just now, he would definitely die. In the sun-devouring demonic wolf's memory, it had honed many combat techniques that were inferior to combat techniques. At this time, with the threat of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, it was able to fight Emperor Yuan to a draw. Long Chen took this opportunity to sit on the ground and began manipulating the shattered true qi to open up a galaxy in his body. Seeing Long Chen's appearance, Emperor Yuan immediately laughed. What a naive guy. Breaking through to the heavenly river realm is an extremely dangerous and difficult task, and it requires 18 heavenly river pills. You've just stepped into the heavenly core realm. What qualifications do you have to break through to the heavenly river realm? If Long Chen directly shattered his heavenly core, his true qi would only drain faster. However, this was his only hope. At this critical juncture, Long Chen calmed himself down, gritted his teeth, and increased the speed at which his heavenly core nucleus shattered. Under his control, the heavenly core nucleus suddenly shattered, and a huge amount of blood-red true qi immediately erupted, rushing towards his limbs and bones. It flowed through his completely connected dragon veins, as well as the countless small meridians in his 8 extraordinary meridians. However, the true qi of a heavenly core warrior was too much for Long Chen's current body. Countless tiny airflows were leaking out from his skin, eyes, ears, mouth and nose, turning his entire body into a blood-red color. He was covered in a blood-red mist. Long Chen felt really uncomfortable. He realized that if it wasn't for his 3rd-level Thunderflame combat physique, he might have already been destroyed by the huge amount of true qi, and the danger of his heavenly core shattering into a river was right here. Next, I need to guide all the true qi and gather all the tiny meridians together, forming 18 star veins. These 18 star veins are the embryonic form of a galaxy. Then, I'll absorb the energy of the stars and fuse it with my dragon soul true qi, turning it into liquid form, then break through the star veins and form a galaxy in the middle of the star veins. That is the 1st level of the heavenly river realm. There were 18 star veins in his body, and they corresponded to 18 heavenly rivers. Among the 18 heavenly rivers, 9 appeared during the day, and 9 appeared during the night. Each Yang heavenly river and Yin heavenly river formed a pair of Yin and Yang heavenly rivers. Only when the Yin and Yang heavenly rivers were formed could the 1st level of the heavenly river realm be considered complete. Right now it was daytime. If Long Chen could form a heavenly river, it would be a Yang heavenly river. Right now, the raging blood-red true qi was raging within his body. While controlling the true qi, Long Chen was sensing the energy of the heavenly river. Because it was daytime, the heavenly river wasn't easy to notice. However, Long Chen had already memorized the location of the 1st heavenly river. Dubhe Galaxy. The name of the 1st heavenly river was Dubhe. It was divided into Yin and Yang heavenly rivers, which extended parallel to each other in the sky without intersecting. At this moment, Long Chen was going to absorb the energy of the Dubhe Galaxy after creating a galaxy in his body. He would then fuse it with his dragon soul true chi and form a yang heavenly river in the parallel star veins in his body. The method to open up a starry sky in one's body was called star gathering art. After Long Chen obtained the Milky Way pill, he knew that one day, he would reach the Milky Way tier, so he found an opportunity to look at the star gathering art. This thing wasn't rare, but there weren't many people who really needed it. With the star gathering art, Long Chen could use the true chi in his body to open up a starry sky in his body. The star gathering art was very common, but using it required a very important thing, and that was the Milky Way pill. The creation of a total of 18 star veins required 18 heavenly river pills, and this was the standard for ordinary people. Long Chen had even heard that some genius martial artists with special physiques would use up to 100 heavenly river pills when creating a galaxy in their body. The heavenly river pill wasn't cheap. Ordinary people at the first level of the heavenly river tier would only have less than 10 heavenly river pills. The reason why Long Chen had more than 2,000 heavenly river pills was purely because he was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the Burning Sky Demon Emperor. At this moment, Long Chen was using the star gathering technique. What surprised him was that everything was developing very well. The only problem was that his true chi had enough quality, but it was still lacking in quantity. He couldn't care less about the creation of 18 star veins at the same time. With the help of the star gathering technique, Long Chen had already planted seeds in his body. A total of 18 star vein seeds ran through his whole body. The process was very smooth. Next, he needed to take the heavenly river pill to create star veins from the star vein seeds. When planting the star vein seeds, Long Chen sensed something. He was currently in the dragon soul transformation, and all the characteristics related to the divine dragon were displayed. His current body was already somewhat different from ordinary people. Long Chen had a vague premonition that it would be difficult to create a galaxy in this dragon's body. In fact, it might even be very difficult. However, in order not to become useless, I'll do it. At this thought, a cold light burst out of Long Chen's eyes. In his eyes, there was already a vague power of the stars. Without hesitation, he took out 18 heavenly river pills and placed them on his palm. The star gathering technique was ready, and Long Chen's true chi had been directed to the Dubhe star vein seeds. Right at this moment, Long Chen took one of the heavenly river pills. The energy of the heavenly river pill was a gentle energy that had been refined. Therefore, after taking the pill, Long Chen didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt a cool and invisible energy that was filled with energy. It was like a liquid that penetrated into his body and merged with Long Chen's dragon soul true chi. Let the creation begin. Using the power of the heavenly river pill and his true energy, with the heavenly river pill as the lead and his true energy as the attack, Long Chen started looking in the direction he had set and started opening his star meridian. Although the dragon soul true energy from the late heavenly core realm wasn't much, it was of great quality. Long Chen was delighted to see that opening his star meridian wasn't a difficult task. But soon he suffered. During the process of creating a star vein, he didn't consume much of his true chi, but the heavenly river pill seemed to have encountered a strong resistance, and it was being consumed very quickly. In just a short period of time, the energy of the heavenly river pill had been completely consumed. Theoretically, the energy of a heavenly river pill was enough to create a star vein, but Long Chen hadn't even opened a tenth of a star vein yet. Left with no other choice, he quickly took another heavenly river pill. Luckily, he had enough heavenly river pills, or else he would be in deep trouble. If he was interrupted during the process of creating a star vein, his body would explode and he would die. This is a good thing, it means I have great talent. With the support of the heavenly river pills, Long Chen quickly opened his star vein. When he finally opened his first star vein, he counted the number of heavenly river pills he had consumed. He had used up more than 10 heavenly river pills, and only a few of them were left. Could it be that I need to consume almost 200 heavenly river pills to open 18 heavenly river meridians? Long Chen felt really depressed about this. Chapter 277. 200 Heavenly River Pills. Why am I burning money like this? At this critical juncture, Long Chen was actually feeling depressed about this matter. He only had a little over 2,000 heavenly river pills in total, and he had already spent 200 just to open up the starry sky in his body. In the future, when he cultivated in the heavenly river tier, 2,000 heavenly river pills would probably not be enough at all. However, at this critical juncture of life and death, he could only take out 200 heavenly river pills and condense 18 star veins. At this time, 18 dark blue star veins ran through Long Chen's body, from his chest to his arms, from his head to his tailbone, and from his hips to his legs. There were thick star veins everywhere. From the outside, one could see these faintly discernible star veins. When these star veins were combined together, it looked like a real starry sky from afar. However, this starry sky was empty, and what was missing was a star. There were 2 key steps to breaking through to the heavenly river tier. These 2 steps could be completed together, but they could also be separated. Only by completing these 2 steps could one truly reach the first level of the heavenly river tier. Long Chen had already opened up a starry sky in his body, and could be considered to have completed the first step. The second step was to draw on the star power of the heavenly pivot galaxy and fuse it with his star veins. Then, he would fuse it with his Dragon Soul True Qi so that his True Qi would completely transform into a liquid galaxy. It was currently daytime, so Long Chen could only complete the Yang Heavenly River of the Heavenly Pivot Galaxy. As for the other Heavenly River, he would have to wait until nighttime to complete it. Now, Long Chen was preparing to condense the first Heavenly River of the star veins in his body, the Heavenly Pivot Galaxy. The Star Gathering Art was used to open up a Heavenly River, and the Star Attraction Art was used to draw on the power of the Heavenly River. This power was invisible, and as long as one could see a Heavenly River, one could use the Star Attraction Art to obtain the power of the Heavenly River stars. Long Chen was currently using the Star Attraction Art. This is, with a boom, Long Chen found himself in an endless void. In front of him was a glorious river of stars. Long Chen was deeply shocked. This scene appeared too suddenly. Long Chen vaguely felt that this entire river of stars was calling out to him. Hence, Long Chen's spirit connected with it. Only then could he hear the voice of this river of stars. Very quickly, Long Chen discovered that he had returned to his original position. The only difference was that he could feel a mysterious, formless energy within his body. This energy had a violent attribute, and at this moment it was like a type of adhesive. At this moment, it was pouring into Long Chen's first star vein, the Dubhe star vein. This was the true power of formation. When the formed power was channeled into the Dubhe star vein, Long Chen also guided his True Qi into the Dubhe star vein. When the Dragon Soul True Qi met the power of the stars, it gradually fused. Long Chen could see that within the blood-red True Qi, a large amount of formless starlight had fused into it. The True Qi had turned into a liquid state, like a sparkling river of blood flowing within the Dubhe star vein. If his True Qi was magnified countless times, it would be a sparkling blood-red river of stars. Compared to an ordinary light blue river of stars, his blood-red river of stars was even more magnificent. When all the Dragon Soul True Qi was completely transformed, a beautiful blood-red river of stars appeared in Long Chen's star vein. This was one of the Dubhe star veins. Long Chen could only be considered to have completed half of the first layer of the Heavenly River tier. However, just this alone, his strength had once again soared several times. He opened his eyes. In an instant, a blood-red starlight pierced towards the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. And at this time, Long Chen suddenly stood up. At this time, he was still in his Dragon Soul transformation, but he had a different temperament. After successfully reaching the Heavenly River tier, his temperament had changed a lot, and his whole body was filled with a mysterious aura. Long Chen was able to come back from the dead and gain a blessing in disguise. For Xiaolang, this was a great surprise. For Emperor Yuan, this was a nightmare. When Long Chen opened up the starry sky in his body, he had a hunch that Long Chen would succeed. At that time, he attacked desperately, wanting to get rid of Xiaolang and give Long Chen a fatal blow. However, the anxious him was even less of a match for Xiaolang. When Long Chen stood up, he was already covered in wounds. If he insisted on not escaping, it was very likely that he would die in the hands of Long Chen. And when Long Chen successfully reached the Heavenly River tier and stood up, seeing the blood-red starlight in his eyes, Emperor Yuan was so scared that his face turned pale. Long Chen was already able to kill the Blue Dragon Grand Elder, who was at the first layer of the Heavenly River tier, before reaching the Heavenly River tier. He already couldn't deal with Xiaolang, let alone the current Long Chen. In the face of dignity and survival, Emperor Yuan gritted his teeth and chose to survive. All of his previous arrogance was thrown out the window when Long Chen reached the Heavenly River tier. At this time, he actually felt a sense of despair. For that child to be able to come back from death's door in such an adversity, he is most definitely a person with great luck. For me to fight against him was purely bringing about my own destruction. Unfortunately, I only understood this principle today. Emperor Yuan's heart was filled with horror. At this time, he was injured all over, but he still fled at his fastest speed. Long Chen was someone who had to leave Yuan Spirit City after all. As long as Long Chen couldn't catch up to him, he would be safe and sound in the future. However, how could Long Chen possibly allow the person who had nearly killed him to escape? With half of the strength of the first layer of the Heavenly River Tier, coupled with the Dragon Soul transformation, Long Chen burst out with a speed comparable to the second layer of the Heavenly River Tier. And because Emperor Yuan was injured, his speed increased slightly. Under Long Chen's pursuit, the distance between the two gradually closed. At the same time, Xiao Lang was also chasing from the other side, leaving Emperor Yuan with nowhere to escape. Blood-devouring realm. Suddenly, a blood-red mist directly swallowed Emperor Yuan. The power of Long Chen's blood-devouring realm directly affected him. At this time, the power of the blood-devouring realm increased a lot because of Long Chen's advancement. Emperor Yuan, who could still resist before, was now greatly restrained, especially when he was covered in wounds all over. At this time, the huge amount of blood was about to escape his control and fly towards Long Chen. No! The heart-wrenching pain made Emperor Yuan let out a scream. Under the power of the blood-devouring realm, he couldn't move an inch. He hurriedly turned his head and tried his best to control his blood with his true qi, not letting it be swallowed by Long Chen, this monster. Long Chen, what kind of monster are you? When he said this last sentence, Emperor Yuan felt the light of a blade flash in front of his eyes. Before he could say the last word, he suddenly felt the world spinning, and he was confused. In his last glance, he saw a tall young man standing in front of him with a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. After that, he didn't know anything anymore. After Emperor Yuan died, Long Chen removed the blood-devouring realm. Emperor Yuan was only one level higher than him. His blood wouldn't be of much use to Long Chen. Moreover, with such a big commotion here, sooner or later, it would spread to the ninth prince. Long Chen didn't want the ninth prince to know that he actually had the ability to devour the blood of others to enhance his true qi. With a bang, Emperor Yuan's headless corpse fell to the ground. Emperor Yuan's head was lying at Long Chen's feet at this time. Just now, when Emperor Yuan turned his head, Long Chen's blue dragon battle halberd directly swept across his neck, directly beheading this old ghost. After dealing with Emperor Yuan, Long Chen felt relieved. However, this battle had been very thrilling from the beginning until now. Long Chen even made a move in front of the gates of hell. After everything was over, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Looking back at Xiao Lang, at this time, Xiao Lang had already walked to Long Chen's side. Xiao Lang was very happy that Long Chen could survive and gain greater strength. The current Long Chen just needed to complete another Dubhe Galaxy, and his combat power would be almost the same as Xiao Lang's. After Xiao Lang became a sun-devouring monster wolf, Long Chen's strength once again approached and even surpassed him. Looking at Emperor Yuan's corpse, Xiao Lang also felt a little emotional. This was the strongest person in Yuan Spirit City. He didn't expect that he would die at the feet of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang today. Let's go, Xiaolang. Everything is over. Before we go to Baiyang Imperial City, let's say goodbye to everyone. Let's go to Sister Meng Yao's place first and report to her that we are safe. Xiao Lang nodded. As for Emperor Yuan's corpse, Long Chen believed that someone would come to clean it up soon. In fact, many people had already gathered around this place. The news of Long Chen killing Emperor Yuan would soon spread throughout the entire Yuan Spirit City. This wasn't a very secluded place, so there was no reason for such a big commotion to happen without anyone knowing about it. Could it be that the ninth prince already knows that Emperor Yuan is chasing after me, but he didn't come to rescue me? Long Chen secretly thought about this problem. Logically speaking, Jade Emperor Palace should have received the news soon. If the ninth prince wanted to save Long Chen, he would have already done so. It was impossible that he hadn't come yet. Or he came to the side and saw that I was breaking through to the Heavenly River realm, so he didn't make a move. Long Chen thought to himself. They soon left the scene. Not long after they left, there were already many onlookers around, but still no one dared to go forward and look at the number one elite of Yuan Spirit City. In the corner, the ninth prince finished watching everything. At this time, he turned around in confusion and said, "Elder Yan, did you see that?" He took nearly 200 Heavenly River pills in total, And the mystical power he used actually had the ability to devour blood. Your Highness only gave him 100 heavenly river pills in total, which means that he had another fortuitous encounter. It's very likely that he obtained something else in the burning sky mystery realm. Moreover, 200 heavenly river pills means that his physique is far superior to ordinary people. In the entire Tsongyang nation, I have never heard of such a physique. The black-robed butler, Elder Yen, sighed with a gloomy gaze. However, 200 pills doesn't necessarily mean that he has an excellent physique. There was once someone who used more than 100 heavenly river pills to open up the galaxy when he reached the heavenly river realm. After that, his achievements were similar to that of a good-for-nothing. He used so many heavenly river pills only because his physique was inferior enough that it was difficult to transform. The strangest thing is that mystical power he used to devour blood. I feel that he should have an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Could there be something on him that shocked me? The ninth prince said indifferently. Your Highness is going to make a move. No, haste makes waste. When we return to Jade Emperor City, I will slowly think of a plan to avoid alerting the enemy. The ninth prince smiled. Chapter 278. Not wanting to cause any commotion, Long Chen directly sneaked into the Lingwu family's Yin clan. At this time, Yin Mengyao was in the courtyard where she lived with a worried look on her face. Long Chen took Xiao Lang and jumped in from outside the courtyard. Sister Mengyao. Long Chen put Xiao Lang down and called out softly. Hearing Long Chen's voice, Yin Mengyao quickly looked up. When she saw Long Chen, her face was suddenly full of joy. She said, Long Chen, Emperor Yuan didn't chase after you? Yes, but we killed him. Long Chen smiled proudly. You only know how to brag in front of me. Come and sit here. This place should be safe enough. Emperor Yuan won't chase after you here. Yin Mengyao was like a real sister. She pulled Long Chen to sit on the stone chair in the pavilion and then laid out some fruits and pastries. Xiao Lang let out a cry and scurried to the stone table. He lay on his stomach and stared at Yin Mengyao blankly. Long Chen, did you get this powerful Xiao Lang from the burning sky mystic realm? Yin Mengyao looked at Mo Xiao Lang curiously. There was a doting look in her eyes. Yeah, you can touch him and see. He definitely won't resist. Speaking of Xiao Lang, Long Chen still felt a little guilty. Logically speaking, Xiao Lang was his younger brother and should have been protected by him. But now, he was reduced to such a state. Really? Yin Mengyao was eager to try. She observed Xiao Lang for a while. She only dared to stretch out her hand but didn't dare to touch him. In the end, Xiao Lang directly stood up, stuck out his pink tongue, and licked the back of Yin Mengyao's white hand. Then, Xiao Lang went to eat the pastries on the stone table. He's really cute, but he also eats pastries. This pine flower cake is Xiao Lang's favorite food. By the way, Long Chen, I want to ask you about Xiao Lang. Is he really dead, or has he left this place and embarked on his path of revenge? Yin Mengyao looked at Long Chen expectantly. Long Chen was a little hesitant. Yin Mengyao even knew about revenge. It seemed that Xiao Lang really valued her. Long Chen wanted to tell her that the person in front of him was Mo Xiao Lang, but just as he was about to speak, Xiao Lang stopped him with a look. He told me that he went to take revenge, but he will definitely come back to see you. Long Chen changed the topic. He felt a little bitter in his heart. Xiao Lang didn't want Yin Mengyao to see him like this, so he stopped Long Chen. He had always been a more reassuring and well-behaved child. All right. Yin Mengyao was a little helpless. She stared at Xiao Lang, who was eating the pine flower cake. By the way, Long Chen, now that you have become an immortal realm divine guard, when are you going to leave? Yin Mengyao asked. 3 days later. Today, I came to say goodbye to you. Long Chen said. 3 days. Yin Mengyao pursed her lips and sighed with emotion. You and Xiao Lang are so outstanding. As your sister, my strength is so low that it is shameful. However, to have you two younger brothers is the proudest thing in my life. You are the biggest heroes in my heart. Of course, but we still benefited from Sister Mengyao's light. You see, the two great geniuses have become your younger brothers. This is definitely not a coincidence. It was personally caused by you. Long Chen said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense with me. Yin Mengyao was embarrassed by his words. 3 days later, You will also be leaving. Sigh, let's not talk about other things. As your adopted sister, I wish you to quickly become the most powerful person in the world. Then, marry a beautiful sister-in-law for me and come back for me to see. Sister Meng Yao, you really have no spirit. Long Chen smiled. For something like a sister-in-law, the more the better. In the future, I will bring back a sister-in-law from the army for you to see. You fickle big radish, sooner or later, sooner or later. Yin Mengyao was so angry that her face turned red. In this conversation that was filled with sorrow, time passed bit by bit. Fortunately, Long Chen kept joking, and the atmosphere was not deathly silent. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. Long Chen did not hesitate, and directly said goodbye. He climbed over the wall and left. Xiao Lang also followed Long Chen over the wall, but after Long Chen climbed over, he fell back and jumped into Yin Mengyao's arms. When his bright black eyes looked at Yin Mengyao, they were already shining with tears. Yin Mengyao was so scared that she could not speak. She knew that this little guy killed the old ancestor of Xuanwu. How powerful was he? Long Chen, while Yin Mengyao was shouting in a daze, Xiao Lang quickly licked her forehead, then jumped out of her arms and quickly disappeared into the dusk, leaving Yin Mengyao to stand there in a daze, looking in the direction they left in a daze. This black Xiao Lang, why does it give me a familiar feeling? Its eyes, why do I feel like I have seen it countless times? This question, Yin Mengyao was stunned for a long time, but did not have an answer. When night was about to fall, someone suddenly knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard. Only then did Yin Mengyao wake up and open the door. The one who knocked on the door was a little girl with bright eyes and white teeth. At this time she jumped in and said happily, Sister Mengyao, I will tell you a big news. What is it? Accompany me out to play tonight, and I will tell you. The little girl said mischievously. Good, what a headache, girl. He really? Don't act shamelessly. When did Sister Mengyao act shamelessly? That's true. The little girl tilted her head and said excitedly, I just found out. It seems that the big-headed Emperor Yuan of Emperor Yuan City was defeated and killed by my idol big brother Long Chen, and his head was even chopped off. Yay. The little girl jumped excitedly in the courtyard. Yin Mengyao's smile froze. She remembered what Long Chen said to him when he first came here. At that time, he casually said that Emperor Yuan was killed by him. Yin Mengyao thought he was joking, but she didn't expect it to be true. Long Chen, has he already grown to such an extent? Night gradually fell. Long Chen returned to the Yang family in Baiyang town. It seemed that he hadn't been back for a long time. The Yang family was quite excited. Yang Lingqing was now with Li Xuanji, and no one knew where they went. As for Long Chen, the most terrifying genius of the Yang family, he was still in Yuanling City. At the banquet, Long Chen talked about his recent deeds and then talked about his future plans. After the Yang family heard it, they were all stunned, and the chopsticks in their hands did not move for a long time. Grandfather, uncle, mother, I am going to pursue something deeper and higher. If there is a chance in the future, I will search for Ling Qing's footsteps. As for you guys, I will make other arrangements. I will never let my enemies affect the development and inheritance of the Yang family, Long Chen said. After a long silence, the old ancestor of the Yang family said a few words. It could be seen that although everyone was a little reluctant to see Long Chen leave, they were very proud to have such a genius in the family. Yang Xueqing's eyes were full of tears. In her imagination, one day, Long Chen would become successful as Long Qinglan had predicted. She didn't expect that day to come so soon. Because of the problem of growing up, she and Long Chen were a little distant. But in her heart, the only hope in life was Long Chen. Before leaving, Long Chen left many things for the Yang family. With these things, it was very easy for the Yang family to rise. After the banquet, when the Yang family was asleep, Long Chen left Baiyang town and came to the endless wilderness. At this time, the night sky was filled with formations. 9 heaven rivers flowed across the sky. Long Chen easily found the location of the Yin Dubhe galaxy. During the day, he condensed the Yang Heaven River, and at night, it was time to condense the Yin Heaven River. The Yin Yang Heaven River could usually be condensed in a very short period of time. After Long Chen completed the Yang Heaven River, it was much easier to condense the Yin Heaven River. But from now on, in addition to using the star guiding technique to condense violent power, he also needed to use the gentle power of the Heaven River pill to produce more true qi. The process of cultivation continued until dawn. There were still 2 hours, so Long Chen decided to gather with his family for a while. After all, even if he didn't die in a foreign land, he didn't know when he would be able to return. During the day, Long Chen accompanied his family, especially his mother, young Xueqi. Although the two didn't speak much, they had some tacit understanding. At night, Long Chen condensed the Dubhe galaxy. Finally, after another night, Long Chen finally completed the cultivation of the first level of the Heavenly River tier and officially stepped into the first level of the Heavenly River tier. In his body, the Yin and Yang heaven rivers flowed side by side, and the Dubhe galaxy continued to condense stars. One day before departure, Long Chen left the Yang family under the farewell of everyone. The Yang family had long expected such a day, so they were all proud of Long Chen. Looking at the current situation in Yuanling City, the Lingwu family only has the Vermilion Bird Grandmaster and the White Tiger Grandmaster. Without Emperor Yuan, the Beast Soul Palace will definitely plummet and won't be able to assume the position of the City Lord's mansion. Only the cunning Morning Light Business League still retains its strength. This time, I will look for the Morning Light Business League. The reason why he went to the Morning Light Business League was because the Morning Light Business League and Long Chen didn't have a deep grudge, unlike the other two forces. This time, Long Chen wanted the Morning Light Business League to do something for him. Of course, there would be a reward. When he arrived at the headquarters of the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen had just stood there when a large group of people rushed in to report his arrival. After a while, the plump figure of Li Wudi, the leader of the Morning Light Business League, appeared at the door, accompanied by Li Xiling, who was already the chief guest of the first level of the Heavenly River tier of the Morning Light Business League. He was an old man with an aquiline nose and very sharp eyes. People in the Morning Light Business League called him Old Ing. So it's brother Long Chen. Quick, please come in, Li Wudi said with a smile on his face. The news that Long Chen had reached the Heavenly River tier and killed Emperor Yuan had spread throughout the entire Yuanling city. For everyone, this news was much more shocking than Long Chen defeating the Blue Dragon Grandmaster. Therefore, when Long Chen visited the Morning Light Business League, the only complete force, Li Wudi was also frightened. After all, the current Long Chen, be it in identity or status, was not someone he could afford to offend. Chapter 279. Li Xiling looked at the indifferent young man, and felt as if she were dreaming. The first time they had met was back in the Lightning Flame Mountain Range. Back then, Long Chen had taken advantage of the fact that she had used up all of her true energy suppressing the Thunder Flame Crystal Soul to attack her. It had been a very shameless act, but he hadn't been very strong. Now, Long Chen was like her grandfather, someone she could only look up to. The gap in her heart was too big. Li Xiling had always been proud of her beauty and strength. She thought that there were very few people in the world who could match up to her. But at this time, in front of Long Chen, he did not even look at her. She felt a sense of grievance, and her confidence suffered a serious blow. Bastard, you think you're so great just because you've become stronger? Li Xiling had an impulse to skin him alive, but she did not dare to do so, or she would definitely be the one to die. Now in Yuanling City, because of the existence of the heaven-defying guy, Long Chen, the two biggest forces were destroyed by him. The Morning Light Business League was celebrating, and it was time for them to rise. At this time, the god of plague, Long Chen, actually came to them. How could they not serve him well? In the magnificent reception hall of the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen was placed at the top. Li Xiling was a little dissatisfied with this position, but when she thought of Long Chen's current strength and status, she could only shut her mouth and obediently stand behind Long Chen. After Long Chen sat down, he went straight to the point and said, "Alliance Master Li, I don't have any other intentions today. I just want to talk about a deal with you." A deal. Li Wudi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a deal. If Long Chen opened his mouth and asked for other things, it would be very difficult. I wonder what kind of deal Long Chen wants. Alliance Master Li asked with a face full of smiles. "This is my payment to you." Long Chen took out a cosmos sack and placed it on the table. Li Xiling rolled her eyes at the Chenkuan bag. In her opinion, Long Chen was just a poor guy from a small place. He definitely wouldn't have anything good, so she didn't care at all. "This is?" Guild Master Li asked curiously. 20 Heaven River pills are enough for your Morning Light Business League to produce a Heaven River tier cultivator in the future. As he spoke, Long Chen looked at Li Xiling. If he was right, the 20 Milky Way pills would definitely be used on Li Xiling. What? Li Wudi and the other two were shocked. The one who was shocked the most was Li Xiling. She had already broken through to the late Heavenly Core realm, and in a few years' time, she might have the chance to break through to the Heavenly River realm and become one of the strongest warriors in Yuanling City. However, she was still lacking Heavenly River pills. If she really had 20 Heavenly River pills, her problem would be solved. She looked at Long Chen with shock and gratitude. There really are 20 Milky Way pills here. Li Wudi couldn't believe it. In his opinion, although Long Chen had become an immortal realm divine guard, it would still be difficult for him to take out so many Milky Way pills. Guildmaster Li, you can open it and have a look, Long Chen said. Li Wudi took the Cosmo sack and opened it. Sure enough, there were 20 Milky Way pills inside. When he looked at this young man who had risen to fame recently, he felt a little dazed. Unknowingly, this young man's cultivation and wealth had surpassed the entire Morning Light Business League. Indeed, there are 20 Milky Way pills. May I know what young friend Long Chen wants from us? Guildmaster Li asked in a serious tone. 20 Milky Way pills. It seemed like what Long Chen wanted from the Morning Light Business League was not something simple. Li Xiling looked at Long Chen with a doubtful expression. Actually, it's very simple. I'm going to buy Yang Imperial City soon, and I have many enemies in Yuanling City. But, my family in Baiyang Town doesn't have the power to resist them. Therefore, I hope that the Morning Light Business League can send at least 2 Heavenly Core warriors to guard Baiyang Town. If any Milky Way warriors attack my family, both of you will have to help as well. How about it, Guildmaster Li? You don't have to worry. Since Emperor Yuan is dead, the Beast Soul Palace won't have any Milky Way warriors left. As for the Lingwu family, they are bound by the agreement, and with the supervision of the 9th Prince, they won't stoop so low as to attack my family. Therefore, you only need to send 2 Heavenly Core warriors to guard Baiyang Town, and these 20 Milky Way pills will belong to the Morning Light Business League. Not only did the Morning Light Business League make a profit from the deal Long Chen mentioned, it was a huge profit. With Long Chen's current reputation, after Long Chen left for Baiyang Imperial City, no one would attack Baiyang Town. What the Morning Light Business League needed to do was to send 2 Heavenly Core warriors to have some fun. In short, as long as you can guarantee the safety of my family members in Baiyang Town, these 20 Milky Way pills will belong to you. Long Chen repeated. Li Wudi and Old Ing looked at each other. They could understand Long Chen. Long Chen was a mighty warrior now, but even a mighty warrior would be burdened by his family. Long Chen was about to leave for a long journey, and if some small fries targeted his family members, it would be a huge problem. That was why Long Chen came to the Morning Light Business League. First, Long Chen was doing this out of filial piety. There was no other reason for him to do this. Secondly, it was actually an easy task for the Morning Light Business League, and it could be done by anyone. Thirdly, it would be a great reward. Fourthly, they could also make friends with Long Chen, a genius who would become a stronger warrior in the future. This was a great opportunity that came knocking on their door, and the Morning Light Business League had no reason to reject it. Therefore, Li Wudi immediately smiled and said, I understand. My young friend Long Chen, I'll definitely handle this matter beautifully, so that you won't have to worry about anything when you leave for a long journey. He paused for a moment and thought for a while, then he said, we'll send 3 late Heavenly Core warriors, 10 early Heavenly Core warriors, and some Earth Core and Mortal Core warriors to Baiyang Town. We'll protect the town, and the Yang family will be treated as our honored guests. If there are any stronger enemies, Old Ing and I will fight them as well. Thank you, Alliance Master Li. Long Chen was satisfied with Li Wudi's arrangement. Finally, he had solved the problem of Baiyang Town, and Long Chen had nothing to worry about. What he needed to do next was to bring Xiao Lang to Baiyang Imperial City, and bring Lingxi to Niyang Celestial Realm to look for the 9 Heavens Celestial Fruit. I wonder when little she will wake up. When she wakes up, she'll be able to use the profound Heavenly Jade Lotus. At that time, thinking about how if Lingxi had a physical body, she would definitely be a beauty like Li Xuanji, and with the relationship between Long Chen and Lingxi, it would be normal for him to take advantage of her. Thinking about Lingxi, Long Chen left the Morning Light Business League under the escort of Li Wudi and the others. The sky was getting dark, and Long Chen was going to follow the ninth prince to Baiyang Imperial City. Everything has been arranged. Let's go, Xiaolang, to the Jade Emperor Palace, Long Chen said lightly. Xiaolang let out a low roar. He was now in the state of a little beast, and when he roared, his voice was babbling, and his row of white teeth looked very cute. This would be Long Chen's last night in Yuanling City. Starting tomorrow, he would go to the center of Songyang Kingdom, Baiyang Imperial City. There was the royal family that ruled the world, the mysterious and rich Yang celestial realm, Xiaolang's enemies, and the hope of Lingxi's recovery. Of course, it was also the gathering place of the experts of the entire Songyang Kingdom, and Long Chen would be a stepping stone towards greater strength. After arriving at the Jade Emperor Palace, a maid serving the ninth prince said to Long Chen, "His Highness has ordered me to take you to rest when you return. We will set off tomorrow morning for Baiyang Imperial City." Long Chen nodded. Under the guidance of the beautiful maidservant, he came to a luxurious wing room. "My lord, His Highness said that I am a gift for you." After sending Long Chen in, the beautiful maid took off her clothes, and soon her snow-white skin was revealed. "Get out." Long Chen was about to leave. To be honest, he was a little annoyed. "Yes." The beautiful maid was relieved and left respectfully. Long Chen lay on the big round bed, buried his head in the soft pink quilt, and stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind was completely immersed in his memories. "I didn't know that Chen is so obedient." A clear voice suddenly rang in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen remembered that this beautiful voice belonged to Lingxi even in his dreams. "I'm hallucinating." Long Chen was a little depressed. He changed his position, but he was still annoyed because he found that he seemed to miss Lingxi. He didn't know how that silly girl was doing now. "Chen, let Lingxi out." Long Chen, who was lost in thought, heard this voice again. This time, he was so shocked that he jumped up from the bed. Xiaolang, who was lying under the bed, was also shocked. "Little Shi, you're awake." To Long Chen, this was news that was enough to make his blood boil. He didn't care if it was an illusion or not, and immediately opened the Cosmos sack. Instantly, a black sword light flew out. Long Chen rubbed his eyes hard, and to his astonishment, he saw Ling Shi's tiny body, which was not even 2 centimeters tall, standing on top of the Ling Shi sword. Xiaolang also looked at this little person in surprise. Although he hadn't heard Long Chen talk about it, Xiaolang knew that Long Chen had always had a girl who looked even more important than him by his side. Chen. When she saw Long Chen, tears welled up in Lingxi's eyes. Both of them had thought that they wouldn't be able to survive that upheaval in the Star Demon prison. Lingxi had died for him, but Long Chen had followed in Lingxi's footsteps and jumped into the abyss of the Star Demon prison without hesitation, risking certain death. Only they knew how rare it was for them to meet each other today. Long Chen could tell that Lingxi had matured a lot after experiencing so many things. She was no longer the girl with a weird temper and the temper of a little princess. Long Chen gradually saw serenity and calmness in her body and in her eyes, as well as responsibility and tenacity. "Little Shi." Long Chen realized that his voice was choking up as he looked at this silly girl. He thought of many things he wanted to say to Lingxi, but right now, it was like there was a rock stuck in his throat. He couldn't make a sound. Parting in life and death, looking at each other without words, only 1,000 lines of tears, though. Chapter 280. For Long Chen, the fact that Lingxi could wake up at this time was a great surprise. He had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. So much time had passed since the upheaval of the Star Demon prison, and Long Chen had become much stronger. Fortunately, Xiaolang had appeared during this time without Lingxi. Otherwise, he would have been very lonely. However, when Lingxi had appeared, Long Chen had already cast Xiaolang far away. As the saying went, valuing a lover over a friend was displayed to the fullest. It could be seen that Lingxi really wanted to know about Long Chen's experiences during this period. She wanted to know why he had jumped into the abyss with them, but hadn't died. She wanted to know why they had appeared here. Moreover, Lingxi could also tell that Long Chen had reached the heavenly river tier. However, Long Chen wasn't in the mood to talk to her about these things. The only thing he wanted to tell Lingxi now was the mysterious Heaven Jade Lotus. Long Chen had already recovered from his excitement. He held Lingxi in his hands and said mysteriously, "Little Shi, I will tell you what you want to know later. I have a gift for you now. It's a secret." I will show it to you now. As Long Chen spoke, he took out the mysterious heaven jade lotus from his universe sack. Lingxi was very knowledgeable, so she definitely knew what this was. Mysterious heaven jade lotus. One could see that Lingxi was shocked. She immediately became excited, and asked somewhat incoherently, Chen, how did you manage to obtain something like the mysterious heaven jade lotus? Logically speaking, it should be impossible for the mysterious heaven jade lotus to exist in this place. I will tell you how the mysterious heaven jade lotus came about later. Hee, little she, do you know anything about the mysterious heaven jade lotus? I heard that it can temporarily give you a body. Long Chen was a little nervous when he asked this question. That's right. In the place where I come from, profound heavenly jade lotuses are relatively common. If an ordinary expert soul isn't completely destroyed after being killed, they can use the profound heavenly jade lotus to become immortal. If they can find a rare 9 heavens immortal spirit fruit, they'll be able to reconstruct their fleshly body. She was extremely excited as she looked at the profound heavenly jade lotus. She was choking up as she spoke. She knew that this was the result of Long Chen's hard work. Even when she was unconscious, Long Chen was still working hard for her. It was an extremely beautiful feeling. I heard that living on the mysterious heaven jade lotus is equivalent to having the body of a mortal. You can feel everything about a mortal, eat, drink, poop, and sleep. However, you can't cultivate and can only be a mortal. Little she, what do you think? Long Chen asked. Becoming a mortal meant that there would be a lot of trouble. In fact, Long Chen would even need to prepare enough food and clothes to take care of Lingxi in the future. I don't want it anymore. Lingxi looked at the mysterious heaven jade lotus with a bitter expression. Why? Long Chen thought that she would be very happy when she saw the mysterious heaven jade lotus and would be full of anticipation to use it. He didn't expect that Lingxi would just struggle for a while and directly reject it. Big brother Chen, don't you know how much of a burden a mortal without any combat strength would be by your side? I'll be a burden to you, I'll slow down your growth, and I might even cause you to lose your life. Lingxi's voice was filled with sadness towards the end of her sentence. It was obvious that she really wanted to experience the feeling of being a living person again. However, if she ended up harming Long Chen because of this, she would definitely choose to give up on it. Although her heart was indeed moved and pleasantly surprised when she saw the mysterious heaven jade lotus. Thank you for your gift, but Lingxi really can't accept it. Lingxi lowered her head and said with some disappointment. Idiot, you think that I'm too incompetent. If I can't even protect a woman, how can I be called Long Chen? I'll just be called Dog Chen, Pig Chen. Long Chen said with a bit of anger. He could already see that Lingxi actually yearned for this thing very much. He didn't care about anything else and directly handed the mysterious heaven jade lotus to her eyes. He scolded. Use it immediately. Don't blame me for saying harsh words. If you don't use it, I'll drive you away and not let you follow me. Chen. Lingxi knew that Long Chen was deliberately saying harsh words. His goal was ultimately for her own good. This made her feel very moved. Be obedient and trust me. I will protect you. Long Chen said sincerely. But, it will really bring you a lot of trouble. Lingxi was still a bit conflicted. Yes, there will be trouble, but it's not a big deal. However, there are also many benefits. Look, if my Lingxi has a body, won't she be able to reward me? As Long Chen spoke, he stared at Lingxi lecherously. Scoundrel, even if I use the mysterious heaven jade lotus, you're not allowed to touch me. Lingxi understood what Long Chen meant and immediately blushed. Saying this indirectly meant that she agreed. I promise you. Haha, there's no time to lose. Use it now. Little she, I'm looking forward to it. The soul that had always been by his side could one day have a real body and appear by his side and receive his protection. Long Chen was actually very excited in his heart. Thinking that such a devastatingly beautiful little beauty would stay by his side and listen to his orders. This feeling was really wonderful. In particular, after experiencing so many things, Lingxi's personality had become a lot more obedient, making her even more lovable. All right. Although Lingxi was still worried about Long Chen's strong request, she could only put it aside. As the saying goes, the boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. Everything will be fine. Just as Lingxi was about to use the mysterious heaven jade lotus, Long Chen finally saw Xiao Lang looking at them from under the bed. Lingxi also noticed Xiao Lang at this time. She immediately exclaimed, How can there be a human soul in this demonic beast's body? Little she. He is Mo Xiaolang. However, because of an accident, he abandoned his original body and entered this demonic beast's body. As for the details, I'll tell you slowly. Long Chen explained. As expected, Lingxi wasn't simple. With a single glance, she could tell that there was a human soul in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. I can communicate with him spiritually, although it's a little strenuous. Lingxi suddenly said. What? Long Chen and Xiao Lang's eyes lit up. After Xiao Lang became like this, Long Chen's communication with him had become very difficult. Based on Lingxi's words, if she could communicate with Mo Xiaolang, then Long Chen would be able to understand Xiao Lang's intentions in the future. Let me try first. Lingxi put the matter of the mysterious sky jade lotus aside and focused on Xiao Lang's eyes. After a while she said happily, he just said, Hello, I'm Mo Xiaolang. You saw me in the Star Devil prison. I helped you trap the Blue Dragon Patriarch. Wonderful. Long Chen sighed. Although this communication was slow and strenuous, it was better than nothing. That's good news. Little she, you can use the mysterious sky jade lotus next. Long Chen smiled. With Lingxi and Xiao Lang, Long Chen felt that the road ahead would be very interesting. In fact, Lingxi had been trapped in the sword for so long. The mysterious sky jade lotus was something she had longed for a long time. Now that her dream had finally come true, she was very excited. Being able to recover her body was her greatest dream. Xiao Lang howled and stood up. He opened the door, walked out, and closed the door behind him. He said to keep watch outside in case anyone comes near, Lingxi explained. With Xiao Lang watching from outside, it would be much safer for Lingxi to use the mysterious sky jade lotus. Long Chen also relaxed. He placed the mysterious sky jade lotus on the ground, and Lingxi's tiny body was dancing in the air above the mysterious sky jade lotus. It has begun, the process will be very quick. Lingxi's voice, which was as sweet and pleasant as an oriole's, concealed the excitement in her heart. Long Chen watched without blinking. To put it bluntly, the mysterious sky jade lotus was a pure white lotus root that was only as thick as an arm. At this moment, Lingxi's tiny spirit body emitted a faint white light and gradually integrated into the mysterious sky jade lotus. Soon, Lingxi's body disappeared, and the mysterious sky jade lotus was already floating in the air. Its entire body was like the highest quality white jade, emitting a pure white light that filled the room. The fragrance of the lotus wafted towards Long Chen. It's almost done. Thinking that Lingxi would appear in front of him in the flesh and not in the form of a spirit, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. Under Long Chen's expectant gaze, the round white light emitted by the mysterious sky jade lotus grew brighter and brighter. Soon, the entire room was illuminated. Long Chen bathed in the white light and breathed in the fragrance, feeling his entire body go limp. At this moment, the mysterious sky jade lotus gradually grew larger and took shape. Under Long Chen's eyes, it gradually transformed into a beautiful woman that could turn all living things upside down. Long Chen was completely stunned. Long Chen was completely stunned. The girl in front of him was so beautiful that it almost took his breath away. Her skin was fine and moist like warm jade, soft and glossy, delicate and fair to the point where one would have the urge to take a bite. Her cherry-like lips were red even without lipstick, tender and beautiful. Her delicate eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her cherry-like lips were smeared with honey. 2 strands of hair by the side of her cheeks blew gently in the wind, adding to her alluring charm. Her long black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, and her nimble eyes were intelligent and intelligent. There was a hint of naughtiness and mischievousness in them, and her entire body exuded an otherworldly aura like that of a fairy. Beneath the fairy's face was a demon that made Long Chen restless. The body that the mysterious sky jade lotus had just transformed was naturally not clothed. This was something that Long Chen and Lingxi hadn't expected at the start. At this moment, in front of Long Chen was a fairy-like girl bathed in white light. Long Chen looked at her sluggishly, sizing her up. Round and smooth pearl shoulders, graceful and exquisite twin peaks that were like the most beautiful mountain peaks in the world, slender and delicate waist that couldn't be grasped, slender and fair arms that were like tender lotuses, 2 white and dazzlingly beautiful legs, perfectly round and graceful ankles, and of course, that mysterious region that made Long Chen intoxicated. Little she. Long Chen wished that time would stay at this moment forever. Chapter 281. A quarter of an hour later, Long Chen was standing in front of the bed, and Lingxi was wearing Long Chen's clothes. She was wrapped in a thick quilt, and her beautiful face was intoxicating red. Her two big eyes were filled with vigilance, and she looked at Long Chen pitifully. She was vigilant, but also flustered, shy, and other emotions. She, who had yet to experience the world, had appeared in front of Long Chen completely naked. Furthermore, she had done so for nearly 7 minutes. This made Lingxi want to find a hole to bury herself in. At this moment, countless waves were surging in her heart. Her heart was like a little deer. All she could see was the figure of the man in front of her. Long Chen was very thick-skinned. At this moment, he was looking at Lingxi with a smile that wasn't a smile. His eyes were hot, and it made Lingxi feel scared and shy. She was very flustered. She didn't expect that after such a long time, when she had a human form again, she would immediately experience so many feelings. "Chen, what do you want to do to me?" Lingxi's hands tightly pulled on the pink quilt, and she looked at Long Chen in panic. She didn't have any strength now, and it seemed that she couldn't resist whatever Long Chen wanted to do. Kaka, I want to eat you. Who told you to be so tender?" Saying this, Long Chen revealed an anxious light. No, my mother said that I'm not an adult yet, and I'm not allowed to." "Chen, I beg you, please don't, okay?" Lingxi said timidly. Long Chen was purely joking with her. She had just gained a human form, and he was already bullying her. If it left a shadow in her heart, it wouldn't be good. "I'm just joking. Little Shi, how do you feel now?" Long Chen sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the little girl with a doting gaze. When she appeared in front of Long Chen with her real human body and peerless beauty, Long Chen was in a trance. Feeling that Long Chen's hot gaze had disappeared and was now replaced with a gentle gaze, Lingxi's timidity gradually dissipated. Remembering that Long Chen had just found clothes for her, and that he hadn't violated her for a quarter of an hour, Lingxi relaxed and said, "I feel like I'm in a dream. I don't have any strength in my body, just like when I was born. If I cultivated with this mysterious sky jade lotus body, it would definitely cause my body to collapse. It's good now, it feels good to be human. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, these senses reappeared." Lingxi carefully experienced them. These were all things she had dreamed of in the past, but because of Long Chen, they appeared in front of her. Although she was a little shy toward Long Chen, she was more grateful. "But, Chen, I'm so cold." It was still spring, and Lingxi's body was a little cold. Even though she was wrapped in a thick blanket, she was still shivering from the cold. "Here's my chance," Long Chen thought wretchedly. Without another word, he directly lifted the blanket and jumped in. Lingxi let out a cry, but she didn't expect that Long Chen didn't do anything. He just lay down beside her, looked at her and said, "If you trust me, then use me to keep warm." "Really?" Lingxi's eyes lit up. She hesitated for a moment, then moved to Long Chen's side. Her eyes shyly looked at Long Chen. Her cheeks were a little rosy, and it was obvious that her heart was beating faster. Seeing that she was being so sentimental, Long Chen stretched out an arm, hugged her, and pulled her to his side, letting her head lie on the crook of his arm. Lingxi was so scared that she let out a cry. Like a little shrimp, she curled up in Long Chen's arms. The burning heat from his body, the strong crook of his arm, and the rich masculine smell made her little heart beat faster. Her cheeks were red, her eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes kept fluttering. Lingxi's body had an intoxicating lotus fragrance. The softness on her shoulders and back made Long Chen's heart run wild. However, towards this silly girl, Lingxi, he loved her even more. Even though he had just seen her extremely tempting body, he still restrained himself. To be more precise, a hasty person wouldn't get to eat hot tofu. Long Chen was casting a long line to catch a big fish. If he didn't wait until Lingxi was willing and the two of them were in love, it would definitely leave an indelible shadow in her young heart. Pulling the pink blanket, he completely wrapped Lingxi up. Only then did Long Chen lower his head and rest his chin on the soft and fragrant hair on the top of her head. This body contact made Lingxi's body tremble like a little shrimp, and her breathing quickened again. "Hold me. Don't think too much. Chen isn't a bad guy," Long Chen whispered in her ear. After becoming an ordinary person, Lingxi's body became especially sensitive. The hot breath from his mouth poured into her ear, instantly making Lingxi's whole body hot. Her tense body softly leaned against Long Chen's body. When she touched him, Lingxi became even more confused. Because she was wearing Long Chen's clothes, there was no doo-doo or underpants. When Long Chen lowered his head, he could see the sudden spring scenery. This amazing softness, at this moment, pressed against his arm. Being a normal man, Long Chen's whole body naturally became hot. The little Long Chen under his crotch had already gradually begun to erect. No, I can't leave a shadow in her heart. Moreover, she's still young. Long Chen restrained himself. In fact, after experiencing life and death, to be able to hug her like this, protect her, and use his own heat to warm her, Long Chen's heart was already very satisfied. Little she, don't be afraid. Tomorrow, we still have to set off for Baiyang Imperial City. Chen said that he won't touch you, so he absolutely won't. Long Chen guaranteed. Really? Lingxi opened her big eyes and looked at Long Chen with blinking eyes. Long Chen's firm and righteous gaze made Lingxi completely moved. Tears began to form in her eyes, and her voice also became somewhat choked. Chen, you're so good to me. Seeing the silly girl's face moved, Long Chen knew how wise his decision just now was. Today's tolerance was only for a lasting outbreak in the future. Long Chen knew that he was absolutely not a gentleman. Good girl, sleep well. From tomorrow onwards, we will start to travel. Long Chen used his palm to stroke her head and said lightly, I don't want to sleep. I want to talk to you, Chen. Tomorrow, I want to go to Baiyang Imperial City. What are we going to do there? Lingxi comfortably nestled in Long Chen's arms. With Long Chen's sudden growth, she gradually let go of her courage. This comfortable embrace made her reluctant to leave. I once heard that in Baiyang Imperial City's Yang Immortal Realm, there is a 9-heaven celestial fruit. Now that I have become an immortal realm divine guard of Baiyang Imperial City, I can enter Yang Immortal Realm. So, tomorrow we will set off. Long Chen smiled and said, Ah! This news, for Lingxi, was an absolute surprise. Although the profound sky jade lotus was magical, it was absolutely not comparable to the 9-heaven celestial fruit. With the 9-heaven celestial fruit, Lingxi could recover her strength, and truly have a human body. That was the true rebirth. Now, she just had a place to live. Waking up from an endless sleep, what she heard was that Long Chen was still fighting for her. Lingxi immediately shed tears of gratitude. Her voice was choked, and she pouted while looking at Long Chen. She began to sob, and the more she cried, the more ferocious she became. Very soon, Long Chen's sleeves were wet. Why are you crying, silly girl? You should be happy. Long Chen patted her white tender face and said. Lingxi still did not stop. If you cry again, I don't want you anymore. Long Chen pretended to be angry. Don't. Lingxi made a threatening gesture. She stretched out her white tender arms, and firmly hugged Long Chen's strong waist. The soft twin peaks of her chest were tightly pressed against Long Chen's waist. The feeling of ecstasy made Long Chen's head instantly flush with blood. Be good. I definitely want you. Long Chen panted heavily, and moved Lingxi's arms away. If they were to be so tightly pressed against each other, it would not be long before he really turned into a beast. Lingxi also realized that her movements were too violent. She blushed and buried her head on Long Chen's arm. After a moment, Lingxi suddenly asked, Chen, what is our relationship? This was a question that she had been struggling with all this time. Without a doubt, from the first time they met, to the many times they had gone through life and death together. In fact, during that time in the Star Demon prison, Lingxi had sacrificed her life for him, and Long Chen had resolutely jumped down after her. Even Xiao Lang could see their relationship. He silently went out to keep watch, but the two of them had not confessed before. Long Chen had wanted to say it a long time ago, it was just that he never had the chance to do so. At this moment, he held Lingxi's face in his arms and looked at this young girl who could turn the world upside down. With lightning speed, he planted a light kiss on her tender lips. Lingxi felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, and she stared at him in a daze. Long Chen had only kissed her, but her entire body had tensed up. After a moment, their lips parted. Long Chen patted Lingxi's dazed face, and his blazing eyes stared at Lingxi. In a low voice, he enunciated each word clearly. Lingxi, I will protect you. No one can hurt you. No one can steal you from my side. You will wonder why I am so good to you. Then I will tell you. Because you are my woman, for this lifetime, for all eternity. Lingxi is Long Chen's woman. Such passionate words caused Lingxi's heart to twitch. Long Chen's blazing eyes and his impactful words had completely melted her heart. This man's mark had been deeply engraved in her soul at this time, and it would be impossible to erase even in eternity. Sweetness, warmth, happiness, these were all things that filled her heart, making her forget everything else. At this moment, they didn't think about how many hardships they would have to face in the future under the oath of undying love, and how many times they would be separated by life and death before they could be together forever. When two people who shouldn't have met in the first place met and wanted to be together, the resistance they had to face was countless times higher than that of ordinary people. However, was there anything in this world that Long Chen was afraid of? He didn't think too much about it. He just hugged Lingxi's body tightly in his arms. He looked at the starry sky outside the window and began to tell Lingxi about what had happened during this period of time. From when he woke up in the abyss of the Star Demon prison to when he killed Emperor Yuan and became the most powerful existence in Yuan Emperor City. Chapter 282. From the Star Demon prison until now, Long Chen's accomplishments today were partly due to luck, but the uniqueness of being a dragon martial artist was a bigger part of it. His own tenacity and intelligence were also a part of it. After listening to Long Chen narrate his experiences during this period of time, Lingxi had a soul-stirring feeling. She had said that she wouldn't sleep, but what could she do about a mortal's body? If she didn't have a good rest, it would be impossible. Therefore, in Long Chen's story, she fell into a deep sleep. Before dawn the next day, Long Chen ran to the servant girls' rooms in the Jade Palace and gathered a full set of women's clothing. He didn't care if Lingxi needed it or not. He took a large pile and came back for Lingxi to choose for herself. There was no girl who wouldn't be interested in the matching equipment of these girls. Finally not having to wear Long Chen's baggy men's clothing, Lingxi was very excited. She gathered her courage and kissed Long Chen's face lightly. Long Chen and Xiao Lang waited outside the door. After a while, the door opened gently. Lingxi, who had changed into neat clothes, caused Long Chen's eyes to light up. These clothes were for a servant girl and were not luxurious, but when worn by Lingxi, it was different. Lingxi wore a long brocade dress that was moon white and light pink. The skirt and sleeves were embroidered with silver threads, and the sleeves were thin with light yellow patterns. The skirt was embroidered with large purple yang flowers and looked very beautiful. A pink and white belt was tied around her waist, accentuating her well-proportioned figure. Strange patterns were densely distributed on the belt. She wore a pair of shoes embroidered with lilies, with soft fox fur sewn around the edges. There were jade ornaments on the sides, small and exquisite. Her jade-like white wrists wore 2 silver bracelets, which gave off a pleasant sound when she raised her hands. She wore tassel earrings, and her silky black hair casually fell to her waist. She wore only a few stars of milky white pearl necklaces that contrasted with the black luster of the clouds. Long Chen felt that she was a fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. He was even more dazzled and admired her. Chen. It was the first time that she had dressed up in front of Long Chen, so Lingxi did not have much confidence. At this time, she walked in front of Long Chen and looked at Long Chen charmingly. She asked, "Do I look good?" "As beautiful as a fairy," Long Chen said subconsciously. "Really?" Lingxi was as happy as a little butterfly. She twirled her body, causing her skirt to dance. "This is the sunlight." She raised her head and squinted at the sky. "Don't be silly. These belong to you. Let's go see the 9th prince now." Long Chen smiled. He held Lingxi's white fingers and walked toward the 9th prince's temporary imperial residence. At this time, Lingxi looked around. Under Long Chen's protection, she was like a little princess. Xiao Lang followed behind them bitterly. From today onwards, he would be officially ignored. Lingxi noticed the little fellow following behind. After listening to Long Chen's description, she knew that the sun-devouring direwolf was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, the soul of the sun-devouring direwolf was actually that Mo Xiaolang's soul. Back in Baiyang town, Lingxi knew Mo Xiaolang. Moreover, she heard that Mo Xiaolang had been going through fire and water with Long Chen. In Lingxi's heart, she also treated Xiao Lang as her little brother. "Chen, he calls me sister-in-law." Lingxi giggled, her face slightly red. Long Chen looked at Lingxi and Xiao Lang. After Yang Lingqing left with Li Xuanji, the two of them were the most important people to him. Long Chen swore in his heart that he would protect them for the rest of his life. Of course, Xiao Lang had the sun-devouring direwolf's fortuitous encounter. His future growth might not be any worse than Long Chen's. 2 people and 1 wolf. In the eyes of outsiders, there were only 2 people. Mo Xiaolang had now become Long Chen's pet, accompanying Long Chen by his side. They would probably be fighting for a long time. When he was halfway there, the 9th prince had already sent someone to receive him. The guard saw Lingxi next to Long Chen and was shocked. Lingxi was like a fairy from the legends, pure and noble. She made people feel ashamed of their inferiority and couldn't have any thoughts of profanity. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Jade Emperor Hall. In front of the Jade Emperor Hall, Long Chen saw the 9th prince's mount, the wind-splitting dragon falcon. This profound grade 9 demonic beast quickly took a few steps back after smelling Mo Xiaolong's eerie and terrifying aura. It whimpered to show its submission. Normally, when a demonic beast became a tamed beast, the ferocity in their bones had been worn down. In front of a peerless demonic beast like the sun-devouring direwolf, the wind-splitting dragon falcon didn't dare to be rash. In the Jade Emperor Hall, the 9th prince was already waiting. For this trip to Yuanling City, all the manpower and resources of the Jade Imperial Palace were provided by the 3 factions. Now, only the 9th prince and Old Yen would be leaving Yuanling City. After Long Chen arrived, the 9th prince was about to say that they would depart. However, when he saw that there was a beautiful little beauty next to Long Chen, the 9th prince was completely stunned. His eyes stared at Lingxi. "This is my wife, Lingxi. It should be fine for her to follow me to Baiyang Imperial City," Long Chen said. Lingxi was too beautiful. Even the 9th prince's gaze was a bit off, so Long Chen had to say this. "Peerless beauty. Devastatingly beautiful. You really have good fortune. I was rude just now." Interrupted by Long Chen, the 9th prince looked away and smiled at Long Chen. After being interrupted by Long Chen, the 9th prince shifted his gaze and looked at Long Chen with a smile. "Peerless beauty. Devastatingly beautiful. You really have good fortune. I was rude just now." The 9th prince's gaze made Lingxi uncomfortable. She held onto Long Chen's arm and hid behind Long Chen. "From now on, you will settle down in Baiyang Imperial City. Of course, you have to bring her along. There's no time to lose, let's depart now." The 9th prince nodded and no longer looked at Long Chen and Lingxi. He walked straight ahead. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and followed him onto the broad back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. From here to Baiyang Imperial City, there were many high mountains and deep valleys. The wind-splitting dragon falcon could fly, so these high mountains and deep valleys had no effect on it. However, they had a huge effect on Xiao Lang. So even though Xiao Lang's speed was faster than the wind-splitting dragon falcon, he had no choice but to follow Long Chen and step on the wind-splitting dragon falcon. The wind-splitting dragon falcon was afraid of Xiao Lang and was trembling. Old Yen comforted it for a moment. Only then did the demonic beast realize that the sun-devouring demonic wolf would not harm it. Only then did it dare to open its huge wings and prepare to hurry on. A huge wind rose, and Long Chen instantly followed them to the sky above Yuanling City. Because Lingxi was afraid of the cold, Long Chen had to take out the bedding from his Chenkuan bag and wrap it tightly around Lingxi. Then, he used his body to block the wind and held Lingxi in his arms. This way, Lingxi felt a little better. "Bear with it, we will reach Baiyang Imperial City soon." Long Chen lowered his head and said in her ear, "It's okay, Chen. With you hugging me, I feel very warm." Lingxi said with a smile. In terms of heat, Xiao Lang's body was incomparable. So Long Chen stretched out his hand and pressed him into Lingxi's arms to warm Lingxi. Of course, there was a thick quilt between them. The pitiful Mo Xiaolang could only look innocently at Long Chen. His gaze made Lingxi giggle. While the wind-splitting dragon falcon was moving forward, the 9th prince turned his head back and saw this scene. Then, he silently turned back and looked ahead with calm and cold eyes. "Your Highness." Old Yen seemed to understand his thoughts. "There's no hurry. If it's mine, it will be mine. No one can take it away," the 9th prince said vaguely. Time slowly passed. Lingxi was weak, but with Long Chen's meticulous care, she didn't fall sick. The heat on Xiao Lang's body was very useful. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was of the fire attribute. If Xiao Lang didn't release the 9 hell demonic ancestral flame, his body would be burning. The rays of the sun were constantly gathering towards the wolf cub. Chen, I always feel that this trip to Baiyang Imperial City will be very dangerous. The 9 heavens celestial fruit in Ni Yang's Wonderland will probably be very difficult to get, Lingxi said with some worry. There were many experts in Baiyang Imperial City. Long Chen would be nothing there. Of course it would be dangerous. Don't worry. With pressure comes growth. When I first went to Yuanling City, my strength hadn't taken shape yet. But in Baiyang Imperial City, other than being weaker than others in terms of cultivation, I'm not worse than others, Long Chen said firmly. Indeed, in terms of earth rank, he already had the Thunder Flame battle body at the 3rd level, the Blue Dragon battle technique at the middle level, the 9 Spinning Fire Shield at the middle level, and the Divine Fire Clone at the high level. Moreover, the blood-refining chi and other abilities that belonged to dragon warriors were as abnormal as before. Even the soul-devouring demonic pupil that he got from Li Xuanji started to play a role. Moreover, Long Chen now had the peerless demonic beast, Xiao Lang, as a helper. No matter how deep the water in Baiyang Imperial City is, the 3 of us have to go and explore it. While we're still young, let's do it hard, Long Chen said with a smile. In Baiyang Imperial City, there were some super powerful forces. Long Chen could see a corner of this Baiyang Imperial City from the 9th Prince. Long Chen estimated that even if he and Xiao Lang joined forces, they would still be far from being a match for the 9th Prince. At this time, Lingxi suddenly raised her head and said nervously, Chen, just now Xiao Lang told me that he felt that the 9th Prince's gaze was somewhat malicious. She also knew that the current 9th Prince, Long Chen, still couldn't resist, so she was a little flustered. Actually, Long Chen knew about this. A simple look could betray a person's thoughts. The relationship between the 9th Prince, Lin Songtian, and him was more of a business transaction and exploitation. It was impossible for them to be brothers of life and death. Don't worry, I have a plan. Long Chen rubbed the back of her head and said. Time gradually passed. The 9th Prince once said that with the speed of the wind-splitting dragon falcon, it would take a total of 5 days to travel from Yuanling City to Baiyang Imperial City. Very soon, 5 days had almost passed. At this time, the wind-splitting dragon falcon had already begun to slow down and gradually flew at a lower altitude. Long Chen could now clearly see the scene below. It was a lush green forest, and in the forest, there were some crisscrossing rivers and mirror-like lakes. We're almost there, the 9th Prince said. At this time, a black light suddenly rushed into the sky from the side and attacked the wind-splitting dragon falcon. Chapter 283. The attack of the black light was out of everyone's expectations. Feeling the shocking aura, Long Chen held Lingxi's slender waist with one hand and stood up, firmly fixing his legs on the back of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. At this moment, the black light had already stopped in front of the wind-splitting dragon falcon. It was a small but extremely ferocious black eagle. This black eagle was not as big as the wind-splitting divine roc, and it could only carry one person. However, Long Chen was sure that this black eagle was definitely an earth-ranked demonic beast, and it was even stronger than the sun-devouring demonic wolf. 9th Prince, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find you by chance. On the black eagle stood a man in black tight-fitting clothes. He stared at Lin Songtian with his vulture-like eyes, and as soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the wind-splitting dragon falcon. It's the people from the Heavenly Devil Palace. Old Yen, protect them. The 9th Prince's face darkened, and without saying a word, he started fighting with the other party. The people from the Heavenly Devil Palace were unexpectedly strong. Before Long Chen could see their moves clearly, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. The wind-splitting dragon falcon flying in the sky had its internal organs shattered by a punch from the people from the Heavenly Devil Palace, and it was already dead. Meanwhile, Long Chen and the others fell from the sky. Old Yen saw that it was too late to rescue them, so he was concerned about the safety of the 9th Prince, so he ignored Long Chen and the others who were falling from the sky and rushed towards the 9th Prince. Long Chen didn't know how the 9th Prince and Old Yen managed to escape from the sky. When the wind-splitting dragon falcon died, he held Lingxi in his arms and fell from the sky. The surrounding was filled with the sound of the wind, and the falling speed was getting faster and faster. Long Chen felt that his whole body was about to fall apart. If he was already in such a state, then as a mortal, Lingxi must be in even more pain. In a moment of desperation, He hugged Lingxi tightly in his arms. The wind-splitting dragon falcon's corpse fell together with Long Chen, but because of the different forces, they fell in different directions. Fortunately, the wind-splitting dragon falcon's flying altitude and speed had decreased because they were close to Baiyang Imperial City. After rapidly descending for a while, Long Chen was able to see the ground. His and Lingxi's bodies carried a huge impact force. If Long Chen fell by himself, he was confident that he could absorb the impact force. However, he was carrying Lingxi, who was incomparably fragile. It was very likely that an extremely low impact force would cause Lingxi's entire body to fall apart. What should we do? Long Chen was a little flustered. He had just given Lingxi the feeling of having a body. Was it going to be gone just like that? At this moment, Xiao Lang's body suddenly enlarged, and his landing speed increased. Before Long Chen landed, the sun-devouring demonic wolf's huge body had already smashed into the ground. The sun-devouring demonic wolf's body was much stronger than Long Chen's. After Xiao Lang fell from the sky, he was actually unharmed. Without a word, he leapt towards Long Chen. Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. He used his true energy to firmly place Lingxi on Xiao Lang's body. The impact force from Lingxi's body had gradually dissipated as Xiao Lang fell. Long Chen himself took out the blue dragon halberd. When he landed, he suddenly slammed the blue dragon halberd into the ground. Immediately, a rebounding force sent him flying into the sky before he landed steadily on the ground. Not far away, the corpse of the wind-splitting dragon falcon crashed into the ground, causing dust to fill the air. After Long Chen landed, Xiao Lang carried Lingxi and landed on the ground. Long Chen hurriedly rushed over. When he discovered that Lingxi had successfully escaped the disaster and was only frightened, her face pale, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief and hugged Lingxi tightly. She had just obtained a body, and before she even reached Baiyang Imperial City, she had already suffered such a disaster. Lingxi was really unlucky, but fortunately, she was fine in the end. The people of Sky Demon Palace are obviously chasing after the 9th prince. We are now on the 9th prince's side. If we land on the ground, they will definitely see us, so we should leave this place quickly. Long Chen looked at the sky and discovered that the 9th prince and the people of Sky Demon Palace were fighting somewhere. He made a prompt decision and left with Lingxi and Xiao Lang. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and used the blue dragon halberd to open a path. In order to avoid attention, Xiao Lang shrunk his body again and quickly followed behind Long Chen. The direction of Baiyang Imperial City is over there. The 9th prince has been attacked and can't take care of us. It should be impossible for him to go back to find us. We can go to Baiyang Imperial City by ourselves. Thinking of this, Long Chen no longer hesitated. In this lush and fresh forest, he rushed in the direction of Baiyang Imperial City. This forest was very beautiful. There were crisscrossing rivers everywhere, and there were also large and small lakes. On the way, Long Chen stopped and hunted a few wild rabbits. He made a fire and roasted them into a delicacy. Lingxi had been eating dry rations these days and was already hungry. Seeing the golden and oily delicacies, she was already drooling. After feeding the little girl, 2 people and 1 wolf continued on their way. Of course, Lingxi couldn't keep up with Long Chen's speed, so along the way, Long Chen carried her on his back. Feeling the warmth from her soft body, as well as the slippery feeling on his back, Long Chen felt a little restless. Lingxi also blushed a little when she smelled his scent. The little wolf bitterly followed behind, pretending that it didn't see anything. Even though he'd saved Lingxi earlier, he was still like a superfluous existence between them. A vast lake appeared ahead. The water was calm, and they were faintly able to see a small island on the opposite side. The island was suffused with smoke, and there ought to be a family there. It's getting late. We'll rest on this island for a night and continue on our journey tomorrow. I believe it won't be long before we'll be able to arrive at Baiyang Imperial City, instructed Long Chen. Xiao Lang said he knows this island. He came here when he was young, and it's called Goldfish Island. Seeing Xiao Lang stare at each other for a long time, Lingxi finally understood what Xiao Lang wanted to say. Goldfish Island. Since you're familiar with it, Xiao Lang, then it couldn't be any better. Xiao Lang spent his childhood in Baiyang Imperial City. Long Chen carried Lingxi on his back as he walked on the surface of the lake. At the same time, he was also conversing with Xiao Lang through Lingxi's. You're saying that the few areas outside of Baiyang Imperial City were originally managed by the 4 great clans of the Imperial City. This goldfish island and the vast land around it originally belonged to the Mo clan, but because the Mo clan was exterminated, you don't know the current situation on this island. Xiao Lang nodded. As he looked at the island that was getting closer and closer, his eyes revealed a nostalgic look. When he was 6 years old, his entire clan was exterminated, and he had to escape alone while carrying a blood feud. The tragedy that Xiao Lang had encountered was hard for Long Chen to imagine. Just as he was about to comfort his brother, he and Xiao Lang faintly heard an urgent cry for help. "Save me! You Woku people, go to hell!" Amidst the cries for help, the man's laughter could be heard. "Let's go and have a look." Naturally, Long Chen couldn't just watch them die. Following the direction of the sound, the two quickly arrived at their destination. In front of them was a small boat that was floating on the lake. Right now, there were two people arguing on the boat. It was a man and a woman. The man was roaring like a wild beast, pressing the woman down on his body and tearing her clothes in a frenzy. Without saying a word, Long Chen rushed over and kicked the man away, causing him to fall into the water. He didn't completely understand what was happening, so he didn't kick the man to death. This man was also an Earth Core warrior, so he wouldn't drown in the water. After that, Long Chen looked at the woman on the boat. When he saw her clearly, his heart surged with anger. The girl in front of him was thin and weak, and her face was young and tender. Her body had just started to develop, and she was only 12 or 13 years old. But just now, that big and burly man was obviously going to rape her. Bastard! When Lingxi saw this, she gritted her teeth and cursed. At this moment, the man who was kicked away had already floated up to the surface of the water. He was cursing in a language that Long Chen couldn't understand. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Long Chen fiercely. Soon, he jumped out of the water and unleashed the strength of an Earth Core warrior as he charged towards Long Chen. This man looked extremely ugly and wretched. He was short and stout, and his height didn't even reach Long Chen's chest. However, his eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. With just one look, one could tell that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Kid, how dare you touch our great Woku people? You're courting death." At this moment, the guy finally spoke in a language that Long Chen could understand. However, his accent was very strange, and it took Long Chen a lot of effort to understand what he was saying. "Woku people? Who do you think you are?" At this moment, how could Long Chen not understand that this guy was a beast? When he jumped out of the water and wanted to kill Long Chen immediately pierced his chest with his devil spirit sword. The short man's eyes were wide open as he fell into the water. He died with his eyes wide open. Blood crazily gushed out from his chest, and soon, the green lake water around him was dyed red. The girl had clearly seen how Long Chen killed the Woku people. At this moment, she stood up and tidied her clothes. Then she politely said to Long Chen, "Little you, thank you big brother and big sister for saving me." This girl was very tough. Facing such a situation, she didn't even cry. "Is your name Little You? What happened?" Long Chen realized that she was from the island, so he started chatting with her. "That man just now was a Woku people. I thought they wouldn't come today, so I came out to play. I didn't expect to meet him. If Big Brother didn't save me, I would have died." Little Yu's face was filled with fear when she said this. "What's a Woku people?" Long Chen asked as he pulled Lingxi to sit on the boat. Chapter 284. At this moment, Xiao Lang touched Long Chen's leg. Through Lingxi's, Long Chen understood what Xiao Lang was trying to say. The Wu tribe was originally a human tribe to the east of Songyang country. Later on, due to the harsh environment, the tribe moved to the vicinity of Baiyang Imperial City. The elites of the tribe formed the Yamato family in Baiyang Imperial City because they had some capabilities. They are now one of the three major families in the Imperial City, and have the same strength as the Mo family. This was the information in Xiao Lang's words. After hearing what they said, Long Chen realized that the people of the Wu tribe were not simple. Through Lingxi's, Xiao Lang said, the Wu tribe usually lives around the Imperial City and has their own language. Their appearance is slightly different from the people of Songyang country. They are generally ugly and short. They are violent, cruel, and barbaric. Both the men and women of the tribe are extremely promiscuous and inhumane. However, because the Yamato family supports the other Wu tribe in the Imperial City, They have always been doing well. Not many people dare to provoke them. Yes, they can't be called humans at all. They are a group of beasts in human skin. Speaking of the Wu tribe, Xiaoyu was filled with righteous indignation. Xiaoyu, tell me, why do you say that? Long Chen asked with concern. Although he wanted to rush to Baiyang Imperial City, it seemed that there was something here that needed his help. Moreover, Xiao Lang seemed to have some feelings for the Golden Fish Island. If the people of the Golden Fish Island were in trouble, Long Chen thought that he might be able to help. That's because our Golden Fish Island is almost done for, Xiaoyu said with a gloomy expression. What happened? Long Chen asked. The land around the Imperial City used to be under the jurisdiction of the 4 great clans. However, after the Mo clan disappeared, the land under the Mo clan's jurisdiction started to be fought over by other forces. Because our Goldfish Island is located in a remote area and we don't have any benefits, it has always been peaceful. Xiaoyu paused for a moment before continuing. But recently, the Wu tribe has been frantically gathering land nearby. They will soon arrive at Goldfish Island. Our island master said that the Wu tribe has a ferocious nature and that they are like wild beasts. Wherever they go, they will burn, rob, and kill. They will do anything. Especially beautiful women. It is very difficult for them to escape from their evil claws. We originally wanted to move, but most of the people on the island are unwilling to leave. This is the land that our ancestors left for us. We cannot leave it to these beasts. The island lord said that we have at most 5 days left. Right now, all the cultivators on the island are frantically cultivating. As long as the Wu race arrives, we will definitely fight to the death with them. Even if we bleed to the last drop of blood, we will not hand over our ancestral land to others. We will not let a group of beasts step on our heads. Although Xiaoyu was young, she was very knowledgeable. At that moment, she explained everything in detail. She clenched her small fists tightly and her blood was boiling. Her eyes were filled with an unyielding gaze. This beast must be the spy of the Wu tribe. Now that the spy has died here, the Wu tribe will definitely speed up their attack if they find out. When that time comes, thinking of the Wu tribe's strength, Xiaoyu felt a little helpless. Although she was afraid, she did not surrender. Chen, Xiao Lang wants to help them. He said that they are the people of the Mo clan and cannot be tainted by others, Lingxi said softly. Long Chen lowered his head and looked at Xiao Lang's passionate gaze. He nodded. Xiaoyu will stay and help you, Long Chen said with a smile. Putting aside Xiao Lang's relationship, Long Chen also didn't want this peaceful island to be destroyed by barbarism. Besides, when Xiaoyu said that, her spirit of facing death with equanimity touched Long Chen. Long Chen knew that this was the spirit of a tribe. Really? Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with surprise. She had clearly seen Long Chen's strength when he killed that Earthcore warrior just now. If Long Chen could help, the Goldfish Island might still have some hope. At the very least, with Long Chen's help, the Goldfish Island would have fewer casualties. As for the trip to the Baiyang Imperial City, it wouldn't matter if it was delayed for a while. Big bro, can you tell me your strength? Early Heavenly Core Realm, Late Heavenly Core Realm, or that frightening Heavenly River Realm warrior? Xiaoyu asked excitedly. She was now at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein Realm, and this place was close to the Imperial City, where martial arts were prevalent. Long Chen wasn't surprised that Xiaoyu had such knowledge. Heavenly River. Long Chen answered without hiding his strength. The Golden Fish Island needed help the most right now, and Long Chen wouldn't be stingy with his help. Really? Xiaoyu exclaimed once again. She looked at Long Chen from top to bottom, and when she realized Long Chen wouldn't lie to her, she immediately became excited and started jumping around on the boat. She was still a little kid after all. Big bro, beautiful big sister, I'll bring you back to the Golden Fish Island now. We'll meet our island chief. After saying that, Xiaoyu started paddling the boat. The boat sailed past the dead body of the Japanese man and headed towards the Golden Fish Island. Not long after, Long Chen and the others went ashore. The island wasn't big, it was even smaller than Baiyang town. The only special thing was that in the center of the island, there was a small mountain. Long Chen could sense a slight heat coming from the small mountain. There's actually a crater on such a small island? Long Chen felt it was strange. But after thinking about it, he realized that it must have been a crater in the past, and then the terrain changed, causing the crater to sink and become smaller. But the appearance was still there. Xiao Lang seemed to have noticed the strange thing about the place as well. He carefully sniffed the air and shook his head, as if he had some doubts. Xiao Lang said that he could sense the aura of a demon beast. Lingxi whispered into Long Chen's ears. Demon beast? I don't think so. If there were demon beasts, the Golden Fish Island would have been destroyed long ago. It wouldn't have existed for so long. Long Chen shook his head. Big bro, follow me. Xiaoyu walked in front and waved at Long Chen. Only then did Long Chen and Xiao Lang stop what they were doing and focus on walking with Xiaoyu. It could be seen that the Golden Fish Island was very peaceful. There weren't many islanders living here, and most of them made a living by fishing. The people were simple and honest, which made Long Chen feel very comfortable. However, what puzzled Long Chen was that along the way, they seemed to have passed by a few villages, but there weren't many strong men. There were only a few women doing housework and children playing carefreely. It was a peaceful and beautiful scene. The others have gone to the Island Master's place and are cultivating under the Island Master's guidance. They are working hard for the upcoming battle. We have already dug a cave in the back of the mountain. From tomorrow onwards, the old, the weak, the women, and the children will start moving into the cave, while the others will stay and fight. I'm 12 this year, but I'm already in the 8th layer of the Dragon Vein realm. However, the Island Master doesn't allow me to fight and wants me to protect the others. He said that this task is more important. Xiaoyu was very proud of herself. Long Chen, on the other hand, felt a little heavy. Xiaoyu said proudly. She was only 12 years old, and she had to face this kind of pressure. If she didn't handle it well, the only outcome would be death. Besides, from their description, Long Chen knew that their opponents were the Japanese tribesmen. They were brutal and violent, and they were no different from wild beasts. If they failed, the consequences would be disastrous. After we cross this bamboo forest, we will arrive at the Island Master's place. But I guess they must be at the training ground. Let me bring you there now. When the Island Master sees that I brought a heavenly river warrior, he will definitely praise me, hee. Xiaoyu said proudly. Xiaoyu, do you know the difference in strength between the two sides? How much combat strength does the Golden Fish Island have, and how much combat strength does the Japanese tribe have? Long Chen asked. Well, we have 2 heavenly river warriors, the Island Master, and his son. We also have quite a number of heavenly core warriors. As for the Japanese tribe, I only know that one of the Japanese tribes is attacking the Goldfish Island, but I don't know their exact strength. But judging from how nervous the Island Master is, they should be very strong. Long Chen nodded his head. Some bamboo houses appeared in front of them, one after another. They looked very elegant. After passing through these bamboo houses, the bamboo forest in front of them suddenly became spacious. From far away, Long Chen could already hear the noises coming from the training ground. Drink. Long Chen could clearly capture the sounds of explosive shouts and the collisions of weapons. In the blink of an eye, a group of 200 men appeared in front of them. Most of them were shirtless men, and they were sweating profusely as they fought fiercely. Some of them were even using divine jades and cultivating in the bamboo forest. Island Master. Island Master. Xiaoyu didn't dare to get close to them. She just shouted at them from the side. Everyone who was cultivating in the training ground turned their heads around. When they saw Xiaoyu, they didn't pay much attention to her. However, Long Chen and Lingxi attracted their attention. Long Chen was here because of his strength, and Lingxi was here because of her beauty. Continue cultivating. In the training ground, an old man with white hair and hawk-like eyes shouted. Then, he turned around and walked towards Long Chen and Xiaoyu. Island Master, Xiaoyu has found a great helper for our Golden Fish Island. Big Brother is a heavenly river tier warrior. He has agreed to help us defeat the Wu clan, Xiaoyu shouted excitedly. Xiaoyu's words made everyone stop again. They all looked at Long Chen, their faces full of confusion. To them, Long Chen was too young. He was already a heavenly river tier warrior at such a young age. Such a genius should be in Baiyang Imperial City, not a small place like Golden Fish Island. Everyone stopped cultivating and looked at each other. They were discussing Long Chen and, of course, the beautiful Lingxi. Heavenly river tier. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, the Island Master was also shocked. He could tell at a glance that Long Chen was an incredible genius, but he didn't expect him to be at the heavenly river tier. Even at his age, he was only at the first level of the heavenly river tier. Young friend, is what Xiaoyu said true? The island master of Golden Fish Island asked seriously as he walked in front of Long Chen. Chapter 285. There were things a man should and shouldn't do. Saving the Golden Fish Island was something he should do. I am Long Chen. I heard from Miss Xiaoyu about the Golden Fish Island, and I have decided to offer my meager strength, Long Chen said with a nod. The Golden Fish Island master sized up Long Chen, and indeed discovered that he couldn't see through Long Chen. An expert like this was exactly what he needed right now. Young friend Long Chen, my name is Chen Feng. If you don't mind, you can just call me Elder Chen. I am truly grateful that you are willing to protect my Golden Fish Island. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. Come, this way please. Chen Feng naturally welcomed Long Chen with open arms. He hurriedly led Long Chen into an elegant bamboo house and had the others serve tea. Then, he took out the snacks and pastries unique to the Golden Fish Island to take care of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't have much need for food, but Lingxi had become immortal, so she was very interested in these delicious pastries. Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony, either. He brought out the food for Lingxi to enjoy as he chatted with Chen Feng. Where are you from, young friend? Chen Feng guessed that Long Chen was from Baiyang Imperial City when he saw that he was already at the Heavenly River tier at such a young age. I'm not at liberty to tell you, Long Chen said apologetically as he shook his head with a smile. It was troublesome to talk about this, so Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. I was rude. I'm really sorry, Chen Feng apologized. Old Chen, I won't say anything else. When I passed by Goldfish Island, I saw a man attacking Xiaoyu, so I saved Xiaoyu and asked her about Goldfish Island. What the Wu tribe did really angered both humans and gods, so I decided to help. However, I don't know anything about the Wu tribe's strength, so I hope old Chen can tell me, Long Chen said. So that's how it is. No wonder little you brought you here. Chen Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, This time, it is one of the clans of the Wu tribe that has set their sights on the Goldfish Island. This clan has always been active near the Goldfish Island, and their name strikes fear in people's hearts. In this clan, there is a husband and wife who are martial artists at the second level of the Heavenly River tier. They also have several martial artists at the first level of the Heavenly River tier. So, when he heard this news, Long Chen was shocked. There were only 2 first-level Heavenly River tier elites on the Goldfish Island. Island Lord, forgive me for being blunt, but the other party's strength obviously surpasses yours. You have no chance of winning at all. Why don't you move your clan? Instead, you stay here and waste your lives for nothing, Long Chen said with a serious expression. I also plan to move my clan, but not many people agreed. How could we just give up the land left behind by our ancestors? My clansmen all said that no matter how strong the other party is, when we bleed to the last drop, we will definitely make them pay a heavy price. Although we will die, our souls will live forever. When he reached the end of his speech, Chen Feng was as excited as Xiaoyu. Seeing this old guy's face turn red with excitement, Long Chen's heart was also infected. He suddenly felt his blood boil. Previously, he had definitely been a helper because of Xiao Lang, but now, Long Chen was going to do his best no matter what. Young friend Long Chen, I will thank you no matter what for your decision. However, the chances of winning on the Goldfish Island are too small. You are still young, so you cannot waste your life for nothing. Don't worry, old Chen. Even if I am not a match for them, I will have no problem staying alive. When the time comes, I will definitely do my best to minimize the casualties on the Goldfish Island. Chen Feng told Long Chen about the battle prowess of the Wu tribe, but he was completely unafraid. This moved Chen Feng very much. You must be bragging. At this moment, a tall middle-aged man walked into the bamboo house and looked coldly at Long Chen. The aura on this man was no weaker than Chen Feng's. He must be the other Heavenly River tier cultivator on the Goldfish Island. Nonsense, Chen Feng berated. Chen Feng chided. Then he smiled at Long Chen, and said, This is my son, Chen Lei. This is our young friend, Long Chen, who has agreed to help our Goldfish Island. You should have heard of him, right? At such a young age, he is already at the Heavenly River tier. He is much stronger than you. Chen Lei knew about this. He looked Long Chen up and down, feeling that he was a little unreliable. Thus he said, Brat, don't tell me you have some ulterior motive? I don't believe that there would be an idiot who would come to the Goldfish Island to die for no reason. Chenlei, what nonsense are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. Chen Feng stood up from the bamboo chair and stared at Chenlei with a cold glare. Okay. Chenlei was angry when he saw his father actually flipping out at him. He said sarcastically, Dad, I see that you, brat, don't look like a good person. You might even be a spy for the Wu tribe. Bastard, you blockhead. Get out of here right now. Have you ever seen such a tall spy for the Wu tribe? With Long Chen's age, his current strength, his tall appearance, and his tall figure, there was no way he could be a spy for the Wu tribe. Chenlei didn't know how to refute when he thought about the height of the Wu tribe. In any case, he felt that there was something wrong with Long Chen, but he couldn't point it out. All he could do was leave. Chen Feng sat down again and said apologetically, Long Chen, please don't treat him like an outsider. This brat is quite cute. His wife of many years was killed by the Wu tribe, so he is a little sensitive. It's okay, I understand, Long Chen said with a nod. Dongfang Xianxiao had said that the most terrifying thing in this world was a woman who didn't have the strength to protect herself. He could understand Chenlei's experience. Long Chen stood up and pulled Lingxi, who was still eating pastries. Old Chen, that's all for now. It's getting late, so I'll have to ask Old Chen to prepare a place for me. I'll stay on the island for the next few days and wait for the Wu tribe to come. I'll definitely do my best. Okay, this way please. All right, little friend Long Chen, I've already asked someone to prepare a banquet. No, Old Chen, this is an emergency. If there's food, just send it directly to my room. It's enough to fill my Lingxi's stomach. Long Chen pinched Lingxi's face and smiled. Lingxi used the mysterious sky jade lotus and turned into an ordinary person. Long Chen's cosmos sack now had some necessities. Chen Feng prepared an exquisite bamboo house for Long Chen before leaving. After 2 hours, someone had already sent dinner. After Long Chen and the others had dinner, Chen Feng left. In this small space, Xiao Lang whimpered and tactfully left. When he left, he didn't forget to close the door for Long Chen. Chen, am I very troublesome? Lingxi asked nervously as she grabbed the corner of her clothes. When a warrior started cultivating, they consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as food. They were less dependent on food. Long Chen would only eat when he wanted to taste delicacies. However, food was indeed the energy that kept Lingxi alive. Long Chen had to prepare food for her every day, which was why Lingxi had asked this question. Silly girl, don't you think this is very blissful? Long Chen smiled and patted her soft cheeks. Ever since the Star Demon prison, Lingxi's personality had begun to change. She seemed to be much more reserved. Long Chen could see traces of worry in her eyes. She was worried about the future. Little Shi, there's something on your mind, Long Chen asked. How could there be? No. Then why do you look so bitter? You're like a resentful woman, Long Chen said with a smile. You're the little resentful woman I'm not, said Lingxi angrily. The night was as cold as water. I can't sleep, Lingxi, who was in Long Chen's arms, suddenly said. Really? Today, I keep feeling that the mountain in the center of Goldfish Island is a bit strange. Xiao Lang seems to have felt it too. However, I don't feel at ease going there with you here. Since you can't sleep, I'll take you there, Long Chen said as he got up. After Lingxi put on thick clothes and tidied herself up, Long Chen took her out and called out to Xiao Lang, who was in the distance. 2 humans and 1 wolf headed toward the center of Goldfish Island. It's indeed the aura of a demonic beast. However, it seems to be in a deep sleep. As they approached the mountain, Long Chen had already sensed it. He believed that Chen Feng and the others must also know that there was a demonic beast hibernating on Goldfish Island. They climbed to the top of the mountain, where there was a small heavenly pond. The pond was filled with turquoise lake water. Long Chen reached his hand into the lake water and took it out again. He said, the lake water is warm. This demonic beast must be of the fire attribute. The beast core of a fire attribute demonic beast will be of great use to you, Xiao Lang. Help me protect little Shi first. I'll enter the heavenly pond to take a look. Xiao Lang howled and nodded. Because she didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, Long Chen had no choice but to carefully ensure her safety at all times. He sent Shi to the side and gave her a few instructions before jumping into the warm heavenly lake. The jade-green lake water instantly submerged him. What surprised Long Chen was that although the heavenly pond wasn't big, it was very deep. It took him a long time to reach the bottom of the heavenly pond. The water temperature was very high, but there were still strange aquatic plants growing on it. Long Chen looked at the bottom of the pond over and over again. He could feel that the fiery energy was at the bottom of the heavenly pond. Therefore, he wanted to see if there was an entrance that he could enter directly. Of course, if he used brute force, he could directly break the bottom of the pond. However, that would definitely alarm the demonic beast of unknown strength. Therefore, Long Chen didn't dare to take the risk. After searching the bottom of the pond in a carpet fashion, Long Chen finally found a gap between two huge rocks in the corner of the wall. Long Chen didn't hesitate and went through the gap. He discovered that it was a small pond. The pond wasn't deep, so Long Chen easily floated up. Then, he arrived at a hole in the ground. This hole led downwards. It's very possible that this hole leads to the location of the demonic beast. Thinking of this, Long Chen couldn't help but be careful. He didn't make a sound as he went downwards. The lower he went, the higher the temperature. After about 50 meters, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding rocks had turned fiery red. The demonic beast is just ahead. Chapter 286. The deeper he went, the bigger the cave became. Soon, Long Chen saw a vast underground space. The rocks here were red hot, and the air was filled with a fiery aura. There used to be a lot of lava here, but now that the earth has changed, only the shell is left. Long Chen looked into the depths of the ground. There was a huge cave below. Thinking about it, it should have been filled with magma in the past, but now, there were only red stones and a small magma lake less than 50 meters in diameter. The lava lake wasn't the key point. The key point was that there was a monster that was several times larger than the sun-devouring demon wolf. It was a monster that looked like a flood dragon. It had sharp claws, teeth, and 4 thick limbs. Its skin was fiery red, just like a normal flood dragon. However, it was different from a flood dragon in that it didn't have horns. What was even more strange was that it didn't just have 1 pair of upper limbs, but 4. It had a total of 8 fiery red claws, like steel blades that were still being calcined. It was extremely terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Long Chen hadn't seen it before. Although this demonic beast was in a deep sleep, its aura was extremely thick, and it was even stronger than the sun-devouring demonic wolves. Long Chen did not dare to meddle. After memorizing the demonic beast's appearance, he returned the way he came, swam out of the heavenly lake, and arrived in front of Ling Shi. He described the appearance of the demon beast in front of Ling Shi, and when she heard about the 4 claws, Ling Shi didn't hesitate to say, "This is an Earth-step 3rd grade 8-clawed fire centipede. It lives in the magma, and it survives by absorbing the fire power of the magma. There isn't much magma left in this place, so it's sleeping to reduce its consumption. The 8-clawed fire centipede is quite lazy, so it'll probably wait until the magma here is used up before it moves." Earth Class Rank 3. Long Chen estimated. Compared to Xiao Lang, it was 1 rank higher. If the 2 brothers worked together, they might have a chance. However, before dealing with the Japanese, Long Chen didn't dare to act rashly. "Forget it. We'll think about the 8-clawed fire centipede after we help the people of Goldfish Island survive this disaster," Long Chen decided. The 8-clawed fire centipede had 2 benefits. First, its Niden had absorbed many years of flame essence, which was a great supplement for Xiao Lang. Second, its rich bloodline was food for Long Chen. Long Chen carried Lingxi in his arms and went back the way they came. "We went out for a walk. You should be able to sleep now, right?" Long Chen whispered in Lingxi's ear. "I want you to hug me, but you are not allowed to touch me." Lingxi's face was a little flushed. The weather was cold now, and with Long Chen hugging her, she felt exceptionally peaceful and warm. "All right." Long Chen smiled bitterly. Delicious food was placed in front of him, and he was starving. The most he could do was take advantage of it. Every time Long Chen was attracted, his whole body was filled with anger, but he had no way to vent it. This kind of feeling was worse than death. Just as they were about to reach the place Chen Feng had arranged for them, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen. It was Chen Lei, who was smiling coldly. "Long Chen, I can tell that you are up to no good. Why are you sneaking around my goldfish island in the middle of the night? Chen Lei said coldly. His tall body pressed down on Long Chen. Long Chen, I see that you are up to no good. My legs are on my body. I can walk however I want. I promised to help Goldfish Island deal with the Japanese, but that doesn't mean I can't walk. Long Chen felt pity for Chen Lei at first, but if he kept provoking him, Long Chen didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Still trying to quibble? I can tell that you are a thief. What did you steal? Chen Lei said. Steal? What do you have here that's worth stealing? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him anymore. Chen Lei sized him up suspiciously for a while. Long Chen was right. On Goldfish Island, apart from Chen Lei and Chen Feng, there was nothing that caught Long Chen's attention. In Chen Lei's eyes, although Long Chen's whereabouts were suspicious, his cultivation level was indeed at the Heavenly River tier. As for his actual combat ability, given Long Chen's age, how much training could he have gone through? In Chen Lei's eyes, Long Chen had to be a noble disciple of some force. He was only able to achieve his current accomplishments because of the protection and nurturing of his ancestors. This kind of greenhouse flower would be no match for him in a fight. Thus, it was unlikely that Long Chen had stolen anything. He looked behind Long Chen, and suddenly exclaimed, "You've been to the Heavenly Lake, Long Chen. Looks like you have designs on the 8-clawed fire serpent. You're really seeking death." The 8-clawed fire serpent is an Earth Grade 3 demonic beast. If you awaken it, you'll definitely die a horrible death. You might even implicate the entire Goldfish Island. You say you're here to save our Goldfish Island, but I think you're the scourge of our Goldfish Island. Chen Lei's veins bulged as he spoke. He had indeed guessed correctly this time. Long Chen was indeed interested in the 8-clawed fire serpent, but now was definitely not the time. Chen Lei, don't get too worked up. I'll be honest with you. I came here to help you, but when I arrived at the island, I found that the center of the lake was a bit strange. I went there in the middle of the night and found traces of demonic beasts. If it was as you said, I would have already started fighting with the 8-clawed fire centipede. Why would I come back here? Long Chen didn't want to get tangled up with him, so he explained patiently. I came here to help you, but when I arrived at the island, I found that the Heavenly Lake in the center was a bit strange. I went there in the middle of the night and found traces of demonic beasts. If it was as you said, I would have already started fighting with the 8-clawed fire serpent. Why would I come back here? Get out of my way. Since he couldn't explain it, Long Chen was too lazy to explain. Don't even think about it. Chen Lei roared. Long Chen had run out of patience. He was just about to hand Lingxi over to Xiao Lang to teach the idiot a lesson when Xiao Lang's body suddenly expanded and transformed into a sun-devouring fiend wolf. With its rank 2 Earth-class combat prowess, it didn't take long for the terrified Chen Lei to be trampled under its feet. The sun-devouring fiend wolf's heavy aura and burning eyes made Chen Lei's hair stand on end. He really didn't expect that Long Chen's pet, Xiao Lang, was actually an Earth-class demonic beast. Moreover, it was clearly more than just rank 1. Remember, I have my own patience. I'm here to help the Goldfish Island, not to be bullied by you. If you piss me off, I don't mind killing you. Long Chen walked to Chen Lei's side and said a few words before leaving with Lingxi. Xiao Lang used its thick claws to smack Chen Lei to the ground. A mouthful of black flames swept out of its mouth. The cold temperature of the black flames made Chen Lei's hair stand on end, and he almost suffocated. Fortunately, Xiao Lang had put away the 9 Serenity's demon ancestral flame. However, Xiao Lang's warning made Chen Lei freeze in place. After a full 15 minutes, he crawled up from the ground. His eyes were gloomy as he looked in the direction Long Chen had disappeared. Where did this Long Chen come from? He actually has such a terrifying demonic beast that is so loyal to him. After thinking for a long time, Chen Lei still couldn't figure it out. He then shook his head and said helplessly, "Sigh. No matter how hard I try, it seems that I can't compare to the descendants of these great forces. Their elders can just give me a random demonic beast and they can trample me under their feet. If Long Chen really wants to help, this demonic beast can really increase the hope of the Goldfish Island. It seems that I can't go against him anymore. Otherwise, Father will definitely give me a good scolding." After returning to the room, Xiao Lang went outside to play. As promised, Long Chen hugged Lingxi's warm and soft body, letting her sleep peacefully. The seductive body in his arms caused Long Chen to be filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to make a move, but he felt that Lingxi was simply too evil. "Chen, why are you poking my stomach?" Lingxi murmured in a daze. Long Chen was startled and hurriedly moved his buttocks away. "Your fingers are so big." Lingxi's hand had unknowingly reached down. Before Long Chen could react, she had grabbed it. Long Chen's face immediately turned red. Looking at the beautiful face of the woman in his arms, he let out a beast-like breath. "It's so hot." Lingxi moaned and let go of his hand. She turned sideways and continued to sleep. Long Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, and the heat in his body gradually dissipated. When will these bitter days end? Long Chen rolled his eyes and looked at the ceiling helplessly. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to let Lingxi use the mysterious sky jade lotus and become an ordinary person. Not much. For now, Lingxi was happy, and that was enough. On Goldfish Island, Long Chen spent a total of 5 days. During these 5 days, he would occasionally look around Goldfish Island, watch the islanders cultivate, and help the old, weak, women, and children move. On Goldfish Island, apart from Chen Lei, everyone was very fond of this immortal couple. The news that Long Chen was a heavenly river tear cultivator had already spread through the entire Goldfish Island from Xiaoyu. When they found out that Long Chen was actually here to help deal with the Wu tribe, everyone was extremely grateful to him. They gave Long Chen many gifts, and Lingxi received many clothes, rare jewelry, and all kinds of delicious food. This made her smile exceptionally happily every day. As for the problem of the 8-clawed fire serpent, Long Chen had already discussed it with Chen Feng. He planned to look for an opportunity to deal with the 8-clawed fire serpent after the Wu tribe attacked. Chen Feng didn't have any objections to this. His mind was completely focused on dealing with the Wu tribe. To be honest, Chen Feng knew that Long Chen had an Earth-ranked demonic beast that could easily defeat Chen Lei. However, there were a total of 2 experts at the 2nd level of the Heavenly River tier among the Wu tribe. In the face of death, the islanders of Goldfish Island weren't afraid. Their blood was boiling, and they had already sharpened their sharp weapons. They were waiting for the Wu tribe beasts to arrive so that they could start a battle of life and death. They were protecting the old, weak, women and children, as well as the land left behind by their ancestors. Therefore they had no choice but to win or die. There was no other way out. While they were preparing, the Wu tribesmen finally arrived. Chapter 287. The tribesmen of the Golden Fish Island had set up many spies around the island. As long as there was movement from the Wu tribe not far away, they would immediately be notified. As early as a few days ago, the old, weak women and children of the Golden Fish Island had already been moved into the cave they had dug. Even if the Wu tribe combed the entire Golden Fish Island, it would still be difficult for them to find the entrance to the cave. Under the threat of death, no one dared to play around. As for the strong men of the tribe, they were all prepared for battle. Dozens of days of persistence and cultivation had filled every one of them with fighting spirit and courage. The Golden Fish Island wasn't big. When the spies rushed back and confirmed the direction of the Wu tribe's advance, the warriors on the island hurriedly rushed in that direction. They had set up a comprehensive defense on the island. No matter which direction they went, they had a huge advantage in terms of terrain. Long Chen also followed the crowd. Because he was worried about Lingxi, he let Lingxi tag along. He didn't let Lingxi follow the old, weak, women, and children of the island into the cave. To him, when it came to protecting Lingxi, he only trusted himself and Xiao Lang. At this time, about 300 warriors of the Golden Fish Island were hiding in a kernel. In front of them was a lake. At this time, everyone could already see the Wu tribe's large ship heading towards the Golden Fish Island. In the humid air, the rough and violent laughter of the Wu tribe traveled over, causing everyone's heart to tighten slightly. Unlike the nervous warriors of the Golden Fish Island, Long Chen and Xiao Lang stood in front. The island lord of the Golden Fish Island, Chen Feng, and his son, Chen Lei, were also here. Chen Lei had always disliked Long Chen. He felt that Chen Feng was too polite to him. However, Long Chen hadn't done anything before the Battle of the Golden Fish Island. This made Chen Lei, who had a lot of complaints about him, unable to say anything. Let's see who kills more enemies later. Do you really think you can compete with me, a heavenly river tier cultivator with over 20 years of battle experience? Chen Lei said in annoyance as he looked at the calm Long Chen. Of course, brother Chen Lei has more. I'm just a greenhorn. How could I dare to compare with brother Chen Lei? Long Chen chuckled. He couldn't be bothered to compete with this stupid donkey. In his eyes, every Goldfish Island clansman's eyes were filled with fighting spirit and bravery. Even though they knew that the other party would be difficult to defeat, they did not show the slightest bit of fear. Long Chen finally saw what it meant to face death calmly. Everyone, there is no such thing as submission and patience in our dictionary. The Japanese are ruthless. If Goldfish Island is ruled by them, we and our descendants will live under their tyranny for generations to come. We will suffer from them and live like dogs. Chen Feng frowned deeply. He paused, then lowered his voice and said in a solemn tone, "In order to prevent our children and our women from being humiliated, no one can back down from this battle. This land is the most precious gift our ancestors have given us. It is the Goldfish Island where we will live and thrive for generations to come. Today, it will suffer a great calamity. Whether or not we can survive this crisis will depend on whether or not everyone here is afraid of death. Remember, killing 1 is worth it. Killing 2 is worth it. Killing 10 is fucking worth it." Chen Feng, who was usually strict and serious, suddenly cursed, breaking the tense atmosphere. It could be seen that the fighting spirit on everyone's faces had become even more intense. This was a battle for the survival of their race. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. Long Chen could see the bloodthirst in their eyes that even he admired. "Old Chen, don't worry too much. Look, the height of the Japanese can't even reach our warriors' chests. How could a bunch of dwarves be a match for us?" Long Chen smiled. The Japanese were generally short and looked wretched. Everyone on the Goldfish Island knew that. "Long Chen, I really have to thank you this time. If we are defeated later, you should run away first. Take as many as you can with you as you can. Leave some bloodline for the Goldfish Island. If possible, help me take care of the old, weak, women, and children in the cave," Chen Feng said calmly. Chen Feng said indifferently. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was prepared to die in battle today. All right. Although he didn't think that they would be defeated, Long Chen still agreed to his request so that the old man would feel at ease. The big ship in the distance was gradually approaching. At that moment, the people in the valley could already see the group of Japanese on the deck, who were yelling wildly. In their opinion, they were purely there to take over the Goldfish Island. As for the small obstacles that they might encounter, they didn't care at all. When the hundreds of Japanese thought about the wealth and women of the Goldfish Island, the closer they got to the Goldfish Island, the more excited they became. Nominally, they were managing the Goldfish Island on behalf of the Yamato family. However, the truth was that they were a group of robbers who committed all sorts of crimes. Wherever they went, they would rape and pillage. Soon, they landed on the island. There were more than 100 of them. It was clear that they didn't think much of the Goldfish Island's combat strength and bravery. However, the combat strength of these 100 people was much higher than the overall strength of the people on the Goldfish Island. There were only about 30 Divine Core warriors on the Goldfish Island, but most of these Japanese were Divine Core warriors. This was the difference. After clearly seeing the strength of these people, Chen Feng's face turned pale, and he slowly clenched his fists. In Long Chen's ears, he could hear everyone's shocked and hurried breathing. Right at this moment, a middle-aged Japanese man took a few steps forward. His face was filled with a complacent smile, and his voice was filled with passion as he shouted out. Although this man had a short stature, and his appearance wasn't too shabby, his strength was pretty good. Just like Chen Feng, he was a first-level Heavenly River Realm warrior. "Everyone on the Goldfish Island, I believe you have received the notice. From today onwards, this is the territory of the Yamato family, and the Goldfish Island will be managed by the Yamato family from now on. Haha, in order to express your joy, we will follow the old rules. Hurry up and deliver 3/4 of the island's wealth, and then offer up 100 young girls to receive our brothers from the Japanese tribe." This guy was at the Heavenly River Realm. With his throat and strength, it was easy for his voice to spread across the entire Goldfish Island. Even the people hiding in the caves could vaguely hear him. When the women saw the 100 young girls, they panicked. When they thought about the tragic situation of being violated by the Japanese tribe, they kept quiet out of fear. 100 young girls. Even if all the young girls and married women on the Goldfish Island were added together, it would only be about this number. According to the rules of the Japanese tribe, if one woman was missing, one man would have to die. Of course, married women are fine too. That's more appealing. The man who had spoken started to laugh wildly. At this moment, the hundreds of Japanese tribe members thought about how they could enjoy such benefits the moment they arrived on the island. Moreover, it was in the open. It wasn't like they had never done something like this before. Thus, at this moment, when they thought about the charm of the women on the Goldfish Island, their breathing became heavy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Long Chen counted, and discovered that there were a total of 4 at the first level of the Heavenly River tier. As for the 2 at the second level of the Heavenly River tier that Chen Feng had mentioned, there didn't seem to be any. Elder Chen, didn't you say that there were elites at the second level of the Heavenly River tier? Long Chen asked. There are indeed. However, could it be that they didn't come today? That's impossible. They are all moving together. Chen Feng was also a little confused. Father, don't worry about it. It's good that they didn't come. There are a total of 4 Heavenly River tier cultivators. The 3 of us, along with this demonic wolf, will be able to hold them off. As long as we get rid of these 4 Heavenly River tier cultivators, the rest will be much easier. Even if the other 2 at the second level of the Heavenly River tier come, we can still deal with them together, Chenlei said decisively. Based on his understanding of the overall strength of both sides, ending the battle as soon as possible was the best solution. Chenlei is right. Let's do it. Long Chen could tell from the words and expressions of these members of the Wu tribe that there wasn't a single good person among them. These vicious and evil people could only be punished with death. Let's do it, Chen Feng commanded. Wait. Everyone else. Don't move. We'll move. Long Chen saw that Chen Feng was about to launch an all-out attack, and he hurriedly stopped him. Why? Chen Feng asked doubtfully. Elder Chen, a real battle is a clash of high-end forces. If we let them move, it will only increase the number of casualties. We can just use provocation to get them to come out. Won't that work? Long Chen smiled calmly. Easier said than done. Chen Lei pursed his lips, looking down on Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. At this time, after waiting for a long time, the members of the Wu tribe realized that the other side hadn't sent any beauties or riches. They looked at each other, then started laughing and speaking in a strange language. The only thing they could be sure of was that the crazed expressions on their faces were getting more intense. Then, let's slaughter them, one of the Heavenly River tier martial artists said. At this time, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from the front and quickly arrived in front of the members of the Wu tribe. The Wu tribe was shocked when they saw the 3 Heavenly River tier martial artists. However, when they remembered that they had more people on their side, they regained their confidence and said arrogantly, You 3, are you here to deliver riches and beauties? Hand over the riches. Where are the beauties? I'm sorry, but we're not here to deliver beauties. We're here to send you to hell. I wonder if the powerful Heavenly River tier martial artists of the Wu tribe have the guts to fight one-on-one with the Heavenly River tier martial artists of our Golden Fish Island. Long Chen said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. So you're here to court death. The members of the Wu tribe understood his intentions and roared with laughter. Soon, 4 Heavenly River tier martial artists of the Wu tribe walked out. One of them said gloomily, Looks like you're here to challenge us, brat. However, there are only 3 of you, and we have 4. How is that enough? Who said there were only 3 of us? Long Chen threw Xiao Lang, who was in his arms, onto the ground. During this process, Xiao Lang's body gradually expanded, and the murderous aura around him gradually grew. Earth-grade demonic beast. The members of the Wu tribe were pleasantly surprised. They laughed and said, Haha, with the carcass of this earth-grade demonic beast, we brothers can go and have fun for a few more days. From the looks of it, even if there was an earth-grade demonic beast, they wouldn't take Long Chen and the others seriously. Chapter 288. Stupid pigs like you want to challenge the dignity of the Daiwa family? It seems like there's something wrong with your brains. You actually risked the extinction of your entire family to oppose us. Let me tell you, there are many people who oppose us, but they never end up well. The Golden Fish Island is not the first, and it won't be the last. We should treat beasts the same way we treat beasts. The people of the Golden Fish Island are all good men. How could we bow down to a bunch of beasts? Long Chen's expression was gloomy as he spoke. Even Chen Lei, who disliked him, was impressed by his boldness. What? You dare call us beasts? You really have a death wish. Brothers, how about you leave this foul-mouthed brat to me? One of the younger-looking Sky River Tier Fish tribesmen said. This meant that they had accepted Long Chen's challenge. Be careful. Chen Feng instructed Long Chen. Then, he followed his opponent to the side, putting some distance between them. I haven't dealt with beasts in a long time. Let me handle this strange wolf, one of the Sky River Tier Fish tribesmen said. Long Chen couldn't help but mourn for him. Very quickly, only one person remained in front of Long Chen. Everyone watched as the battles in the four corners of the battlefield began. Although the number of elites on the Golden Fish Island was beyond the fish tribesmen's expectations, this was nothing to them. They were very confident in their own abilities. People like Long Chen wouldn't be able to shake their confidence. Long Chen gripped his blue dragon halberd as he watched his opponent, who was looking at him mockingly. What a tender young man. Do you know how many young men as handsome as you have died in my hands? Oh no, under my crotch? How wonderful do you think it would be if I stripped you naked and took good care of your butt? The middle-aged fish tribesman said as he sized up Long Chen. I usually crack their buttocks and let them bleed to death. You actually dared to provoke the Daiwa family today. You deserve this kind of punishment. Long Chen's eyes darkened as he listened. Damn it, not only do these people rape and pillage, but they are also perverted. What they do is completely beastly. For a straight man like Long Chen, this kind of thing was really intolerable. After hearing what the man had to say, everyone knew that he was going to put on a good show with Long Chen in front of everyone, so they all started to make a ruckus. Long Chen already hated these bastards, but now he was even angrier. Without saying a word, he suddenly rushed forward, and without hesitation, the blue dragon halberd flew towards the man. Blue dragon combat technique. Dragon soaring to the ninth heaven. As soon as he made his move, Long Chen used his strongest killing move. Of course, he didn't use his dragon soul transformation. However, his fighting strength wasn't just for show. A huge green dragon soul rushed towards the middle-aged martialist before he could even react. Such a terrifying attack. How is this possible? At first, he was still absent-minded. However, when he saw Long Chen use his blue dragon combat technique, he was completely stunned. At the critical moment, his stout body hurriedly punched out. Suddenly, a huge fist imprint turned into a tiger, and it collided with Long Chen's blue dragon combat technique. One was prepared and explosive, while the other was passively defending. Moreover, Long Chen's fighting strength was much higher than his opponent's. Even if he didn't use his dragon soul transformation, his true chi was still 4 times stronger. With such a huge gap between them, the crowd gasped in surprise. Long Chen used a simple move and directly sent the middle-aged man flying, leaving a big mouthful of blood in the air. Without saying a word, Long Chen followed up with an expressionless face. He waved his blue dragon halberd and cut off the neck of his seriously injured opponent. Suddenly, a head flew towards the gathering place of the Wu tribe. The headless corpse spouted blood and crashed to the ground. From the start of the battle until Long Chen killed his opponent, only a few breaths had passed. Whether it was the Wu tribe or the people of Golden Fish Island, who were still hiding in the mountains, they all looked at the young man holding the blue dragon halberd and were completely stunned. They knew that Long Chen was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. This was especially true for Chen Lei and Chen Feng. They were now in a battle of attrition with their opponent, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, Long Chen had killed his opponent before Xiao Lang could. Didn't this mean that Long Chen was slightly stronger than Xiao Lang? To Chen Lei, this was like a fantasy story. Just now, he had been mocking Long Chen for being a silver spear with a wax head. Now, it was obvious that the silver spear with a wax head was him. However, the shock that Long Chen brought to them was far more than that. The stunning killing of his opponent just now only showed how strong he was. Moreover, his ruthlessness and decisiveness were on full display at this moment. The people of Golden Fish Island hated these bastards from the Wu tribe to the core. After hearing about their atrocious deeds, Long Chen was infuriated by these heartless people. Therefore, he followed the head of the Heavenly River Warrior and landed in the middle of the hundreds of Wu tribe warriors. Almost all of them were Heavenly Core warriors, and some of them had even reached the late Heavenly Core realm. However, for Long Chen these people were like cabbages. Long Chen actually dared to kill an important man of the Wu tribe. This caused the eyes of the other Wu tribe warriors to turn red. Without any regard for the consequences, they all dashed towards Long Chen. Just in time, it saves me the trouble of chasing after them one by one. Right now, Long Chen's eyes had turned red. He waved the blue dragon halberd in his hand. He basically didn't use any true energy. Just the complete third-level Thunderflame combat body was enough to give these bastards a hard time. Every time the blue dragon halberd waved, fresh blood would splash out, followed by desperate screams. Long Chen was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep, slaughtering to his heart's content. The people around him were getting lesser and lesser, but the number of corpses on the ground was increasing. Soon, the small piece of land on Golden Fish Island had turned into a river of blood. The bloodthirsty Long Chen didn't have any interest in the blood, because he thought it was dirty and smelly. From the very beginning, the Wu tribe warriors' eyes were filled with killing intent towards Long Chen. But when they saw the corpses all around them, they panicked and became terrified. Some of them started running away, but right at this moment, Long Chen rushed onto the ship. He waved the blue dragon halberd, and the ship that was covered with steel was instantly shattered into pieces. Many Wu tribe warriors who were hiding on the ship were also killed by Long Chen's combat skill. Bastards! Don't even think about running away. Long Chen used the True Dragon's 9 flash. None of the Wu tribe warriors who were running away were his match. When more than 100 Wu tribe warriors were turned into more than 100 corpses, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Chen Feng and Chen Lei killed their opponents with Xiao Lang's help. It could even be said that it was Xiao Lang who killed the 3 first-level Heavenly River tier martial artists. There were more than 100 Wu tribe warriors, but the people of Golden Fish Island didn't lose a single soldier. They were almost completely wiped out by Long Chen and Xiao Lang. Therefore, when they saw Long Chen standing beside the pile of corpses, as well as the ferocious black flame demon wolf next to him, everyone swallowed hard. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at each other. Chen Lei was especially shocked. He had always thought that Long Chen was good-looking but useless. But now, it seemed that he was the good-looking but useless one. This made his face burn, and he didn't dare to look directly at Long Chen. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole and hide in it. Not to mention Chen Lei, even Chen Feng didn't think that the problem that he had been worrying about for a long time, and that almost caused his hair to turn white, would be solved so easily by Long Chen today. The warriors hiding in the call all stood up. Their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Long Chen. Previously, they had expressed their gratitude for Long Chen's kindness. Now, the image of Long Chen had been deeply engraved into their souls. His magnificent feat today would be passed down through their mouths, and their descendants would know that there was once such an elite who turned the tide and saved Golden Fish Island. Waves of shock rose in the hearts of the people of Golden Fish Island, but Long Chen didn't think much of it. The hundreds of corpses were an eyesore. Long Chen turned around and said to Chen Feng, "Elder Chen, think of a way to dispose of these corpses first. It's best not to leave any traces. You said that there were 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators, but they haven't shown up yet. It's too early to celebrate." Chen Feng also realized that according to the rumors, there were 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators in one of the small clans under the Yamato clan. If they hadn't shown up, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to obtain victory so easily. "Okay, I'll instruct someone to dispose of these corpses." Chen Feng nodded, and immediately called out to the others. Long Chen finally came to Lingxi's side. He smiled and said, "Little Shi, wasn't Chen very impressive just now? Of course, Chen is the best. However, when he's killing people, it's really a little scary." There was so much blood, and Lingxi's face was a little pale. "The Wu tribe are all beasts, not humans," Long Chen said with a smile. At this time, Chen Feng had already caught up, and said, "Looks like we can't relax. I'll continue to send scouts to investigate. If they discover those 2 second-level Heavenly River tier cultivators, they'll definitely report it to me." In their eyes, there are 2 Heavenly River tier cultivators on the Golden Fish Island. If they send 4 people, it should be enough to destroy the Golden Fish Island. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities. First, they're still in the clan. Second, they're here, but they're busy with other matters, Long Chen thought. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "Elder Chen, do you think they've set their sights on the 8-clawed fire centipede?" "It's possible." Chen Feng frowned. The only valuable thing on the Golden Fish Island was the 8-clawed fire centipede that was slumbering in the belly of the mountain. He had just finished speaking when the entire Golden Fish Island shook. Long Chen immediately raised his head and saw that the mountain peak in the center of the small island suddenly exploded. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and a fiery red demonic beast suddenly crawled out from within. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.